Hey guys, welcome back to our channel. As you have seen in the thumbnail, in this video we are gonna see what if Naruto was descendant of Demon King. This is part 1, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Let's get in the video. Naruto struggled to get off the ground. Neji had just shut down his chakra points and was now taunting him about being a loser just like Hinata. The memory of him talking to the shy Hyuga girl at the training post, how she feared for his life when fighting Neji, made Naruto's blood boil with rage, as another memory of that same sweet girl fighting her cousin and nearly being destroyed, filled the young Uzumaki's mind. It wasn't fair. Had his training the entire month been for nothing? Not surprising that it was since Kakashi Baka refused to train his only other student, aside from the Uchiha for the exams, and the pervert Jiraiya only taught Toad summoning. Even after learning it, Jiraiya had forbidden him from using it in the exams and would have Naruto removed from the contract if he did. What was the point in training him in things if they couldn't be used? He's just like the others. Holding me back. And for what? Probably thinks I'm the fox in some form or hates me because of the furball. How can I keep my promise to make Neji pay when my training has been so little, while his has no doubt been non-stop? Damn it. Thought Naruto, as he struggled to get off the ground and ignored the boos for his efforts that came from the crowd. You should stay down, loser. Fate decrees you lose, and it will be fate that makes you die if you don't stay down. Even the people in the stands know what I'm telling you is true, and half of them aren't even shinobi, said Neji, seeing Naruto stand up and glaring at him with those blue eyes that seemed to be changing slightly. Fuck you. Maybe these people would be singing a different tune if they knew how you tried to kill your own cousin. Who the fuck does that? And to someone like Hinata. She didn't want to fight you because you're like a brother to her. You still are in Hinata's eyes. Kind of ironic really. You claim those eyes see everything, Neji, but those eyes don't see the one person out of your entire clan who actually cares about family and making it whole again. I'm not the loser here, Neji. You are. Said Naruto, feeling like his blood was on fire. His body felt like it was ready to explode with power and felt a powerful surge of energy running through his veins that the Uzumaki thought was because of the QB. That was the problem though. It wasn't QB's power. It wasn't her strength flowing through him right now. It was something worse. Something far more powerful. You're the one. At last said a demonic voice that made Naruto tense, wondering if that was QB for a second before realizing the voice was different. Who are you? Said Naruto as he felt the power inside of him get stronger and made his body ache in pain at the feeling while the demonic energy cover his entire body for everyone to see. Deep within Naruto, QB recognized the demonic power that was now consuming her vessel, and not since the Shinigami being summoned did the Fox Queen know the true meaning of fear. Oh no. No, it cannot be. Not him. This boy couldn't possibly have his bloodline, thought QB, as she retreated back deeper into her cage and felt the presence of a being within Naruto thought to have been dead for over a millennia. What is that? This energy around him is twisted, cruel, and darker than anything I've ever felt before. Thought Neji, as he saw Naruto clutching his sides in pain and letting out an inhuman moan of pain. Above the two combatants, the sky darkened, dark clouds covered the sun, and crimson lightning flashed around them, while scaring the audience watching on, while some of the shinobi thought it was the fox revealing himself to the world once more. In secret, those shinobi had weapons at the ready to move in and kill the vessel should that be the case. You don't know how to use your power. Let me show you. Said the demonic voice in Naruto's head, and in that moment the vessel of QB let out a scream of pain. The demonic power exploded from his very being, while covering him in a massive dome of its energy that Neji had to leap away from it. The red lightning struck the dome of demonic energy, swirling around it like a violent storm, and a violent unnatural wind carrying Naruto's screams throughout the leaf. The inhuman screams of pain had soon become a demonic roar of power as the body of Uzumaki Naruto changed entirely under the demonic power before it left, and when the dust finally settled, it revealed a single figure walking slowly towards Neji. Yet the walk was a walk with a purpose. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of what was once Uzumaki Naruto as Neji took several steps back. The Sandaime Hokage in the Kage booth gripped the armrests of his chair tightly. And even Orochimaru, under the disguise of the Kazekage, began breathe heavier at the sight of this transformed boy. No. This was not a boy. Of that, the Snake Sannin was sure, as he knew this power was not the QB's power and felt this was something else entirely. Something far more powerful. I have returned, said the voice of the figure slightly taller than Neji, currently wearing white pants, a yellow obi sash, and a yellow headband across his forehead, where the leaf symbol once was with demonic tattoos all over his body. You're not Naruto, said Neji, as he saw the face of this person having what? Possessed his opponent and fighting in the blonde's place. How observant you are. "You're indeed a credit to your clan," said the demonic figure sarcastically, before letting out a demonic chuckle and grinned a vicious grin at Niji. "Who are you? What are you? Some kind of demon?" said Niji as he got into a gentle fist stance and became more unnerved at the dark laughter this person was letting out. "Of course I am a demon, you fool. It should be obvious considering my energy is very much different than yours. As for my name is Raisin, the Demon King of War," said Raisin as he could feel the eyes of everyone widening and their breaths being inhaled at his words. "The Demon King," said Niji as he saw Raisin flex his claws and those eyes seemed to stare right into his very soul. "Yes. In the realm of Makai, there was once 3 demon kings. Each ruled over their respected territories and I was one of them many years ago, long before your world became what it is now. Out of all 3 of us, I was the strongest of them. Now here I am, temporarily possessing my long-lost descendant, and I'm going to relish the feeling of kicking the crap out of your body for what you did to your innocent cousin. Or did you forget the promise Naruto made with her blood?" said Raisin as he felt a sense of history repeating itself and wondered if Naruto would fight back against the possession like Yusuke did. Before Niji could react, Raisin was in front of him, punching the Hyuga prodigy in the gut, causing vomit to instantly come out of the boy's mouth seconds upon impact and forcing him to his knees. The moment later when those knees touched the ground did they leave it as Raisin followed up with a spin kick to Niji's head and sent the Hyuga boy bouncing like a rock being thrown on water into the stadium wall. However, before Niji hit the wall, Raisin was in between the two, grabbed his prey, and threw him down to the ground. Landing gracefully, Raisin walked in a calculating manner down the crater he caused using Niji's body and picked the Hyuga branch member up by his neck while grinning a wicked grin before punching barely conscious Leaf Shinobi in the ribs. Again. And again. And again. Each blow echoed throughout the stadium, many wincing upon the sound the impact made and seemed to last forever before the demonic figure threw the broken body of Hyuga Niji onto the ground. Everyone thought Raisin was done with Niji, but the idea of it being over was not the case as the former Demon King of Makai raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the Hyuga boy before a small ball of demonic energy surrounded the tip of the index finger. Is this my end?" thought Niji as he coughed up blood and looked at the red ball of energy the size of his fist, barely a few inches from his face, that was practically ready to blow him to pieces while his soon-to-be executioner just smiled. "Time to die," said Raisin as he was about to release the demon gun and wipe Niji out from the face of the planet. When his body froze up. Or rather when Naruto's body froze up. "Get out of my body," said Naruto from within as he was now fighting for control with Raisin, and it wasn't easy. "Damn brat. Let me finish this. I saw your memories of what this baka did to that girl, and we both know he deserves to die," said Raisin, finding himself unable to fire the attack at Niji's face. "Maybe he does, but we both know Hinata-chan will be sad over Niji's death and she doesn't deserve that," said Naruto as he sensed Raisin become angry with that and yet knew this still girl cared deeply for her cousin. As much as killing the little prick would satisfy his bloodlust, Raisin knew Hinata didn't deserve to see her cousin get obliterated from the existence and decided to show Niji mercy. "Just this once. Consider yourself very lucky, boy. My descendant has convinced me to spare your miserable life for the sake of your cousin. Don't abuse this small act of mercy or you will regret it," said Raisin as he cancelled out the attack and began walking away from the broken body of Hyuga Niji. "Winner. Uzumaki Naruto," said Genma as he watched a possessed boy walking to the steps to the fighter's box and quickly summoned some medics to take care of Niji. In the stand, however, no one clapped their hands, no one cheered, and yet no one booed either at the results of this turn of events. Not surprising since everyone was shocked at what happened as they couldn't seem to understand what it was that just happened and that the Hyuga prodigy had lost to the QP brat. It was as if their own little world had shifted in its axis. In the fighter's box, Raisin was given a wide gap of space as he sat down on a bench and ignored the frightened looks everyone was giving him. Even Gaara was looking at him with fear in his eyes as Shukaku was whimpering deeply within his prison, knowing that he was nothing compared to the Demon King and decided to stay silent in order to continue living. As this happened, Raisin let out a small grunt of pain as the seal holding the QBE appeared on Naruto's stomach and snarled at the seal before he slammed his clawed hand into it. Those around him thought he was crazy, but Raisin was far from that category as he began pulling what his hand grabbed and threw a crimson chakra-covered figure out of his body onto the floor. When the demonic chakra died down, it revealed a crimson-haired girl in her late teens, wearing a black kimono and black chakra around her neck with the kanji for Shinigami on it. It was QBE. "Get up, Caillou. You have much to answer for in regards to my descendant," said Raisin, breathing heavily since removing the Fox Queen from her prison, this body was no easy thing to do. Our Raisin-sama, said QB, as she knew ages ago when Raisin addressed her by that short name he gave, it meant the Demon King was angry and she was the source of it. You know what you did, Caillou. I saw the boy's memories. I have seen everything in his mind from the day he was born up until now. It is because of you that this boy has no mother to love and no father to guide him. I could wipe you out from existence using less than a third of my power, given you're barely considered an A-rank demon now. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't destroy you, said Raisin, as he looked at the woman before him, swaying her 9 tails slightly in her kneeling position, and was clearly afraid to look him in the eyes. I didn't mean to attack anyone, Raisin-sama. It's just. After the Kushina woman gave birth to her son, Uchiha Madara appeared before her and freed me from my seal before using his damn Sharingan to take control, said QB, as she heard him scoff at the mention of the Sharingan. And kept her head bowed, knowing to counter what it would mean if she did. Do no speak to me about that pathetic bloodline. Those eyes only affect demons if the demon in question has a weak will. I thought you of all people were stronger than some spiteful human with a god complex in thinking he was better than everyone else, said Raisin, as he saw QB move her head away in shame, and the former Demon King let out a sigh, knowing that not every demon was as strong as him. I'm sorry, Raisin-sama. I didn't want to kill the boy's parents, but after the Yondaime prepared to seal me again, the desire to be free was too great an opportunity to pass up and I tried to grab onto it, said QB. As she had never had freedom like that after losing it to the Shadaime Hokage, sealing her up and his wife, and then Uzumaki Kushina herself. And look what happened. You became imprisoned again. It is only through my power that you're out of it and have gained some small amount of freedom, though not much as you are still bound by the Shinigami seal currently on your neck, said Raisin, as he felt Naruto trying to regain control again. But kept the boy from doing so and assured his descendant the body would soon belong to him again. What is to become of me now then? Said QB, as she saw Raisin consider all that had happened and felt like she was standing before Kami awaiting sentence. For the moment, you have temporary freedom to live outside of this boy's body, but not enough to go anywhere you want, and there is a limit to the range of being out of his body. As such, I've decided to let you out to help the boy in whatever it is he needs to further help him, and anything else that comes up that he may require of you, said Raisin, grinning at QB, seeing her blush slightly at the innuendo and fidgeted under his gaze. I understand, Raisin-sama, said QB, as she knew better than defying the former Demon King's words and risk bringing more trouble than she could handle upon herself. Good. For the moment, I need to speak with the boy and tell him about his heritage regarding me. While that happens, you are to guard the boy and make sure nothing happens to this body while I handle his mental training to handle the changes. Said Raisin, seeing QB nod her head again and bow deeper. As you command, Raisin-sama. I won't fail you, said QB and looked up at Raisin, seeing him now giving her a gentle smile. I know you won't fail, Caillou. Just try your best. That's all I've ever asked of my own subordinates. Said Raisin, as he saw QB nod and then let his head go limp. That indicated to her that the former Demon King was now talking to Naruto. Kage booth. The Sandaime Hokage was now sweating up a heavy storm as he knew there was only one reason Raisin had come back to this world, if only to temporarily possess Naruto, and it involved the contract the Shinigami made with the Yondaime. Minato in his infinite wisdom had bound the village itself to the contract in seeing his son as a hero for holding the QB inside of him. That part of the contract had been done as a failsafe in the off chance Kushina had been right about the people and how they would hate their only child for holding the fox. It had even been placed onto the seal thanks to the Shinigami itself, but the Sandaime Hokage, being the professor that he was, had been able to cover that part of the seal up with a signal blocker, which had weakened the seal in the process since the signal was connected to the array. But left the Shinigami none the wiser and allowed for things to happen the way they did. The idea, which became the Sandaime's overall plan, was to make Naruto naturally loyal to him, as the planned assassination attempts by the people, the preventing of these attempts, and showing supposed kindness to the boy had helped cement such things. He had gotten Jiraiya involved in this as a means to control Naruto should the fox ever get free of Minato's seal, and lied to Tsunade about her godson, whom she didn't know the name of at the time, dying during the sealing process. How? How could the blocker been removed? How could this have happened now? My plan to mold Naruto has been ruined. Thought the Sandaime, as he did have a special Anbu squad on standby to kill Naruto should the efforts he had put into the boy's mental conditioning not produced fruit in a figurative sense, but now such a squad would be like a fly that could be swatted away with ease. And even the old Kage himself even would have been destroyed in the process regardless of age. Next to him, Orochimaru was terrified at what he had just seen, and yet, he wanted the boy to be his new vessel. The descendant of the Demon King was right across from him on the other side of the stadium, yet he couldn't make his move, knowing that the plan to kill the Sandaime would fail, and the simple humiliating fact Raisin would crush him easily with a snap of his fingers. For now, the Snake Sandan would have to go along with his original plan to kill the Sandaime Hokage, and then find a way to go after that body to make it his own. Naruto's mindscape. Who the hell are you? It's bad enough I have Fox inside of me and everyone hating my guts for it. Now I have you possessing my body, telling everyone you're a demon, and making everyone else think I'm one too. Said Naruto, who was pissed off beyond belief, and saw Raisin grinning while sitting down on his throne he created. Quit your whining. You sound just like my son Yusuke when he visited me in Makai after learning I possessed him in his fight. I guess that makes you my grandson in demon terms, since you are just as much his descendant as you are mine, said Raisin, seeing Naruto look at him surprised by this statement. I wish people would stop lying and give me a straight answer for once, said Naruto, as he sat down in front of Raisin and saw the former Demon King let out a sigh. In all honesty Naruto, your life shouldn't have been like this, as your father, who was the Yondaime Hokage, had made a deal with the Shinigami regarding the village when he sealed Kaiju into your body and was to be a failsafe in the off chance you being mistreated. Said Raisin, seeing Naruto's eyes widen at this news. The Yondaime Hokage was my father? Said Naruto, seeing Raisin nod. Yeah. Though you get my blood from your mother's side of the family, though it is watered down quite a bit before it got to you. In regards to the contract, apparently the seal holding Kyuubi was supposed to break in the event the village didn't honor your father's dying wish to see you as a hero. The Sandaime put a signal blocker on the alert system built into the seal, so the Shinigami would not know of the abuse, which was disabled after Orochimaru hit the seal with the 5-pronged seal, and the blocker was destroyed unknowingly by Jiraiya after he removed the Snake Sandan's handiwork. After that, the Shinigami discovered what the Sandaime had done and summoned me before him to discuss handling the situation after learning about your bloodline was connected to my own, said Raisin, seeing Naruto become angry with the Sandaime and wanted to rip the old man's spine out. That traitor. He betrayed my family. That fucking hypocrite. Said Naruto, as he Raisin nodded his head in agreement and got off his throne to walk over to the boy. You'll get your family's revenge soon enough, Naruto. Until then, you are going to train with me in here to control your body and the power I have awakened within you, said Raisin, as he saw Naruto looking at him with an intense look. And it reminded the former Demon King of Yusuke when the boy came to Maki. Bring it on. Said Naruto, as he wasn't afraid of pain and was going to learn everything he could from his ancestor. Brace yourself, said Raisin, as the former Demon King began his own way of training his descendant, and the training being of the hands-on approach. Fighter's box. Everyone around Naruto's body gave it a lot of space, as they went from watching it to watching the female fox queen they now knew to be Kyuubi no Kitsune, and for the members of the leaf in the box, meant quite a bit of information had hit them like a ton of bricks. The impact behind this information had made them all conclude they had been lied to about the Kyuubi being killed when she attacked the leaf. They had seen the people around Naruto during the academy, mainly the instructors there, had given the Uzumaki a hard time and trying to make him fail. They never knew why until now. This is troublesome. It won't take long for this to get out and people wanting this female demon's head on a platter, thought Shikamaru, as Genma called him. And Temari down to partake in their match since the Hokage had so generously moved Sasuke's match with Gaara to a later time in the tournament. Get down here, you lazy bum, and fight me. Said Temari, currently down on the arena floor waiting for the lazy Nara. I'd rather not. Proctor said Shikamaru, as he was sent over the edge by Kyuubi, who whistled innocently and saw everyone in the fighter's box looking at her. What? Lazy men need a good kick in the ass every once in a while, said Kyuubi while looking at everyone around her and daring them to challenge that statement. No one did. Great. Either I stay up there to contend with Kyuubi or I face this troublesome girl from Suna. I can't win no matter what I do. Thought Shikamaru, getting up from the ground to reluctantly fight the Suna girl. Here I come, you lazy baka. Said Temari, charging at Shikamaru with her iron fan, and the lazy Nara thought one thing. His life sucked. As the battle of the sexes raged below the fighter's box, the genin above watching the match, and Naruto's newly transformed body while it glowed with an aura of demonic energy around him, spiking every so often. To her credit, Kyuubi watched her vessel for over a decade without the blush that wanted to be on her face from appearing, and had to admit the boy's physique was impressive. Then again, being Raisin's descendant, it went without saying that Naruto would inherit his demonic ancestor's figure. Back when she was a little fox girl growing up, Kyuubi had a secret crush on Raisin, as he was everything required to have in a mate and then summon being the Demon King of Makai. It had saddened the Fox Queen to know he died by starving himself to death for the human woman that stole his heart. She had heard the rumors behind his starvation, but no one knew the truth until the Demon King's descendant Yusuke had come along and revealed the truth to all of Makai. Some had thought Raisin was a fool to fall in love with a very woman that came from the very species he fed upon, but those that knew the Demon King the best also knew Raisin was just the kind of person to do that, and the man's honor would compel him not to eat in the name of love. And now I'm technically a slave to Raisin's grandson currently sitting less than 3 feet from me, thought QB, as she was unsure how to feel about that due to the relationship they had formed after that Bakajiraya threw the boy off into a cliff and nearly killed them both just to activate the summoning of the toads. She would have to ask Naruto for permission to kick the Sannin in the nuts for what he did, and QB was sure her vessel would do it anyway just to make a statement. Looking over at Gaara, the Fox Queen could secretly see Shukaku's power oozing all over the boy and knew the seal on him was weak and barely keeping the raccoon dog in line. In fact, the only reason the red-haired boy was feeling less pressure from the insane demon was due to Raisin's power and herself being added into the mix. Shukaku could never on his best day take QB down, even at her worst, and given she was nothing in comparison to Raisin, much less his new descendant was more than enough to keep the insane one-tailed from doing something stupid. "Are you the reason he is hated by the villagers?" said Shino, seeing the Fox Queen look at him for a moment before nodding. "Haven't you ever wondered why the people hated Naruto when growing up? How they tried to make him suffer for my sins? Being an Aburum, I'm sure you can see how logical it can be and how wrong their actions have been since they started," said QB, seeing Shino nod in understanding since the villagers had been cruel to Naruto. "I have often wondered and now I know why. From what I heard of your conversation with Raisin, it appears you were not yourself when attacking the village and the blame for it lies with Uchiha Madara. I was under the impression he died fighting the Shade ages ago at the Valley of the End," said Shino, hearing QB chuckle and shake her head. "I know what I saw, Aburum. I have very good memory and I know I saw his Sharingan eyes before he used their power on me. I know them because he used them on me when fighting your Shade Hokage for the right to be Hokage in the first place. How do you think that valley became what it is?" said QB, as she saw Shino's eyebrows rise up and knew he put things together. "I see. Can Naruto be influenced by such power?" said Shino, knowing that Naruto had become something of a half-demon if not full demon and could possibly be affected by the Sharingan. "If there is one thing about Raisin you should know regarding his bloodline, is there is no one in the human realm, demon realm, and the heavenly realm for that matter who has the power to influence him," said QB, seeing Shino nod before looking at Naruto's still slumped form. "Winner by forfeit. Sabaku no Tamari," said Genma in the arena below, which surprised everyone again since Shikamaru had Tamari caught in his shadow possession jutsu, and yet the genin forfeited, stating he was out of chakra before letting his opponent go. "Damn it, Shikamaru. Why do you have to be so lazy?" said Ino, angrily, seeing her friend and teammate give up like that with such a lame excuse. "Troublesome blonde. Win or lose I'm going to get yelled at by Ino. I can make it happen on my own terms at the very least," thought Shikamaru as he let out a sigh and soon found himself up in the fighter's box with everyone else. "Looks like my match is next. Thank you for talking with me, QB-sama," said Shino as he bowed his head slightly and began walking towards the steps to head down to the arena. "Proctor, I forfeit," said Kankuro, getting boos from the crowd. "Now it is my turn," said Gaara softly as he left silently down the steps closest to him and didn't look back to see the others looking in his direction. And it was at that point did Naruto open his eyes and stood up too, before walking over to where he could get a good view of the arena floor to see the next fight. "Raisin-sama," said QB, as she didn't know if it was Naruto now in control or still Raisin in the transformed body. "No, Kaio-chan. Grandpa's gone," said Naruto in a deeper, more mature-sounding voice as he stared down at Gaara and the space where the Uchiha was supposed to be. "But wasn't. I see. I'm sure you had a lot to talk about inside your mind," said QB as she looked where he did and saw the same thing with her eyes too. There was no Uchiha. So why were they waiting for the spoiled brat to arrive? Did she just answer her own question? "We talked. We trained. I now know many truths that were kept hidden from me. No more will I be lied to by the likes of them," said Naruto as he looked at the Sandaime across from him and let out a demonic growl at the old Kage. Genma was about to call the fight in Gaara's favor by Sasuke not being in the arena when lo and behold the boy along with his sensei appeared in a swirl leaves meant to impress everyone around them. Of course, given what happened with Naruto changing into his new demonic form, the entrance Uchiha Sasuke had was worthy of a yawn and a small clap at best. "Are we late?" said Kakashi, seeing the people weren't impressed with their entrance and he found that rather odd. "Not only are you late, Kakashi, but Uchiha Sasuke nearly got himself disqualified had the third Hokage not show leniency and pushed the match back. Incidentally, your other student beat Niji and made your entrance look like crap compared to him," said Genma as he pointed to the fighter's box and the two-leaf shinobi next to him looked at the new improved version of Uzumaki Naruto with wide eyes. "Is that Naruto?" thought Kakashi as he felt a sudden wave of fear run through his body and saw those angry bloodlust-filled eyes staring back. Seconds later, the same figure was in front of Kakashi and Sasuke, with everyone tensing at Naruto's sudden presence on the arena floor. "What I have to say to you two fighting will be quick, so shut up and listen. I don't care who it is that wins this match. I honestly don't give two shits which one of you advances to face me. I have a lot of anger itching to come out, and the winner of this match will have to fight me in the next round. So before either of you move in to try to winning against the other, just remember who it is you're fighting next." "Just ask Neji if you don't believe me," said Naruto, letting out a demonic chuckle before disappearing and then reappearing to the right of the Hokage while leaning on the railing of the Kage booth. "Then Naruto?" said the Sandaime, seeing the boy grinning in his new body, and it made the old Kage's heartbeat faster while Genma ordered the start of the match below them. "Grandpa Raisin wanted to let you know the Shinigami is looking forward to claiming your soul, old man. Something to do with the village breaking their side of the contract when it came to Kaio-chan's containment all those years ago and seeing me as a hero. You did a very bad thing putting that blocker on the seal, old man. A very naughty thing to do," said Naruto, glaring at the Sandaime Hokage, now looking to flee from his sight, but couldn't because the glare kept the old man in place. And they both knew the moment the third moved from his seat he was a dead duck during hunting season. "Then Naruto, I did what I did in order to," said the Sandaime Hokage as he stopped when Naruto pointed his index finger at him and saw the boy wagging it in a scolding manner while shaking his head. "Save your excuses for the Shinigami, old man. I don't want to hear it," said Naruto as he turned his head to see Sasuke charging up the lightning in his hand while on the stadium wall and Gaara forming a dome of sand over his body with a giant eyeball above to see things for the redhead. "Chidori," said Sasuke with his Sharingan activated as he charged forward and thrust the lightning in his hand into Gaara's sand dome. For a moment there was silence as the Suna siblings couldn't believe someone had hit the dome of sand and that it was Uchiha Sasuke of all people. Kakashi was in the stands with the audience with pride showing on his masked face at the sight of the Kazekage's son being taken down a peg by his favorite student. In another lifetime, things would have been different as Sasuke's Chidori should have pierced the dome of sand and hit Gaara right in the shoulder. In another lifetime, Sasuke would have caused Gaara to panic at the sight of his own blood being spilled instead of it being the other way around, but that was not this lifetime and not this day on account of Shukaku not whispering things to his vessel to distract the boy from the fight. As such, when the eyeball saw the Chidori coming at him, Gaara's mind instantly thickened the sand around him to compress into a denser shield and stop the attack from piercing his shield. "My turn," said Gaara to himself as his sand wrapped around Sasuke's arm and crushed it before throwing the Uchiha away several feet. Now many in the audience were worried as the Uchiha prodigy many thought would be unstoppable had just been thrown aside like a rag doll by the youngest of the Kazekage's children and his mastery over sand. Kakashi himself was shocked as he had trained Sasuke to combat Gaara using his personal jutsu and combined it with the speed training he copied from Lee to pass down to the Uchiha to use perfectly to defeat the retarded boy. In the Jounin's mind and by all accounts, Sasuke should be winning. How could he have done that? Kakashi-sensei said the Chidori would pierce through the sand and do what no other jutsu could. So why did it fail? Thought Sasuke as he got up off the ground and held onto his mutilated arm. Is that it? Is that your power? You spent that whole month preparing to use speed and that jutsu on me? Nothing else? Pathetic, said Gaara, seeing Sasuke looking at him with intense anger in his eyes. How dare you talk back to me like that? I'm an Uchiha. An elite. You're nothing more than some bastard child of the Kazekage, said Sasuke, seeing Gaara looking back at him with that calm unreadable expression on his face. You think I care about being his child? I don't care about my father at all. If given the chance, I would kill him right now and all of the people in Suna that support his actions regarding my life, said Gaara before shooting sand bullets at Sasuke, and the Uchiha had to use his Sharingan to help dodge the attacks. Before the match could continue any further, however, feathers fell from the sky and an explosion was heard above in the Kage booth. The invasion of the Leaf had begun. All around them, Leaf forces were finding themselves fighting Sound and Suna shinobi, while the Kazekage's 3 children appeared in the center of the arena. Damari was now telling Gaara to unleash Shukaku, as was the plan when they allied with Orochimaru to take down Konoha, but Gaara shook his head, saying Shukaku didn't want to come out even if its vessel was asleep. And would have said more had QB not appeared in front of them with a scowl on her face. Don't even think about it. Even if you let Shukaku out, I'm the least of your worries, and you know who it is I'm talking about, said QB, as she pointed to where Naruto was now in a barrier containing the Sandaime Hokage and Orochimaru with the battle they're about to take place. She's right. even without Naruto fighting out here, there is no way the Shukaku would even stand a chance against QB, and it's not like she let Gaara release it, thought Temari, as she saw Kankuro's hand sliding back towards his puppets, but one of the tails from QB pierced his hand and began to burn it with her chakra. Don't even think about it, gender bender, said QB, as she heard Temari snicker at him and the boy saying he was wearing war paint. If that was true, then why was there lipstick sticking out of the boy's pocket and labeled property of Sabaku no Temari on it? With Naruto, the Sandaime, and Orochimaru. It seems we're at a standoff. On one hand, I would like to kill the old man myself for his act of betrayal against me, but if I do try, I know you'll try something on me afterwards, Orochimaru, and I know better than that. Same could be said for you too, old man, said Naruto, seeing the two Kage-level shinobi standing on either side of him several feet away, and both were being very cautious of him. And rightfully so. What do you say, Sarutobi-sensei? Put aside our differences to take down the legacy of the Demon King, said Orochimaru, as he had hoped the barrier would be up before the brat could appear, but Naruto was too fast and most likely too powerful to be kept out. As much as I am sickened by such an idea, there is no other choice before me, and so we'll fight together against our common foe, said the Sandaime, removing his robes to reveal his battle gear he wore underneath the robes. You'll do anything to escape your judgment, old man. Even siding with that of traitors, said Naruto, seeing the two had decided to team up to face him. I did what I did because the village would have been destroyed. I did what I did because it was the only way to ensure your loyalty, said the Sandaime, hearing Naruto chuckle and then laugh like he was told a joke. Then why lie to my godmother? Why not have her raise me? Why have my godfather not raised me properly? Why tell them about the QP at all? Why not tell those that knew they were sworn to silence? You know, for a professor, you are really stupid, and it shows given the quality behind the majority of your so-called students, said Naruto, as he continued laughing further and upsetting both shinobi before him. Enough talk. Time to die, said Orochimaru, as he brought out Kusanagi, and the third Hokage brought out Enma the Monkey King to become his staff. Bring it, said Naruto, as the two charged him, and intent on defeating the legacy of the strongest Demon King in all of Makai. They would soon realize that battle instincts were indeed in his blood. With QB. QB. Said Kakashi, as he appeared with his Sharingan active and was fully prepared to use it. Why hello Haddock. Finally able to see I'm not the boy you've denied training for the Chunin exams. Said QB mockingly, seeing Kakashi scowl at her. What are you talking about? I trained Sasuke non-stop this entire month to face Gaara, said Kakashi, as he was soon joined by Guy, Asuma, and then Kurenai. You forgot about my vessel. Don't you even remember his name? Let me help. It begins with an N and ends with an O. Can you piece together the middle, or do I have to write out the entire alphabet to finish what you can't? Said QB, as she saw Kakashi snarl at her behind his mask and knew she hit a nerve. That boy is cannon fodder at best. By all rights, Naruto shouldn't even be in the Chunin exam finals and should have lost to Kiba in the preliminaries, said Kakashi, as he saw QB laugh at him and smiled wickedly while the other Jounin looked at the man with surprise. Really? Then how do you explain his victory of Hyuga? Not by my hands, I assure you. In fact, the only training he got was from the Toad-san in Jiraiya for summoning toads, and even then the man had forbidden Naruto from even using them for the finals. Said QB, seeing the Jounins in front of her look surprised. Simple. The boy is not a boy. He's a monster. A monster and demon just like you, said Kakashi, as he prepared to use his Rikiri on QB, and she scowled at him for it. Your sensei would be ashamed of you, said QB, seeing the man go wide-eyed and then charged at the Fox Queen. What do you know? You know nothing. Die, demon. Rikiri, yelled Kakashi, as he charged at QB with everything he had and prayed his Rikiri would strike true to end his mental suffering at losing the person he cared about more than his late father. He was instantly blasted away by a wave of QB's chakra and knocked back towards the three Jounin behind him. Be glad I'm still bound to Naruto-sama at the moment, Haddock. I know for a fact he wants to rip you to pieces personally, and not just because you left him with such a piss-poor instructor in favor of personally training the Uchiha. Said QB, as she saw the other Jounin look at Kakashi with disgust, since team dynamics and a sensei teaching each team fairly was considered a golden rule among them. So you're the QBI, Uchiha Sasuke command you to train me and submit to my will, said Sasuke, as he walked towards QB and still had his Sharingan activated. He was instantly kicked away from her and she snarled at the general direction where Sasuke went. That won't work on me anymore, Uchiha, and don't even think of doing it again or I will kill you, said QB, snarling at the downed crippled boy and turned to the direction of the Suna siblings, now with their sensei Baki joining them. I just received word from our forces back in Suna that the real Kazekage is dead and the one here is an impostor, said Baki, as he saw the late Kazekage's children look at him with surprise and saw the leaf shinobi suspected it was the work of Orochimaru. Inform your forces and pull everyone back, said QB, as she saw Baki look at her with surprise, and so did everyone else. Why are you helping us? Helping Suna? Said Tamari, as she saw QB smirk at her, and it brought chills to her spine. Because I know Naruto-sama would want me to help you out. He's just like his demonic grandfather in regards to being honorable, said QB seeing Baki nod and instantly got on his radio system to broadcast the news, along with the sign to retreat. Kage's booth. Naruto smirked at the two trying to work together in killing him, but compared to Raisin and the intense training the young Uzumaki went through in his head to catch up to his body, they didn't stand a chance. Naruto dodged Orochimaru's blade, broke the sword arm, dodged the Sandame's staff, the hand that shot out of the staff, and did a perfectly executed spin kick to the Sandame's head, sending the old man flying away from him. Orochimaru tried to use his tongue to wrap around the boy's neck like back in the Forest of Death, but the boy grabbed the tongue and pulled hard with the result being the long muscled appendage being painfully removed from the Sannin's mouth. Orochimaru screamed in pain as blood left his mouth, making the scream become muffled, and tried to use one-handed seals to perform one of his more complex jutsus, right before Naruto punched an arm straight through his stomach. Blood was leaking down the arm of the demon boy as he felt the Sannin's blood flowing out of his stomach and Orochimaru trying desperately to breathe. Hurts, doesn't it? You may be able to dish out pain when the need arises, but you cannot take it, and that is your weakness. How does it feel to know you're about to taste death? Me? I've tasted it on several occasions in the past. The people in this village have always tried to kill me, but they failed thanks to the Hokage, and for good reason. If I died, the Shinigami would have become aware of the contract being broken by them, and Kayu-chan would be fully free to do whatever it is she wants to this village. Not that it matters now, as the Shinigami has left Kayu-chan under my watchful eye and making things right in the world, said Naruto, as he ripped his arm out of Orochimaru's stomach and the man's intestinal tract. No. Said the Sandame, as he saw his former student fall to the ground dead after losing his internal organs. There's one pain in the ass the Shinigami wanted dead now gone. You're going to join him soon, old man. Said Naruto glaring at the Sandame, who was doing the same back, and the Hokage charged him. You know nothing. All I have done, all that I have lost, and all I have sacrificed was meant to keep the leaf safe. What do you know of sacrifice, you demonic abomination? Said the Sandame, as he lost many things in life over the years, and many loved ones. Among them were his two predecessors that once wore the title of Hokage, later it was his wife, then his successor to the title of Hokage Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and now his favorite former student Orochimaru, had been robbed of life. Sure, the Sannin had done some evil things, but that didn't mean the man wasn't without a special place in the old man's heart and deserved some form of forgiveness. Right. Me? I don't know about sacrifice. How many times have I been sacrificed for your own gains? How many times was I beaten? How many times was I stabbed by mobs you could have stopped at any time? My security detail when I was a kid failed over 80% of the time, and I was nearly killed by that same detail 50% of that. You've lied to me about everything just to have me under your thumb. Well, now I'm going to break your thumb along with the rest of your old and feeble body. Said Naruto, as he blocked the staff, countered a kick, broke the third Hokage's leg, knocked the staff away, broke the old man's left shoulder, his jaw, nose, the other leg, and right arm at the elbow, nearly ripped off the body from the impact of the half-demon strike. It was for your own good, said the Sandame definitely. Try telling that to my father and mother when you see them. After you die, I dare you to explain it to them after facing the Shinigami's judgment, said Naruto, before kicking the Sandame's head clean off his shoulders. Holy shit. Said the female redeed of the Sound Four, as she along with the others saw this had kept the barrier up even after Orochimaru died, and were too shocked to even let it down afterwards. Get the fuck out of my sight before I decide to aim my anger at the four of you, said Naruto, not wanting to fight pawns of the late Orochimaru right now. But that said, the barrier around him shattered, and the Sound Four began to flee back to Rice Country to do whatever they felt like doing. However, just as Naruto began to walk away, Jiraiya appeared in front of him with an angry look on his face, and it was one the young half-demon returned. You killed the Sandame Hokage, said Jiraiya having witnessed the murder with his own eyes. According to Grandpa Raisin, I had two on the order of the Shinigami himself. Are you going to tell me I should defy the Shinigami for something that was the Sandame's fault, just like the village is at fault regarding the contract my father made with the deity? Said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya's eyes widen slightly, knowing what he was referring to in regards to the death god. Even still, the village will seek to punish you, and nothing said can change that, said Jiraiya, as the two were soon surrounded by Anbu, and Naruto just smirked. Nothing? Are you sure? Maybe you'd like to contact my godmother. I'm pretty sure she'd love to hear how you and the Sandaime screwed her over by lying about me being dead. But her godson, who was entrusted by the wishes of my mother to raise me in the off chance you couldn't, and that the village broke the contract the Yondaime made with the Shinigami regarding Kaiju-chan's sealing. Did you ever wonder what the afterlife awaits for someone who has earned the wrath of the Shinigami and breaks a contract with him? Because that's what the Sandaime, you, and the rest of the people that went against my father's dying wish did after he sealed her into my body. Perhaps you'd like to die now with the rest of the filth in the village in order to face his judgment and my parents for your pathetic arrogance," said Naruto as he saw Jiraiya sweating now and the boy knew the Sannin didn't want that. "Everyone back away. Now," said Jiraiya as he motioned for the Anbu to step away from Naruto and the elite shinobi were surprised by this. "Jiraiya-sama, you can't be serious. This demon has to pay for killing the Sandaime," said the Anbu captain before QB herself materialized beside Naruto and then whispered something into his ear. "Do as I say. I am the strongest shinobi now currently in the village and my order will be obeyed until an official Hokage has been decreed," said Jiraiya as he saw Naruto still grinning at him and it sickened the Sannin greatly. "Smart move. Though you are not the strongest shinobi in the village." "I am," said Naruto as he grinned at Jiraiya once more and then walked away from the man to find a place to relax. "This isn't over, Naruto. You will have to be punished for this act," said Jiraiya making Naruto laugh like it was a joke. "Just try. It will only bring you closer to the death god's doorstep," said Naruto as he along with QB were instantly gone from his sight and deep down. Jiraiya knew the boy was right. Damn it, thought Jiraiya knowing that he'd have to tell the Fire Daimyo what happened regarding the Sandaime's death. It was about a week after the invasion before the Fire Daimyo came to the Leaf, his army of samurai right behind him and meeting with Jiraiya along with the three governing bodies of Konoha. The man had heard many rumors during the week about the Leaf, but they seemed so absurd and was finding them difficult to be true. The descendant of a demon king. Contracts with the Shinigami. Something about the QB being connected to the two. Where did it end? "Welcome Daimyo-sama. I trust the trip here was pleasant," said Jiraiya seriously though decided a little small talk with the feudal lord couldn't hurt. "It was pleasant enough given the news that's reached my ears. You, the councils, and the clan heads have a lot of explaining to do, Jiraiya-san. I also want to speak to the son of the Yondaime, who if the rumors about him are true, is the descendant of a demon king from the demonic realm and was the vessel of QB," said the Fire Daimyo as he saw Jiraiya flinch and knew that the rumor about that was indeed true. "Of course, sir. I'll have an Anbu request his presence before the meeting starts," said Jiraiya seeing the Fire Daimyo raise an eyebrow at him. "One of the same Anbu who I believe have failed deliberately in protecting him when he was younger and helped in his mistreatment. I think not. One of my aides will seek him out," said the Fire Daimyo as he motioned for one of his heads to find Naruto and a look telling the man to be respectful. "But your aide respectfully doesn't know where to find him," said Jiraiya as he saw the Fire Daimyo smirk and look at the Sannin like he had an ace of his sleeve. "My aide is also an expert tracker who was trained by his father and former hunter Nin born from this very village. The man can find anyone I wish. Besides, given the general description of the Yondaime's son and his features, he shouldn't be hard to find," said the Fire Daimyo having heard of the description of what Naruto looked like and knew it wouldn't be long before his aide found the boy. But Naruto. The Uzumaki, now Namika's boy, was currently at a training ground sparring with a few shadow clones and being watched by the Fox Queen QB. It wasn't like there was anything else he could do on account of people avoiding him and QB for being what they were. Even most of the other rookie 9+ guys team were hesitant to go near him now as they feared for what Naruto or even QB in his name would do. The only fraction of the group willing to go near him was Hinata, Shino, and Lee, though Naruto had to visit the latter of the three in the hospital on account of the bowl haircut boy's injuries. "You can come out now," said Naruto looking at the trees and saw a regal yet strong-looking individual wearing the seal of the Fire Daimyo on his shoulder come forward before kneeling a few feet away. "Namikaze-sama, it is the respected wish of the Fire Daimyo that you speak to him in regards to a meeting coming up with the governing bodies of Konoha, Jiraiya, and of course Fire Daimyo himself," said the feudal lord's aide. "Am I to be brought up on charges?" said Naruto seeing the aide shake his head no. "Not to my knowledge. The Fire Daimyo only wishes to speak to you during the meeting." "Nothing more," said the aide and saw Naruto nod before motioning for QB to follow. "Tell the Fire Daimyo I'll see him there. Just need to take a shower. Wouldn't want to meet the man without being dressed for the occasion," said Naruto as he saw the aide nod and then leave to inform his master. "You really want to have a meeting with him? For all we know, he allowed your abuse to happen and is trying to cover his ass," said QB not liking human politics anymore than she liked most humans. "If the Fire Daimyo is involved then there is no better time to kill him. said Naruto simply. Hokage Tower meeting room. I'm Yosama, I must respectfully protest this demonic abomination attending this meeting, and even more so with a QB bitch, said a civilian councilman, as he glared at Naruto, and QB hoping the fire daimyo would kick the two out. I asked for the young Namikaze clan heir to join us. If he chooses to bring QB with him, then that it is his choice, and I will not oppose her joining us, said the fire daimyo with the councilman grinding his teeth in anger. He killed the Sandaime Hokage. My old teammate needs to be avenged, and this monster has to be killed for his actions, said Kaharu, as she saw Naruto scoff at her statement, and QB smirking. Considering how the Sandaime along with most of the village broke their side of the contract regarding Kaio-chan's imprisonment in my body, I think the one needing to do the avenging would be me, and I'm not afraid to let a certain fox queen have a little fun too. Said Naruto, as he loved seeing the people before him tensing and paling in fear of fighting QB again along with himself. We are above the Shinigami. We are above the laws of such a god. Said Hamura as he stood up from his chair defiantly, and many on the civilian council were slamming their fists down approvingly. Such arrogance. Perhaps you along with the rest of the civilian council would like to fight me one-on-one? Said Naruto seeing the proud members of the councils become silent and made the boy smirk. That shut them up, thought QB, as she saw her master let out another chuckle and lean back in his chair like it was his throne. I thought so. You speak of power, but you have none, and you think this village cannot be destroyed because it has won so many battles in the past. Unfortunately, your victories have only made you arrogant, weak, and making you the target of other shinobi villages that want to see you humbled if not destroyed, said Naruto hearing the protests from the group, and they were silenced by the fire daimyo, raising his hand to silence them. What do you suggest, young Namikaze? Said the fire daimyo, as he saw the councils protest this, and were again silenced only this time by a glare from QB. Me? I'm not ready to lead the village. Not yet anyway. However, considering the state of things in the village is the fault of the Sandaime, I suggest a Hokage be appointed who is not tied down to the old traditional ways, can keep the councils in check. And see things from a much larger point of view, said Naruto seeing the councils become nervous and Danzo not liking it one bit. Who would such a person be that even you can trust? Said the fire daimyo knowing right now almost everyone in the village was on not so friendly terms with Naruto. My godmother. Senjutsu Tsunade, said Naruto seeing the councils explode in anger and knew they would hate his choice. Out of the question. She is a drunk. A gambler. She abandoned the village all these years, and I highly doubt the woman will come back just for him. Said Danzo seeing Naruto looking back at him with narrowed eyes and challenging the crippled cane walking man to do something. Tsunade only left because a certain dead Hokage and her former teammate of the Sannin lied about me being dead. I am the last thing she has to family right now and can keep her anchored in the leaf. She is the best medic in the elemental countries regardless of her vices, and I think it's high time my godmother came back to the village to fix this broken thing it's become. One that I don't need to remind you all her grandfather and uncle helped create years ago. To not even consider appointing Tsunade for the title of Hokage of the Leaf would be considered an insult, said Naruto grinning at playing his trump card. And saw many of the councils fidgeting slightly knowing that was true with the insult, possibly causing the woman to reconsider her loyalty to Konoha. Unfortunately, Senjutsu Tsunade is hard to reach, if at all right now, and someone else closer to home should be appointed. Someone like myself, said Danzo hoping the fire daimyo would consider that fact. You? Please. You're a year older than the Sandaime Hokage. The sight of you will only make the least enemies double in number, said Naruto seeing the warhawk narrow his eye at him. Naruto-sama, I sense something behind the man's covered eye. I think he might have a Sharingan underneath it, said QB in a whispered voice making Naruto narrow his eyes at Danzo. I'm afraid I have to agree with Namikaze-san on this Danzo. Tsunade is much younger, and her medical skills would help the Leaf immensely in refining the hospital along with the staff, said the fire daimyo, as he saw the man looking unhappy, and it made Naruto smile further. Even if you could appoint Tsunade as the Hokage, you would have to find her first, and that in itself is troublesome, said Narashikaku getting elbowed by Inoichi to shut up. If I could bring her back, would you appoint my godmother the title of Hokage? Said Naruto, as he saw everyone looking at him now and getting everyone's attention. I suppose. She would have to agree to it of course, said the fire daimyo, as he knew the woman wasn't very fond of the title, which made him surprise originally that Naruto would request Tsunade for the position and even offering to bring her back. You leave that to me, said Naruto grinning a devilish grin. Very well. As of now since this mission is of high importance, I am giving you the rank of Chunin and appointing you to find the last Sannin to bring back to the Leaf. Until Tsunade returns to Konoha, if at all to be appointed the title of Hokage, I will temporarily stay here to handle this village's affairs myself and assign you Jiraiya to assist Naruto in finding Tsunade. said the fire daimyo, seeing Jiraiya going pale with fear, knowing that finding Tsunade was like a rabbit trying to find a hungry wolf. I'll need the help of some good trackers. I have two in mind that I can trust, said Naruto, seeing the fire daimyo think about it for a second before nodding. Very well. You have several days to prepare for this mission, just let me have the names of the people you want and I'll make it official, said the fire daimyo, with his words effectively ending this meeting. I'll let them know and find out if they're interested, said Naruto, leaving with QB to find his potential teammates. But teammates sometime later. That's enough training for one day, said Kurenai, as she had her team working up a sweat in today's training and decided to give them a decent break. Come on Kurenai-sensei. I have to get stronger, said Kiba, as he was still kicking himself for losing in the preliminaries against Naruto and that he got to avenge Hinata's honor. You will, Kiba, but there is no real rush as the next Chunin exams are pretty far away at this point and rushing things won't help, said Kurenai, as she counted her blessings over the fact Naruto hadn't transformed into his new demonic form when fighting Kiba and put the Inyazuka in the hospital. Well said Naruto, appearing behind the Jounin and saw the two people he needed for his upcoming mission. Naruto, what are you doing here? Said Kiba, as he saw Hinata blushing at the sight of the Namikaze's muscles and growled at the fact his female teammate never looked at him the same way. Even Kurenai had a blush on her face. How unfair was that? Simple. I need Hinata-chan and Shino-san to join me on a mission approved by the fire daimyo himself. We're going to track down Senju Tsunade to become the next Hokage, with the help of Jiraiya of the Sannin, said Naruto, with Jiraiya's name spoken with clear disgust. A mission with Naruto-kun. Almost all alone with that manly muscled body of his to Ogalad. Joy. Thought Hinata, as she was so happy and would have fainted if not for the fact her eyes didn't want to stop seeing the muscled masterpiece that was Naruto's upper body. Senju Tsunade is one of the three Sannin. Her medical skills and knowledge are known throughout the elemental countries, said Shino, seeing Naruto nod in agreement. She's also my godmother. That aside, the line of potential candidates for being Hokage is short and there is no telling who the fire daimyo may choose for the position. That old Team Danzo wants it badly from what I could see, said Naruto, as he saw Kurenai raise an eyebrow at that, but she didn't disagree, knowing the old Warhawk had quite the rivalry with the Sandaime Hokage for the position. When do we leave for the mission? Said Shino, while Kiba was now complaining about not being on this mission. In the next few days, so get packed for the long trip. Tsunade has been dodging creditors since before we were born and won't be tracked easily. Be sure to bring your A-game, said Naruto, seeing Shino nod and leave to prepare, while Hinata was now pressing her fingers together nervously since she wanted to ask the demonic boy something. Unbelievable. He turns into an actual demon and she still likes him. Not that she's the only one. A few years from now and Anko will have practically tried to glue herself to his body, thought Kurenai, as she saw Hinata walk towards Naruto and hesitate to ask him a question. Then Naruto-kun, I wanted. Said Hinata, but unfortunately for her, one Inyazuka Kiba ruined her chance to ask Naruto on a date and got in the Namikaze's face. You think you're hot stuff, don't you? Well, you're not. Without QB or that demonic blood running in your veins, you would be the same loser I fought in the Chunin exam preliminaries and be the runt of the rookies. Said Kiba, with Hinata gasping at his words before something inside snapped and she moved so fast it even impressed Naruto. Before Kiba could even register the blow to his face, the Inyazuka was sent flying across the training ground, through several trees, and imprinting himself onto a boulder. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto looked from where Hinata had gently slugged Kiba to the girl in question, and saw the Hyuga heiress revert back to her usual shy self, complete with a red-faced blush. That hit was like one of Tsunade's punches. Thought Kurenai before looking at her student with a sense of pride in developing a backbone, despite it being used to hit her teammate into next week. Impressive right hand you have there, Hinata-chan. Most impressive, said Naruto, as he took that hand of hers and gently touched the back of it with his thumb, while the poor girl was having a full-blown close proximity to Naruto meltdown. Naruto-kun's touching my hand. He's touching my hand. Look at those muscles on his body. No, bad Hinata. Don't look or you'll faint. But those tattoos just makes him sexier, and that smile is just. Thought Hinata before her entire mind shut down and she fainted right into the very place her fantasies would be in the next fraction of a second. Crashing into Naruto's upper body. Chuckling at the girl's actions, Naruto picked Hinata up bridal style and handed her to Kurenai, currently watching with amusement yet cautioning as he tried to do something perverted to the Hyuga heiress. Bidding the Jounin a good day, Naruto left to head to the Namikaze estates and prepare for the mission after informing the fire daimyo the two genin had agreed to join him to track down Tsunade. Danzaku City 2 weeks later. You're sure the information was accurate? Said Naruto, as he along with QB, Shino, and Hinata were behind Jiraiya on a hill looking at the city below them. What? You're doubting my spy network now too? said Jiraiya, though the look from Naruto told the Sannin the boy doubted a lot of things about him. No. Just your competence in managing it to provide you with accurate information, since we've been bouncing from place to this one, said Naruto before looking at Shino and made a head motion to let loose some bugs to scout the city. Smart-ass brat, thought Jiraiya as he scowled at his godson and looked away from him. While Shino's bugs cover far and wide, we will cover the near and close by ourselves to make finding Tsunade easier, said Naruto as he tugged a little on his open Chunin vest given to him by the Fire Daimyo before the mission on putting together the team to find the lost female Sannin. As the group walked through the city, many were giving Naruto looks, though the ladies seemed to give him ones with lust in their eyes and couldn't ogling his chest. Many of the guys thought the kid was on steroids or something, since they felt there was no way Naruto could have all those muscles naturally. Hinata glared at the woman, telling them all to back off and stay away from her Naruto-kun unless they wanted to face the wrath of a Hyuga main family member. Incidentally, QB was feeling the same way for some reason as she stayed close to Naruto and gave a minor snarl when seeing some girl batter eyelashes at the demonic grandson of Raisin. I think I found her, said Shino, stopping suddenly after one of his flies landed on his shoulder. Where? Said Naruto, looking back at his logical friend. 2 blocks from us at the bar. A woman with large chakra levels is there drinking sake with another who is estimated to be Jounin level and is holding a very well clean pig, said Shino, not understanding how a pig could be so clean. That sounds like Tsunade and her assistant Shizune. As for the clean pig, it can only be Tsunade's faithful pampered pig Taunton, said Jiraiya confidently. When we get near, I want you to use your Byakugan to confirm it, Hinata-chan, and see if it is the person we seek, said Naruto, wanting to be absolutely sure it was Tsunade and not a bunch of missing nin trying to hide under a henge. Making their way to the bar, Hinata did indeed confirm it was Tsunade, Shizune, and the pet pig Taunton in the bar. Knowing the appearance of Four-Leaf Shinobi would spook his old teammate, Jiraiya has Shino and Hinata stay outside to watch the exits in case the female Sannin tried to run. As for Jiraiya, he along with Naruto entered the bar, while QB would take a seat at a table near them to keep an eye out inside the place, and the Toad Sannin walked up to Tsunade with hearty laugh with a side of cheer. Something that could have made children cry if they were inside of it. Tsunade Haim. It's good to see you, said Jiraiya in a boastful tone and saw the woman tense at the side of him. Jiraiya, you baka pervert, what the hell are you doing here? Said Tsunade as she saw the man sit down and then the kid next to him do the same. To her credit, Tsunade did blush slightly at the sight of the kid's physique he was sporting behind the unzipped Chunin vest, and Shizune was now cherry red in the face. They were also surprised the long-haired kid had so many complex tattoos on his body and the one on his face around one of his eyes. What? An old teammate can't come into a bar expecting to have a drink and not find his long-lost teammate sitting in the same bar doing the same. Maybe it's fate we meet at last for the date I've always wanted. Said Jiraiya, who heard a growl from Naruto at the mention of the word fate and knew it reminded the Namikas of Neji in their fight. Considering how it's you, I don't believe in fate and there is no chance in hell I'm going on a date with a self-proclaimed super pervert. I have standards, said Tsunade, seeing Jiraiya smile lessen and turn to the boy next to him. Yeah, well, you can't say I didn't try and sweep you off your feet, said Jiraiya, who got an elbow to the ribs from Naruto and it was telling him to focus on the mission. Who's the gaki? Another apprentice. I thought you swore on Minato's grave never to take another after what happened with QB. Said Tsunade, seeing the boy eyeing Jiraiya with anger now and the Toad Sannin was looking uneasy due to the question. Yeah, well. Something has come up back home that made me change my mind and it involves you too, said Jiraiya as he got another elbow to the ribs and a growl from Naruto to drop the cryptic talk. Something? Said Tsunade skeptically as she heard the elbow hit ribs and the ribs of her former teammate cracking in several places. More like someone. Me, said Naruto, seeing Tsunade now focus her full attention on him. And you are? Said Tsunade, waiting for a name to identify him for her mind. Naruto. Namikaze Naruto. I'm your godson. I'm also the killer of the Sandaime Hokage and Orochimaru, said Naruto, seeing Tsunade drop the sake cup in her hands and heard the gasp from Shizune. What did you just say? Said Tsunade, not fully understanding what the boy just said. Again, I said I'm your godson and I killed 2 people you personally know. The 3rd Hokage, who was once your Jounin sensei, and Orochimaru of the Sannin your former teammate, said Naruto, casually, seeing Tsunade look at Jiraiya for confirmation and the Toad Sannin grimly nodded at this news. Why? Why did you kill them? Said Tsunade as she gave Naruto a cold glaring look and was surprised it didn't faze the boy in the slightest. What do you know of the contract the Yondaime made with the Shinigami to seal up QB into my body? Said Naruto before explaining everything to Tsunade about what the 3rd did, the lies, the beatings, and the neglect that came with his life. That Jiraiya had helped the Sandaime lie to her about him being dead after the sealing, so Tsunade wouldn't return to the leaf to raise her godson, and that the Shinigami wished the old man dead. Killing Orochimaru too was a bonus at the time, since the Sannin had long overstayed his welcome in the land of the living and had to die too before the day was over. Let me get this straight. My sensei lied to me about your existence, my Baka teammate here helped and violated the contract the Yondaime set up when sealing QB into your body. Is that everything in a nutshell on why you killed him? Said Tsunade, seeing the boy nod. Yeah. They both robbed you of being a surrogate mother to me, just as they my life of having a childhood worthy having, said Naruto, seeing Tsunade glaring at Jiraiya's frightened form. You knew I'd protect him from those Bakas or take him away from the village if things got too dangerous to live there. You knew. Said Tsunade, standing up with her arms on the table and leaning down to glare at Jiraiya's shaking fear-oozing form. What do you want me to say, Tsunade? I was grieving. I was at a loss when it came to the death of my best student. When the Sandaime told me what he had planned to keep Naruto in the village no matter what, I didn't care about the boy and said I'd help make it happen. Hell, I even told our sensei how to seal the Shinigami signal system in the array design and warn him of what it would do to the seal. Did he care? No. Sensei probably figured he'd be dead at that point and the problem would arise for his next successor to handle it, said Jiraiya before he felt Tsunade grab him by the throat and lift him right out of his chair. And of course, should anything go wrong, you'd be dead around that time too, with a clear conscience on your soul and no regrets in leaving your student son to suffer. Do you really hate the QB so much you'd hurt your only godson and my godson at that? Said Tsunade. She pulled him face to face with her grip on his throat tightening. I've done enough noble things in this world that one little evil act isn't going to deny my right into the heavens when I die, Tsunade, said Jiraiya, as he wasn't afraid to die and knew Tsunade knew it too. Actually, that's not entirely accurate, Jiraiya, said Naruto, grinning a devilish grin, and it brought the two Sannin to focus their attention back to him. What do you mean? Said Shizu, now speaking for the first time since this argument spewed out. Jiraiya can't go up or down on account of what he did, so the Shinigamis decided to devour his soul, said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya pale at the idea of being punished for his actions and didn't want to die anytime soon. Or later for that matter. That's not fair. Said Jiraiya before Tsunade reinforced her grip on the man's throat. Maybe next time, you won't be so narrow-minded and do your job in the next life. Said Tsunade as she threw Jiraiya out of the bar via the wall and turned to her godson. There's more. The Fire Daimyo is looking into potential candidates worthy to hold the title of Hokage. The list is pretty short and your name came to the top of the list. Would you be interested in becoming what your grandfather and granduncle did years ago? Said Naruto, seeing Tsunade wanting to say something, which most likely what she had personally thought about the position of Hokage, but stopped for a second and began to rethink her answer. In truth, she didn't like the position of Hokage, mainly because all those in her family and heart had died because of it. They either died eventually from having the position or because it was their dream to become Hokage one day. However, if she denounced the position like the Sannin originally planned, then Tsunade would denounce her family and loved ones that strive to have that position. The Fire Daimyo supports the idea of me being Hokage. Said Tsunade finally before Naruto nodded his head. Sure does. Thinks your medical skills could help rejuvenate the hospital and re-educate the staff there, since they seem to have become lazy, said Naruto, meaning the hospital staff didn't like him and would rather forsake the Hippocratic Oath in order to have their revenge on QB. I suppose being Hokage wouldn't be bad. It would get me away from those damn debt collectors, said Tsunade, seeing Shizune and Naruto sweat drop. And let's not forget spending time with your godson. Your only godson at that, said Naruto, seeing Tsunade pause before smiling sheepishly. That too. Said Tsunade, seeing Naruto look at Shizune with a raised eyebrow, and the woman sighed. It's the sake. Blame it all on the sake. It's what I do, said Shizune, embarrassed by her teacher's behavior. Well said, Busty Blonde glared. Anton let out an oink in agreement to Shizune's statement. I'll keep that in mind, said Naruto, as he walked out of the bar with the two women and Pig so they could meet his three teammates for this mission. So you're QB? Said Tsunade, as she had to admit the Fox Queen was quite beautiful for a female demon and saw the seal on her neck, proving she was indeed still bound to Naruto. Yes. Currently in the service of Naruto-sama for Kami knows how long, said QB, as she saw Tsunade measuring her up and yet sensed the Sannin was pleased to know one of the most powerful demons in this world was female. Don't act like you don't enjoy being around me, Kaio-chan, said Naruto as he smirked at her and saw the blush reach the Fox Queen's face. Aka thought QB as she saw Tsunade raise an eyebrow at her and the Fox Queen just gave a look that said don't ask. Senju Tsunade, meet my two teammates I recruited for this mission. Aburam Shino and Hyuga Hinata. They are part of the genin tracking cell for Team 8 and two of the few people in the Leaf I trust, said Naruto, seeing Shinobu respectively and Hinata doing the same, though she had a blush on her face because of him. Not bad. Jiraiya finds me with his spy network, then these two use their tracking skills to follow the trail and confirm it's really me before the encounter. In the event I resist, you along with QB keep me from running and bringing me back to Konoha by force if necessary. I can see why you got promoted to Chunin in the first place, said Tsunade, seeing the demonic boy let out a chuckle at the praise and wave it off. Ranks and titles mean nothing to me, Tsunade. I'm just a simple person trying to make my way through this cruel world, said Naruto, laughing before looking at Jiraiya finally getting off the ground after being thrown through the wall of the building earlier. Okay. Mission successful, team. Now let's head back to Konoha, said Jiraiya while staggering over to them. It's late in the afternoon. Nightfall will be upon us in a few hours. Logic dictates we stay somewhere tonight and then return in the morning, said Shino, with the rest of the group agreeing. Someplace fancy. Expensive even. And you Baka are paying for it all whether you like it or not, said Tsunade, seeing Jiraiya gapping at her while Naruto agreed with that statement. Why me? Why not Naruto? Said Jiraiya, knowing the kid's clan fortune wasn't small by any means. Because, as your future Hokage I said so, and it's not like you're strapped for cash given your damn books being sold all over the elemental countries, said Tsunade, knowing the man had money but never spent it and freeloaded off others before they realized the man had the cash to spend. Fine. But only if you let me see your boobs for inspiration purposes for my new book, said Jiraiya, who got punched in the face by Tsunade and faintly heard the yelling of Baka pervert. By the slug princess. Idiot. Oh well. At least he doesn't know we swiped his wallet, said Naruto, as he saw QB holding the massive thing with lots of cash stuffed inside, and the two were grinning evilly with Tsunade over the amount they had acquired from the Toad Sannon. Nice. Now let's spend Jiraiya Baka's money, said Tsunade cheerfully. Not far from them, two people wearing black cloaks with red clouds with straw hats with bells on them were watching the group, and the shorter of the two had his Sharingan eyes activated. He was Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Next to him, as blue-skinned man with shark-like teeth and wrapped sword strapped to his back looking in the same direction as his partner. He was Hoshigaki Kisame and was once one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. So is the QB Brad among them, said Kisame, not being able to properly sense their target among the group. Something is wrong, Kisame, said Itachi, as he felt a cold chill run up his spine, and that normally told him something bad was about to happen. What? Is the Gaki there or not? Said Kisame, seeing Itachi now look at him with a hint of worry. The QB is not in the boy. Not anymore, said Itachi, seeing Kisame's eyes nearly fly out of his sockets. What? I thought you said the Yondame's seal wouldn't let that happen, said Kisame, having been told by Itachi about the design of the seal and what it entailed. I thought so too. Somehow, QB has been freed and she is with them down there, said Itachi, seeing Kisame go a little pale. So even if we took down the QB, which is a big if unto itself, we have to deal with a Sannin, 1 Chunin, and 2 Genin. Not to mention that other one will come back soon too, said Kisame, seeing Itachi shake his head no. The one wearing the Chunin vest isn't human, Kisame. He's something else. A demon stronger than QB, said Itachi, seeing Kisame looking ready to have a panic attack. You're shitting me? Seriously? Stronger than the QB? How is that possible? I thought QB was the strongest demon of the 9-tailed beasts, said Kisame, not wanting to believe that they would have to fight 2 demons instead of 1 now. I am not, said Itachi, seeing Kisame gritting his teeth. So what do you want to do? We have to do something or Pain-sama will kill us, said Kisame, knowing they were sent to retrieve the QB vessel, but things had changed and it wasn't like they could just defeat the group with a snap of their fingers. My Sharingan can suppress QB. I'll deal with her. You take the other one, said Itachi, seeing Kisame nod, knowing that between them, it was the Uchiha who had the edge in taking down QB and that may be just what they needed. What about the others? Said Kisame, as he saw Itachi look at him for a second and then look back at the group. We can't engage them. Focus on our objective when she's alone, said Itachi, as he saw Kisame nod and knew finesse was the better strategy in this case over brute strength. At the hotel suite. Ah, the life of luxury and pampering. I love it, said Tsunade, as she collapsed backward against the soft queen-size bed and loved how it helped relax her back muscles. Very nice. We should rob Jiraiya of his money more often, said Naruto, laughing with QB at the idea. Their rooms are over there, said Shizune, addressing Shino and Hinata to the 2 rooms beyond the door to their left. And ours are here on the right, said Naruto, seeing Shizune nod. But that said, everyone went to their respective rooms and decided to get some rest before moving out tomorrow back to Konoha. Sometime later, Jiraiya came into the hotel room before Shizune informed him that his room was the farthest of all of them from Tsunade and to an extent QB herself. Shizune's look telling Jiraiya to not even think about looking at Hinata's room or her own for that matter, should the sudden urge to do any research for his dirty books arise from this event. It was around midnight for Naruto that he awoke after sensing two people arriving at his door, and they were not with his group, nor did he sense they were friendly. Getting out of bed, the Namikaze walked to his door and opened it just before the shorter of the two in front of him could knock. "Would you by chance be Uzumaki Naruto?" said Itachi, seeing the boy was a sight to behold with so many tattoos on his body. "Namikaze Naruto actually. Why? You from Iwa or something? Because if you are, I'm giving you all of 5 seconds to turn around and leave before unleashing my anger on your two asses." "Decide," said Naruto, seeing Itachi's eyes widen slightly and Kisame grinning, a bit of fighting an actual Namikaze. "No. We're actually here for QB, surrender her to us or there will be trouble," said Itachi, hearing Naruto growling demonically at his words and sensing the unbelievable power the boy was generating. "I choose trouble." "Bring it," said Naruto, seeing Itachi activate his eyes and Kisame now unwrapping his sword. Itachi tried to use his eyes to suppress the demonic energy around Naruto, as it would have done with the QBs, but for some reason, the Uchiha prodigy found the demonic presence around the boy growing with each passing second. Before the Uchiha could react, even with his Sharingan activated, Naruto had moved with unmatched speed and proceeded to punch him hard in the gut that sent the former Leaf Shinobi through the wall across from the boy's room. Kisame brought his trust sword Samehada down on Naruto, but the Namikaze dodged it and grinned evilly at the former missed swordsman. Kisame tried again, using different fluid sword swings only a master swordsman could perform, and yet the boy had dodged each of them without breaking a sweat. It was pissing the shark man off something fierce as he kept swinging and missing, with Naruto now laughing like this was a joke. Like Hoshigaki Kisame was a joke. "Hold still, you maggot," said Kisame as he destroyed the walls, ceiling, and floor with his intended target being unhittable. "Make me," said Naruto as he was having a much better time fighting Kisame than he had fighting Orochimaru and the Sandaime. This guy knew how to fight. Still, all things had to come to an end. Dodging a vertical swing from Samehada, which was now mere inches from his shoulder, Naruto launched a vicious spin kick at Kisame's head, which sent the swordsman flying across the corridor of the hall, skidding across the wooden floor and creating a spiderweb crack in the wall he hit. Kisame got up off the ground, spitting the blood leaking into his mouth, and saw Naruto was joined by QB, Tsunade, Shizune, Jiraiya, and the two other genin, having heard the sounds of battle. "Kisame, we need to leave," said Itachi as he appeared clutching his ribs where Naruto hit him and saw his teammate wasn't ready to go just yet. "Damn brat. No one lands a hit on me and lives," said Kisame as he was going through hand signs for a water jutsu to flood the area. "You obviously think I'm still human. Here's some free advice." "I'm not," said Naruto as he grinned at Kisame and pointed his right index finger at the swordsman with red ball of demonic energy forming into a smaller ball at the tip of the sharpened fingernail. "Kisame, we need to retreat. Now," said Itachi, but it was clear his partner didn't care and chose to ignore the Uchiha. "Water style. Tidal wave jutsu," said Kisame before launching a massive blast of water down the corridor at the group. "Demon gun," said Naruto before firing the single shot of red demonic energy at the water and destroyed it, while Itachi grabbed Kisame to barely dodge the attack that left a massive hole in the wall. "He just destroyed my jutsu with a single shot of that attack," thought Kisame, seeing Naruto grinning at him. "You should thank your partner, fishy boy. There was more than enough demonic energy in that attack to wipe out 100 of you," said Naruto as he walked towards the two and was cracking his knuckles with glee written on his face. Not giving Kisame time to respond, Itachi grabbed his partner and unleashed the power of Amaterasu on the floor in front of them to keep the demonic boy at bay. Naruto stood in front of the dark flame, scowling at it, knowing that even he had to be cautious when being near this flame, and saw the pair retreat through the very hole he made. "Don't touch it. That fire is very dangerous," said Jiraiya as he used his skills in sealing to contain the dark fire into a scroll and put it away for further study. "Who were they, Jiraiya?" said Tsunade, as she had seen one was Itachi and the other was from Mist, if the sword was any indication. "One was Uchiha Itachi and the other was Hoshigaki Kisame. They are both part of an organization called the Akatsuki. Its purpose, from what information I've gathered on them, is to capture all the tailed beasts and use them in some manner," said Jiraiya, seeing Naruto glaring at him, and so was the Fox Queen herself. "And you were going to inform me of this when? Were you even going to tell me at all? Or train me to combat them?" said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya looking away from him. "I had orders not to by the Sandaime. When the organization was brought to his attention, I recommended that training you to prepare for them was the best option, but the old man said differently and wanted to keep you bound to the village," said Jiraiya as he seeing the boy growl. And saw his clawed hands flex. "And like a good subordinate you obeyed, knowing the decision the old fool made was wrong. Why am I not surprised by your spineless actions, said Naruto, seeing Jiraiya scowl at him now. I trusted the Sandaime to make the right decision regarding your life, Naruto. It wasn't my place to question my former sensei, said Jiraiya, who was blown back by a burst of demonic energy by Naruto. And found himself pinned to the wall with a near-crushing grip from the hand wrapped around his throat. Wasn't your place? So the abuse I suffered wasn't your place to stop knowing it was wrong? What kind of godfather are you to let your only godson suffocate under the oppressive rule of your so-called sensei that wished to have me under his thumb? You're unfit to be my godfather, much less stay alive to see the next sunrise, said Naruto, as he so wanted to crush the man right now and send him to the Shinigami for his crimes. Do it. Send me to oblivion, said Jiraiya as he saw the desire in Naruto's eyes and the boy's free hand ready to do what it did to Orochimaru not that long ago. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't kill him and simply let go of the Sannin while looking down at the man's slumped form on the floor. In due time, Jiraiya. You still have some use, but don't think your use in this world will be enough to repent for your past sins against me and my family in general, said Naruto before walking away from the Sannin. Who said I wanted to repent? Said Jiraiya, mumbling to himself, but QB heard it and she retaliated by kicking the man right between the legs. Say something like that again, pervert, and I will kill you myself for your crimes against his family, said QB as she walked away and let the man whimper for the rest of the night alone, knowing he would be pissing quite a bit of blood for over a week. Konoha several days later. I see the invasion left its fair share of marks on the place, said Tsunade as she walked with a group into the leaf and saw signs of where the invasion hit pretty hard. You would think the invasion would humble them in realizing Konoha isn't invincible like they've led themselves to believe, but all it does is inflate their ego due the enemy losing in the end, and it has only increased their arrogance, said Naruto as he saw the people glaring at him and whispering names in his direction. I still say you should kill them all, Naruto-sama. They deserve nothing more than death and suffering at the hands of the Shinigami, said QB as she wanted to see this place burn so badly and could almost smell the fires of hell rising from the ground to make it happen. They'll die soon enough, Kaio-chan. Just hold out until then, said Naruto, as he would make changes to this place when he became its Hokage eventually, and his first order of business then would be to wipe out the old generation so the new one could grow more freely. Yes, Naruto-sama, said QB as she blushed slightly at his use of her name, which was toned with affection and was different from when Raisin had used it. Not if I can help it, thought Jiraiya as he was walking with a limp and was a bit angry Tsunade refused to heal his injury so he wouldn't piss blood. When the group got to Hokage Tower, Tsunade greeted the Fire Daimyo, telling the man she would become the new Hokage of Konoha and that she would do everything within her power to make things right. The Fire Daimyo accepted her words and the two prepared for the inauguration ceremony to take place in the next couple of days. The two councils were far from thrilled from this as they would rather support Danzo in being the new Hokage than her and his root program over the medic one Tsunade wanted to create years ago, back during the Second Shinobi War when the Sandaime Hokage was still young. We do not approve of your appointment to be Hokage lightly, Tsunade. Even if it is backed by the Fire Daimyo, said Kaheru as she looked at Tsunade sitting in the Sandaime's chair wearing the Hokage hat and the robes to match. You don't like it, then retire from your position and let someone else take over with more vigor in their bodies, said Tsunade with a look that told the older woman to challenge her further if she dared. What my former teammate and fellow councilman is stating, Hokage-sama, is that we are merely against the idea of you favoring that demonic thing responsible for killing your predecessor, said Homura as he saw Tsunade smirk at that and nod her head slightly. I suppose I should feel something close to anger for that simple fact. If not for another one where my predecessor and former sensei lied to me about my godson being dead. But you all had a hand in his abuse with having the village populace move against him with trying to keep Naruto under your thumb to be your weapon once mentally beaten into submission, said Tsunade glaring at Homura now sweating heavily under it. Hokage-sama, be reasonable. That boy is a demon no matter what. Demons are meant to be controlled by humans and humans will use them for power. Surely going against the very traditions of the world which have been in place for years is not what you had in mind and letting that monster walk around with a leash on his neck, said a civilian councilman and found himself being looked at with killer intent behind Tsunade's eyes aimed in his direction. So I suppose the next time a demon needs to be sealed, one of your family members is willing to come forward and volunteer to become a demon. Is that what you're saying? Said Tsunade, seeing the council members going pale at the thought of their children becoming the very things they hated. We aren't suggesting that, Hokage-sama, said another councilman running the merchant district of the Leaf. No. So only shinobi should sacrifice their children just to be abused by you? That is not how it works in the Leaf and it never will. My grandfather did not want that, nor did my granduncle when they founded Konoha, and I will be damned before I let that happen. This is a shinobi village, councilman. Not a civilian village. You don't like how things will be run? Then leave," said Tsunade, pointing to the door and seeing them all fidget in their seats unhappily. But that settled, Tsunade informed them all that the fire daimyo had given her his full authoritative permission to run things as she saw fit and fix the mess the Sandaime made after he came out of retirement. First thing Tsunade did was appoint Shizune as her new chief of medicine at the hospital and giving her former apprentice full control of the building, with the slug princess coming around every so often to help make rounds. The next things Tsunade did was redo the Shinobi Academy's training program, which had thinned out the more serious things one needed to learn about being a shinobi, thanks to all of the greedy civilian council not wanting their children to lose their pure minds and fatten their wallets with more money. As such, several experienced chunin and jounin were commissioned to teach the academy students about the ways of the shinobi, aside from Iruka's boring lectures. Even retired shinobi were brought in, teaching what they learned and about some of the missions genin teams went on at first when they weren't training to get stronger. Something that the councils tried to block, saying such things weren't in the budget, but Tsunade said otherwise and dared them to say where they didn't have the funds for all these changes. The very idea of Tsunade poking around such things made Danzo nervous that his secret route program, thought to be shut down, would be discovered as being just the opposite. And decided to not oppose the changes, knowing that he himself would have to have his organization spread out a little more in certain areas of wealth to cover his own expenses while keeping the funds he borrowed from the treasury being discovered. As for Naruto, right now he was currently standing in front of a nervous and blushing Hyuga Hinata, mustering up the courage to ask the descendant of Raisin out on a date. "Come on, Hinata-chan. You can say whatever it is you want to me. Don't be afraid," said Naruto, seeing the girl pressing her fingers together. "Would you like to go out with me and Naruto-kun?" said Hinata, as she had yet to stand being around Naruto and not faint despite Kurenai speaking to the shy girl upon her return from the mission to retrieve Tsunade. "Could you please speak more clearly, Hinata-chan? You're whispering," said Naruto before giving the girl a caring look, and saw Hinata once more trying to muster up what courage she had to repeat the question a little louder. It wasn't easy for the Hyuga heiress, considering her crush was currently shirtless and the muscles he was sporting were being very distracting. "Would you like to go out with me, Naruto-kun?" said Hinata, as she had to force her own neck muscles not to look away from Naruto's face to his chest and maybe use her eyes to see further down at his. "No, bad Hinata. Of course I would." "When?" said Naruto, knowing the girl had a fierce spirit within her body just begging to come out. He had seen it when Hinata fought Niji. Saw that fighting spirit that gave everything she had, everything she was into the fight, and wasn't afraid to die for her beliefs. Raisin had said a girl like that had potential to become an incredibly strong woman, and that was what caused the Demon King himself to fall for his human love all those years ago. As for Hinata, she just needed a push in the right direction to remove any hesitation when acting on something, and that fighting spirit would become a force to be reckoned with. Something, Naruto had suspected, had been gone in the opposite way of things, thanks to the girl's father and all of the Hyuga clan. "Tonight perhaps," said Hinata, as she couldn't believe he agreed to a date and was asking for when the date would take place. "I would love to. I'll see you around." 8. Said Naruto, seeing the girl nod quickly due to words to say that she did, being unable to leave her mouth. As the girl walked away, smiling a happy smile she no doubt had not shown in years, Naruto smiled at her form, knowing he would have to prepare for it, but the smile left after sensing an unwelcome presence that was Uchiha Sasuke, now fully healed, the pink-haired bitch Haruno Sakura. And the book reading possibly in the closet had a Kakashi. His two former teammates looked less than pleased in seeing him, as they clearly hated his guts, and the jounin assigned to be their sensei wasn't happy either. So the demon boy is going out with weakest Hyuga their clan has ever produced. "Big surprise," said Sasuke mockingly at Naruto, and Sakura sneering at him. "No doubt she'll spread her legs for him right on the first date and have his baby," said Sakura, adding her own negativity to the situation. Funny talk coming from the girl, who knows all about giving it up on the first date and having bastard children. "Your two families are full of such people, and I'm sure they taught you all well on the subject." "Well, one of them still is anyway, since the other was wiped out," said Naruto, seeing the two genin glaring daggers at him and the jounin narrowing his eyes at the demonic fighter. "Where's QB?" said Kakashi simply. "That's none of your business, Kakashi. Whatever problem you have with her is no longer your concern. She falls under the jurisdiction of the Shinigami, and he in turn has left the Fox Queen in my capable hands to watch over. Any repenting will be done through my watchful eyes, Kakashi. Don't make the same mistake the Sandaime did and try to usurp the Death God. On second thought, please do try again, as I'm sure my father would love to speak to you about your actions regarding my life and how showing favoritism to a single student is the wrong path," said Naruto, seeing Kakashi becoming angry at his statement. "That bitch killed sensei. said Kakashi with a desire to unleash his Sharingan on the boy. And that justifies what you did. Stunting the training of your sensei's only son because of the fox he sealed inside my body. I still remember the attempt you made on my life when I was 5 years old. Ironically, it was Itachi himself who saved me from your little attempt and had you removed from my protection detail. It's also ironic that Itachi was one of the few who actually did their job in protecting me, and I really should thank him for that before apologizing for nearly crushing one side of his ribs when we fought after convincing Tsunade to come back to the leaf. Said Naruto, seeing Kakashi's eyes widen and Sasuke's narrow in rage. You fought Itachi. Where is he? Said Sasuke, demanding to know. Why should I tell you? The man isn't going to stay in one place for long. He's a missing nin for Kami's sake. Besides, even if you did somehow encounter Itachi, his partner in crime Hoshigaki Kisame and former Seven Swordsman of the Mist would just stand in your way. Zabuza nearly destroyed you with his killer intent alone, but Kisame is at a whole different level and will wipe your ass out, said Naruto, seeing Sasuke glaring hatefully at him. I don't care who is standing in my way. I'll kill them because I'm an Uchiha. An elite. Said Sasuke with his eyes now activated. If you're an elite like you claim, then what is Itachi when compared to you and the rest of your dead clan? Doesn't matter. You're wasting my time. Go back to brooding over your petty revenge, Sasuke, and take your I play with Uchiha Sasuke dolls all day fangirl Haruno Sakura with you, said Naruto as he walked away from the group, but the sound of chirping birds stopped him. And turned to see Sasuke charging him at full speed with neither shinobi behind the dark-haired boy stopping him. You will bow to my whims. And Uchiha will not be denied what is his and never will be. Yelled Sasuke as he thrust his arched arm of lightning at Naruto, and the demonic boy looked on in annoyance at the attack. Just before the attack could strike Naruto, the Namikaze grabbed the arm at the elbow and broke it at an odd angle with a punch to the Uchiha's gut following up. Sasuke had collapsed to his knees, vomiting up his food for the last few days and was sure a chunk of flesh had somehow come up in the process. Don't test me, Sasuke, try that again and I'll do worse, said Naruto, walking away from downed Uchiha only to see Kakashi in front of him with a kunai in his hand. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm placing you under arrest for assaulting Uchiha Sasuke and will be brought before the councils to decide your fate, said Kakashi, getting ready to fight his former student. First off, it's Namikaze Naruto, you in the closet baka. Second, the Hokage decide such things, Kakashi. Not the councils. Of course you are their little Uchiha ass-kissing bitch, so why bother telling you this? As for the Uchiha, you should really be more careful when teaching a arrogant emo like Sasuke the Chidori and the consequences of using it on someone like me, said Naruto, seeing Kakashi raise his Sharingan eye for all to see. You will be punished for hurting Sasuke, said Kakashi, getting ready to fight Naruto. No he won't, said Kyuubi, appearing in blaze of crimson chakra and glaring at the Jounin in front of her with that damn eye. You? Said Kakashi venomously. I suggest you leave now, Haddock-san. The Hokage is well aware of what has transpired here. Don't dig yourself further into an already deep hole the Uchiha made, said Kyuubi as she had sensed what had transpired. And informed the Hokage to keep an eye on it, with that orb the Sandaime always used to see things. This isn't over, said Kakashi as he took his downed student and his frozen pink-haired one away from the two demons. Does the Hokage really know? Said Naruto, looking at Kyuubi with a raised eyebrow. No, but they don't know that. If anything, I can use it for ammo later in a meeting with them and make Haddock spill it for me, said Kyuubi, smirking in a fox-like way that made Naruto laugh. Good idea. Come on, Kaio-chan. I need to get ready for my date later tonight. I need a woman's perspective on what I should wear on my date with Hinata-chan, said Naruto as he saw a glimpse of Kyuubi's displeasure at him going on a date with a mere human. And knew the Fox Queen was feeling the stinging feeling of jealousy, even if she didn't know that it was jealousy she felt. Though like Naruto, Kyuubi would eventually realize it would all come together soon enough and the Fox Queen would have to make a choice at the Hyuga compound, wearing black pants, boots, and a nice t-shirt that did little to hide his physique from others. In his hands was a bouquet of flowers as he had stopped by the Yamanaka flower shop and bought them and bid Inoichi a good day while the man's wife had backed away in fear of him. The smile on his face turned to a frown as he saw the small army of Hyuga guards at the front gate ready for a fight, and Naruto instantly knew what this was about. A certain someone, or possible some people, were trying to prevent Hinata from going on a date with him. Not surprising really, given the snooty clan Hinata was from and how they did not wish to taint their supposedly noble blood with the Hyuga heiress being with the demon boy of the leaf. Even if he was an amicus. I'm here to see Hyuga Hinata, said Naruto, trying to be respectful to the guards, though they looked anything but respectful to him and ready to strike the moment they saw an opening. We cannot let you pass on the orders of Hyuga Hiashi and the Hyuga elders. Hinata-sama is banned from leaving the clan compound until further notice, said the leader of this small army of Hyuga members. You mean she's stuck in the house until they stamp the cage bird seal on her forehead like they did Niji? Right. Said Naruto, seeing some of the branch members stiffen and saw some were sympathetic to Hinata since the girl never used the seal. That's not your business, demon, said the lead Hyuga. I am making it my business, you sack of shit. However, I'm not without compassion, as I'm going to give you a choice, and I suggest you choose wisely. Either you go back to your masters to tell them to let Hinata-chan come out on for our date, or I'll make you do it after I giving you each a beat within an inch of your life. Decide. Said Naruto, as he saw them get into gentle fist stance, and the Namikaze could only shake his head at their stupidity. We cannot let you pass, said the Hyuga again. Why is it you people always have to do things the hard way with me? Even when I am being civilized, you still think it's some farce and let your fears override common sense, said Naruto before throwing the bouquet into the air and charged the small Hyuga force. They didn't stand a chance. When it was over, the leader of the group was the last to fall after having Naruto's hand on his throat, slowly squeezing it to make breathing difficult, and finally slammed the man face down on the ground. Walking to the door, Naruto caught the flowers he had thrown into the air and kicked the door down before walking through its halls to where Hinata's chakra signature was located. At the cage bird seal sealing room. But Hinata. Hyuga Hinata, it is the decision of the Hyuga elders and clan head Hyuga Hinata that you be branded with the cage bird seal immediately so your younger sister can take her rightful place as Hyuga clan heiress. After the sealing, you will be moved to the branch house where you will be forced to produce multiple children with different male branch family members and continue to do so until barren inside. Anything to say before we proceed? Said the Hyuga elder leading this proceeding. That this practice is wrong and that my father should be ashamed of himself. How can you do this your own child and not think of mother? Said Hinata, seeing Hiashi scoff like her words would reach him. Your mother's marriage had nothing to do with love, my failure of a child. She thought it did, and I let her believe it until Hanabi was born, said Hiashi coldly, seeing Hinata now scowling at him after the realization of those words reached her mind. Monster. You killed her after Hanabi was born and convince everyone it was of natural causes, said Hinata, seeing Hiashi smirk along with the Hyuga elders. It has always been the tradition of the clan head to have at least 2 children and then have them compete for the right to be in the main house. Why should your birth and then Hanabi's years later be any different? Though you wouldn't understand tradition, just like she didn't want to believe our marriage was not out of love, said Hiashi, seeing Hinata becoming angrier by the second. May you burn in hell with the rest of these inbred monsters, said Hinata, seeing the group before her scowling at the insult. You'll regret saying those words to us after the sealing, my dear. Of that, we will make sure of and may even help in your breeding, said another Hyuga elder, smirking at the girl before him. Anything else that would be said was silenced by the sound of fighting outside of the room, and the body of a Hyuga was sent through the wall for them to see before the form of Namikaze Naruto stepped through it. I'm here for my date with Hyuga Hinata. Step away from her now. Said Naruto, seeing the Hyuga elder in charge of the ceiling glaring at him with his Byakugan. Not a chance. This weakling of a Hyuga is going to be part of the branch family and breeding stock for our clan, said the Hyuga elder, before moving the ink brush in his hands towards Hinata's forehead, but stopped halfway when he found his arm was no longer attached to his body. And was now in the hand of the demonic boy most of the Leafs still hated. It wasn't a request, said Naruto, crushing the arm in his hand. Demon abomination. Said Hyuga Hiashi, standing up preparing to strike Naruto down. Says the man that killed his own wife. I may have demonic blood in my veins, but no demon would dare kill his mate and the bond the two share. Such a pathetic thing you are, Hyuga Hiashi. It's a good thing Hinata-chan is more like her mother than you, said Naruto, seeing Hiashi practically snarling at him. Don't compare me to your defiled blood monster, said Hiashi, as he moved to for an instant kill against Naruto and missed with his intended strike before being socked in the face towards the wall, before aiming his demon gun at the Hyuga elders, about to strike from their own positions. I'll do what I must to get my point across, you weak fool. Hinata-chan will not be made a branch family member and she will certainly not be your breeding machine for your little inbred clan. Come on Hinata-chan, let's get the hell out of here, said Naruto, helping the girl up to her feet and gave the Hyuga once over to make sure there were no marks or any other seals they may have put on her. Thank you, Naruto-kun. When I came home, they surrounded and locked me away in my room until now. I tried to fight them, but they were too many and I'm just so weak. I'm not worthy of being a girl of interest for you, said Hinata, as she was about to run away, fleeing to her room, but Naruto's grip on her hand never left and found herself soon in his arms while crying. You're not weak, Hinata-chan. You didn't stay silent when given the option. You still spoke out against the ceiling, your father, and insulted them all despite knowing what was about to happen. There is strength in you, Hinata-chan. Strength they fear and have tried to keep suppressed for so long, said Naruto before looking at the Hyuga elders, glaring at him for the inference in their clan affairs. You won't get away with this. said Hyuga Hiashi, seeing Naruto looking at him now. I disagree. Try to stop me from taking her away from this hellhole, and I will do what Itachi did to the Uchiha clan, leaving only a handful of people to rebuild this fallen clan, said Naruto, seeing Hiashi tense, and saw the Hyuga elders did too. This isn't over, said Hiashi, knowing that the laws of Konoha would bring his daughter back and not even the demon boy could fight them. You're right. It's not over. It will be though after I proceed to rip out your spine in public should you try anything, said Naruto, taking Hinata out of the ceiling room and quickly out of the Hyuga clan compound. What do we do now? Said Hinata, looking up at her crush. I thought it was obvious. We go on our date, said Naruto before handing the girl the flowers he tucked away. But my father and the Hyuga elders, they will, said Hinata, knowing they would send out the entire clan to hunt him down. Nothing. They talk a big game, but Tsunade won't stand for their actions, and neither will I for that matter. After what just happened, you deserve to have a good time and enjoy tonight, said Naruto, seeing Hinata look unsure for a moment, but then saw that resolve in her and saw the girl nodding with determination. I would love to go on our date, Naruto-kun. Though I need some clothing considered proper for a date since my robes are not meant for it, said Hinata, looking down at the state of dress she was in and blushed, knowing what lay beyond the robes was only one article of clothing. I know just the woman to help you before we go on our date, said Naruto, knowing her state of dress wasn't something for the public eye. Namikaze estates. So that's what happened. Every bit, said QB with a twitching eyebrow and saw Hinata blushing under the Fox Queen's gaze. Down to the last word. Tomorrow, Hinata-chan is going with me to the Hokage to make sure they don't try anything and decided before that she gets the date that was about to be denied. Think you can help her, Kaio-chan? Said Naruto, seeing QB being conflicted right now as she was clearly jealous of Hinata getting time with Naruto and didn't like helping her rival even if she didn't know they were rivals for the Namikaze's heart. Of course Naruto-sama, said QB, though she knew that he knew her words were stressed before leading Hinata to her new room. Thank you for doing this, QB-sama, said Hinata as she sat down in the chair with a mirror present and saw in the reflection the Fox Queen summon the closest of clothing that would fit the Hyuga girl. I'm doing this for Naruto-sama. I owe him a great deal for not lashing out at me for all the damage I caused when I attacked a leaf. Not that your village isn't deserving of a little smiting to keep it on its toes and bring down some punishment for what it's done to Naruto-sama, said QB stiffly as she produced a red kimono with a white nine-tailed fox on it and showed it to Hinata. It's beautiful, said Hinata as she looked up at QB and was clearly afraid to wear this out of fear in somehow ruining it. Thank you. I'm glad to see you have good taste, said QB as she put the dress on the bed and went to take a look at the Hyuga girl's hair. QB-sama, can I ask you a question? Said Hinata as she fidgeted slightly while QB worked on making the girl's hair presentable and could easily rip it out should the Fox Queen become upset. Of course, said QB simply. Do you have feelings for Naruto-kun? Said Hinata, feeling the grip of the Fox Queen tighten slightly on her hair, and the Hyuga girl braced for the moment of pain that was sure to come. Why would you think that? Said QB stiffly before brushing the girl's hair slowly and eyeing Hinata cautiously. It's in your actions towards me and your reluctance to assist in getting me ready for my date with Naruto-kun, said Hinata as she was sure Naruto saw it too and wondered why her crush was ignoring it. My feelings are not relevant. My only purpose is to serve Naruto-sama to the best of my abilities without complaint, said QB as she wanted to strike down the Hyuga girl and claim it was Hinata saying something dishonorable about Naruto. But if you could be with Naruto-kun, would you take it and be his girl? Said Hinata, seeing the Fox Queen trying to hold back the snarl aimed at her and the desire to smear the room with her blood. I won't deny there is something about Naruto-sama which appeals to me and wish for some kind of relationship beyond that of servant, said QB before finishing of the girl's hair. Why not tell him? Said Hinata as she saw QB walk to the bed and pick up the red kimono. As I told you, my feelings are not relevant and I doubt Naruto-sama would even think of me like that, said QB as she saw Hinata turn around slightly and look at her. Naruto-kun is not cruel. If you tell him, I'm sure he'll understand and consider going out on a date with you too, said Hinata, seeing QB look sad for a moment, but it was only for that moment and then they became more stern. You need to get dressed. Make sure you are respectful to Naruto-sama or my wrath will be swift, said QB, handing the girl the kimono and left the room. When the two finally came downstairs, Naruto smiled at how beautiful Hinata looked and then frowned slightly at the way the two seemed to be at odds. He had hoped the two would bond upstairs, but it seemed the opposite had happened and now there was an invisible wall of tension. You look beautiful, Hinata-chan. Thank you for making this possible, Kaio-chan, said Naruto, seeing the girl blush at his praise, which eased the tension slightly, but not enough that they could look the other in the eye. Thank you, Naruto-kun-sama, said the two girls at the same time. "If the lady would take my hand, we can get our date started and show you the time of your life," said Naruto, extending his hand and Hinata taking it with a blush on her face, while QB silently flexed her claws. As Naruto opened the door, he let Hinata go out first, but made a shadow clone behind the door to speak to QB alone and learn what was going on with the Fox Queen. "Naruto-sama," said QB, as she had been surprised by him using a shadow clone and only spoke after the door was shut. "Something you want to tell me, Kayu-chan? Something you may have said to Hinata-chan upstairs that you couldn't say near me? Don't try to lie, as I could easily sense the tension between you two and I don't like it," said the shadow clone, seeing the Fox Queen look away slightly. "We just talked upstairs briefly about things. Girl things. Such things don't concern you, Naruto-sama," said QB, seeing the shadow clone growling at her apparent lie. "What did I tell you about lying to me, Kayu-chan? Tell me the truth. Now," said the shadow clone, glaring at QB and saw her flinch under his piercing eyes. "The Hyuga girl asked about my feelings towards you. I told her they weren't relevant to my service to you, but she continued to persist and I may have slightly threatened her to be respectful to you on the date," said QB, seeing Naruto's eyes narrow. "You were jealous of her and tried to frighten Hinata-chan into ending the date," said the shadow clone in a matter-of-fact voice, which showed displeasure in what the Fox Queen did and saw QB look away more in shame for a moment. "I was just protecting you," said QB, seeing the shadow clone's face become angry. "No, you were trying to keep me all to yourself and scare Hinata-chan in your own way," said the shadow clone, seeing QB flinch at his words. "That girl is a lowly human. She will always beneath you," said QB before feeling an intense shocking sensation go through her body from the seal from the collar around her neck and made the Fox Queen fall to the ground. "Enough. Say one more hate-filled word about Hinata-chan and back into my body you will go and into the cage you hate. Understand?" said the shadow clone, seeing QB whimper in pain before the shocking subsided. "Yes, Naruto-sama," said QB, as she didn't want to lose her limited freedom and go back into that cage. "Kayu-chan, I know you care about me on some level beyond what it is we are at now, but I can't feel the same way in return if your intention is to monopolize your time with me and considering I am the last of my clan. Such a thing will not happen. So you have to choose right here, right now on whether you want to explore a deeper relationship with me and do while accepting that sharing me in a relationship with another being a distinct possibility," said the shadow clone, softly, seeing QB nod in understanding. "I understand, Naruto-sama. I would like time to think about this," said QB, seeing the shadow clone of Naruto nod and felt his hand on her right cheek before he rubbed it affectionately. "Take all the time you need, Kayu-chan," said the shadow clone before he went poof to leave the Fox Queen alone in the house. With Naruto and Hinata. Naruto smiled at Hinata, who was blushing most of the time around him, as she had never been this close to her crush in such a way before, and to feel his arm wrapped around her body felt good. They talked openly to each other during their walk to the restaurant about their likes, dislikes, hobbies, and anything else they could think of. When they got to the restaurant, however, the waiter refused to seat him, claiming the new no demons policy and had a right to refuse customers even if they were with a Hyuga. After flipping the man off before telling him the afterlife would be cruel when dead, Naruto decided dinner could wait back at the Namikaze estates and just enjoy their time out together. All the while getting surprised looks from people when walking by. "Naruto-kun, they're staring at us," said Hinata, as she was still shy at being seen around him and he just chuckled at her, trying to somehow hide under his much larger form. "Let them. You're happy being next to me, right? Show it," said Naruto, seeing Hinata look up and nod before straightening slightly while trying to not look shy at being close to him. At the nearby dango shop, Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurenai, Saratobi Asuma, Maido Gai, and Inyazuka Hana were sitting down talking when they saw the couple. "Isn't that cute, Kurenai-chan? Your student's growing up and got herself a hot date," said Anko, as she saw Kurenai see Hinata with Naruto and the watchful eyes of the Genjutsu mistress, making sure the Namikaze's hand stayed in the safe zones of Hinata's body. "So that's the kid who beat Kiba in the Chunin preliminaries, huh? I always heard he was a runt," said Hana, seeing the young Chunin was clearly not a runt, judging by the muscle she saw on his body. "Physically, Naruto-san was at first back when fighting your brother, but that wasn't his fault, given my eternal rival didn't teach the Gaki anything, and then when fighting Niji awoke his ancestors' demon blood," said Guy. As he held no ill will towards Naruto for the battle in the Chunin exam finals and was glad Niji was able to get a much-needed wake-up call in the form of fighting. Sometimes it was the only way to reach people. This proves how much the people of the Leaf were right to call him a demon. Look at him. All those demonic tattoos, the wild hair, sharp teeth, slit eyes, and clawed hands are all signs of him being a demon, said Asuma, drinking sake and glaring at his father's murderer. "Hey. I have tattoos, wild hair, teeth, slit eyes, and clawed hands along with every other member of the Inizuka clan. Are you calling me a demon too?" said Hana, growling at Asuma, not really caring. Not at all, Hana-chan. Unless you intend to spread your legs for him like a bitch in heat, said Asuma, seeing Hana about 5 seconds away from slugging him and the others ready to do the same. What did you say? I dare you to repeat that again, said Hana, flexing her hands at the Sarutobi. You sure can pick your boyfriends, Kurenai-chan, said Anko, as she saw Asuma just shrug and giving Hana if the shoe fits look on his face. He's not my boyfriend, said Kurenai before mentally saying not anymore that is, and saw Naruto walking over with Hinata, seeing the girl was curious about why there was a noticeably growing amount of bloodlust spiking here. Hello Kurenai-sensei, said Hinata happily, as she saw Kurenai smiling despite Asuma being an asshole and the fight that was about to break out. Hello Hinata-chan. How are you doing? Said Kurenai, hoping the two would help defuse the situation by distracting them. But despite what my clan has tried to do, said Hinata, seeing Kurenai frown and get the attention of the others. What did they try to do? Said Kurenai worriedly before Naruto explained his invasion into the Hyuga clan compound and stopping them from putting the cage bird seal on Hinata's forehead with the intention of using her as breeding stock. Bastards. Said Hana, growling heavily now. You know your interference won't change anything, right? Said Asuma before taking another drink. Asuma. Said Guy, not liking the man's unhip attitude. Besides, if all women had seals on them with that purpose in mind, men wouldn't have any relationship problems, said Asuma, seeing the others glare at him, including Hinata herself, and 2 loud animalistic growls from 2 angry people, plus the hissing of snakes from Anko's trench coat. I see you inherited your father's stupidity, said Naruto, seeing Asuma becoming angry now at him for those words. Shut up, demon brat. It's because of monsters like you that good people die needlessly. I'm surprised that fox bitch you have in your home hasn't been taught a lesson due to her actions leading to your parents' deaths. Said Asuma before a clawed hand from Naruto quickly grabbed his face and pulled him right out of his chair to bring him within inches of the Namikaze's own. Ayu-chan is not entirely to blame for that event, Asuma team. Your bastard father, on the other hand, helped make my life miserable from day fucking one. Trying to mold me into his perfect and loyal soldier by making the people hate me for what I was while showing false love to completely keep me on a leash to heal when things got too crazy to take. He violated the contract Konoha was under with the Shinigami and betrayed my family for his own sense of power. The man deserved to die for his sins, much like you will in the next 10 seconds if you don't get the fuck out of my sight and the sight of these people because of you don't leave. You'll be joining your father in the belly of the Shinigami after I tear your ass to pieces, said Naruto before throwing the man into the alley across the street and knocked over a few trash cans in the process. Damn. I think he shit and pissed himself, said Anko, seeing the frightened Sarutobi take off like a whipped dog. Probably inherited that from his father too, said Hana, smirking at the sight. Asshole, said Hinata in a whispered voice, getting shocked looks from the group of leaf shinobi that heard her. Hinata. Said Kurenai in a scolding tone. Don't be so prude, Kurenai-chan. She's just saying what we're all thinking about Asuma and you know it. Besides, he is an asshole for talking that way, and I think those rumors of him cheating on you are true, said Anko, as she had overheard some girls talking about how they bed the son of the great Sandame and how they were much better in bed than Kurenai if he's going to them over her. Shut up, Anko. You don't know what you're talking about, said Kurenai bitterly. She's right, Kurenai-san. I saw him leave the home of a questionable woman in more red light district of Konoha once, and he had red lipstick on his face, said Guy, as he did not want to say anything on account it wasn't his business. And it would be rude of him to say things without an ounce of proof. I've smelled it on him too. He tries to hide it, but an Inyazuka's senses are hard to fool, and that cheap soap doesn't cut it in that department, said Hana, seeing her friend being reduced to tears now. No. You're wrong, said Kurenai, still trying to deny the thought of Asuma cheating on her in their secret relationship, which was clearly not so secret, and the only one trying to keep it a secret was her. Has there been a time where he was late to meet you? A time where something was off about him that you just couldn't place? Said Naruto, seeing Kurenai think for a minute before her eyes widened. 3 months ago, we were supposed to go on a date at night and make it appear like it was normal evening, running into each other before heading out to eat. He was 20 minutes late to the meeting area we agreed to rendezvous. When Asuma finally did show up, his clothing along with his hair was slightly disorganized and said he just got back from a solo mission assigned by his father at the last minute, so he did a rush job getting ready after coming home. I thought it was sweet at the time, but now. Said Kurenai before breaking down crying at the lie she naively believed. Oh, I am so going to enjoy breaking Asuma team's balls. Said Anko, as she was now planning ways to make Asuma cry like a little baby and immaculate him as a man. Mind if I help? Said Hana, as she wasn't about to let a fellow female suffer at the hands of an oppressive male pig like Asuma and cry over the man's cruel actions. Hell yeah. said Anko high-fiving Hana while Naruto looked at Kurenai with sad eyes. Sorry we ruined your date, Kurenai-san. It wasn't my intention to cause you trouble, said Naruto bowing slightly and started to leave with Hinata. See you tomorrow for training, Kurenai-sensei, said Hinata as she waved to her sensei and started to talk to Naruto in a whispery voice about somehow helping the poor woman get through this. Don't feel bad, Kurenai-chan. Asuma is the jerk, said Anko seeing the woman trying to keep all that pain locked up. She's right. You could do far better than him, said Hana seeing Kurenai look skeptical. Oh really? Who? Said Kurenai challenging the two women beside her into giving at least one name. Well, there is that Iruka guy, the academy teacher. He's pretty good with kids, said Hana seeing Kurenai grimace. Iruka? Please. The guy would make things awkward. At best, he'll be the little brother Kurenai never had, and that will make things weird. What about Guy? Said Anko seeing Kurenai go bugged eyes, which was fortunately not being seen by the green spandex wearing Jounin behind her, and he also missed Hana's face going the same color as his attire. Pass. No offense, Guy, but I don't think you're my type, said Kurenai having some kind of awareness to know the man was still here. No need to apologize, Kurenai-san. I must admit, you are not my type either, but rather the responsible sister I've always wanted and someone I have quickly come to respect in being a competent Jounin despite being green, said Guy seeing the woman smile slightly at the compliment. Well, at least I was let down politely, said Kurenai as she was hugged by Anko and was telling her not to worry. What about Naruto? Said Hana seeing Kurenai and even Anko look at her in surprise. Huh? Said both women since neither expected that. Well yeah. I know the Gaki's a tad bit younger than you, but age shouldn't matter when both parties are legally adults and you have to admit the kid's going to be a knockout in the physical department soon. Soon? The kid's a knockout already. Did you see the build? That wild look in his eyes. The way he can brutally hurt or kill someone. If he wasn't on a date right now with that Hyuga girl, I'd latch onto him and show the kid a good time, said Anko, seeing the two women blush at the innuendo. Well. He does have an alpha-like spirit to match that. Wonderful body, said Hana as she too was considering that fact and Kurenai looked ready to bolt from the place. There is no way I would even consider doing that. Not to my own student. I will not pursue someone who is far too young for my taste and is currently interested someone else, said Kurenai as she had morals. And felt being with someone younger than her even by a few years was stretching things pretty thin. Too thin for her taste. You'll regret it later, Kurenai-chan. Oh well, at least there's one less woman to compete with for that hunky body, said Anko grinning a predator's grin and Hana doing the same. Like you're any match for me when it comes to competition, Anko, said Hana as she knew quite a few things her mother helped teach regarding Inuzuka females and how to lure the opposite sex towards them for a possible mate. Bring it on, puppy girl. This time next week, I'll have got Naruto-kun wrapped around my finger so tightly, he'll cut off circulation to it, said Anko as she saw Hana growling at her and grinned further knowing this was going to be fun. Funny how they go from helping my love life to focusing on theirs, thought Kurenai as she needed to go home and sleep this off before the idea of dating Naruto became too strong to ignore. Namikaze Estates hours later. I really had a wonderful time, Naruto-kun, but I don't want to impose staying here at your home and be an unwanted guest. I could stay with one of the other girls tonight until we see the Hokage and… said Hinata, but a finger from Naruto's hand touched her lips and silenced any further words. Nonsense. You're my honored guest tonight. I have more than enough room for you to stay here if only for the night. Kayu-chan will help you get settled in, said Naruto seeing Hinata looking a bit concerned after what happened before the date even started. I don't want to impose myself in asking for her help, said Hinata as she saw Naruto smile gently at her and brought that same finger that was on her lip moments ago to her chin. If you are referring to the talk you two had earlier, I assure you it has been resolved for the most part and not worry your pretty head over it, Hinata-chan. I won't let your father or any of the Hyuga elders try to do anything to impede the strength I see wishing to come out, said Naruto seeing the girl blush at him and saw some of her shyness coming back. Did the date go well? Said QB coming down the steps giving a respectful bow to both of them. For the most part though the restaurant was less receptive than I would have hoped. No matter. I'll prepare us a meal while you go with Kayu-chan to change into something more casual, said Naruto before giving QB a remember what we talked about earlier look. After the girls made it upstairs, QB walked Hinata to the room they had previously been in and the two stared at the other for a moment. I take it that your date went well, judging from the smile I saw when you came in, said QB neutrally before she summoned the demonic closet filled with an infinite number of clothes to choose from. Very well, thank you, QB-sama. We did have a problem earlier in terms of dinner and then later with my sensei seeing her boyfriend Tsurutobi Asuma being rude. I think their relationship is over now. I hate to see my sensei so sad, said Hinata, as she hoped the Jounin found that special someone and not that sexist jerk Asuma. It was that bad? Said QB, having seen the woman from Naruto's memories and had some form of respect for the female leaf shinobi. Hinata told QB about what happened with Asuma, what the man said about women having those seals on them, so men could easily benefit in relationships and basically inherited his father's arrogance. Not to mention the distinct possibility of the man being unfaithful during the time they were dating in secret from what was implied by what the others around Kurenai had stated about the Sarutobi. Do you think there is someone for everyone, QB-sama? Said Hinata as she saw the Fox Queen snap out of her thoughts and look at the Hyuga girl now. I think there is. Sometimes though that someone is with another and it can cause quite a few complications, said QB, as she was speaking more about Naruto and the fact that two females in his life were currently wishing to be the strong center within his heart. Naruto-kun said he talked to you about our conversation. He made a shadow clone for that, didn't he? Said Hinata, seeing the Fox Queen nod before pulling something out of the closet to have the girl wear. Yes. Make no mistake, I still think you're wrong for Naruto-sama, but it is not my place to express my distaste, and he's made it abundantly clear to me that trying to destroy your relationship with him is unwise. For now, I'll respect his wishes in courting you, but I want to make thing one perfectly clear and I want you to listen right now. If you break his heart, his trust, or are using Naruto-sama for some personal gain other than being loved, I will show you why the elemental countries fears me. Not even the Shinigami himself will have the strength to stop my wrath being known for your actions, said QB, as she was not about to have Naruto's heart destroyed by this girl and be unable to love another. I could never hurt him. He inspires me to do great things. To push myself harder than I ever could alone, said Hinata, seeing the Fox Queen smile and hand her the clothes. Good, because you're going to have to push yourself to your limits and beyond to stay with him, little girl. If Naruto-sama is anything like Raisin, he likes strong women, and while you have strength in your own way, it will only please him for so long, and you're going to have to get stronger. Said QB, seeing Hinata narrow her eyes at the Fox Queen, knowing the challenge for Naruto had been thrown down, and neither was going to submit to the other so early on in the competition. I'll do what I must to prove myself to Naruto-kun. The same will have to be said for you too, QB-sama, said Hinata with the Fox Queen nodding, knowing that both had in terms of strength that the other was lacking. QB had strength in terms of power, but not inner strength. Hinata had inner strength, but not strength in terms of power. The only thing the two shared equally was the desire to be with Naruto. Needless to say, the war was on for Naruto's heart. Hokage Tower the next day. The new female Hokage was not having a good morning, which she originally suspected was going to be the case for many years to come until Naruto took her position and did his own thing with the village. Speaking of the Gaki, he was currently in the room, telling her what had happened the previous night with the Hyuga clan when heading there to take Hinata out on a date, with the girl right beside him telling about what she learned. And how they were going to possibly retaliate against the Namikas. Hinata did not want to have the cage bird seal on her head, as it was barbaric to do that to family, and had desired its removal since the moment her uncle Hisashi had been hurt by it when she was a child. Well, I can see why you caused a lot of damage, which explains why there are so many Hyuga members in the hospital right now with missing limbs and broken bodies. The issue with the cage bird seal has always been an issue after the Hyuga clan came to the village shortly after its founding. But they were able to dodge the issue and have built up enough of a political power base to let it drop when that power is needed, said Tsunade, as she had been swamped early that morning in helping Shizune heal so many Hyuga at once. And all of them had to be sedated after they kept saying the demon did this. The demon did this. Constantly to her. It was annoying to say the least. No doubt Hisashi will try to make a case out of this with you at the next council meeting, demanding his daughter be returned to him and that I be punished for interfering. Is there anything you can do to keep Hisashi off her back? Said Naruto, seeing Tsunade thinking for a moment and then saw her snap her fingers. I got it. Hinata will become my apprentice, said Tsunade before going through some files. She had to look for some previously logged paperwork and more documents to put some new paperwork in motion. Me? Your apprentice? Said Hinata, as she didn't know if it was possible since Tsunade was a well-respected medical nin and one of the Sannin turned Hokage. Sure. Besides, I was planning on doing it anyway. I read one of the reports your sensei gave me about the Chunin exam preliminaries and saw the medical cream you gave your boyfriend here after his fight with his Inuzuka opponent. From what I understand, you have quite the skill in the healing arts and one hell of a right hook if what the Gaki here told me you did to your teammate before leaving on your mission to find me, said Tsunade, seeing the girl blushing at her praise while reading the report made by Kurenai. But will that keep my clan and father at bay from trying to take me back? Said Hinata, as she knew they held considerable sway in the political realm and could try to wrestle this out of the Hokage's hands. Damn straight it will. One of the oldest laws of Konoha pertain to apprenticeships and how they have to only have the consent of the parents if the student is not legally an adult. The moment you graduated Hinata, you legally became an adult and therefore you don't have to get consent from your father, much less your clan. If you accept my offer to be my apprentice, where you live from now on, who you're with, and what you do on your downtime is entirely at your discretion. All I require is your utmost commitment to being trained under me in everything I teach you, from medical training to my superhuman strength to pound possible perverts that get in your way. Speaking of pounding perverts, said Tsunade, as she picked up a book and threw it at the wall, and going through it to hit Jiraiya right off his perch to go sailing down into a crater below of his own making. Impressive, said Hinata, knowing such a skill could be useful when mixed with gentle fist. Yep. Your eyes also benefit the healing arts because they can see things most wouldn't at first glance. The world needs more medics, and I want an apprentice with the means to truly revolutionize the world with what I have to teach. Do you want in on the ground floor? Said Tsunade, seeing Hinata nodding excitedly, and Naruto just grinned in approval too, since it was clear he wanted the girl to be strong too. I would be honored, said Hinata, as she recalled from her memory from last night about QB telling her that Naruto only fancied strong women, and what better way to get stronger than under one of the Sannin turned Hokage. None, that's what. Great. Just sign here, and then finally your initial here, said Tsunade, as she handed the paperwork to Hinata, who gave it a quick read over, and then signed it before Tsunade stamped it with her seal of approval. Congratulations, Hinata-chan. You are now an apprentice to the Hokage, said Naruto with a smile on his face. Thank you, Naruto-kun, said Hinata, trying to keep her blush under control under his praise. When you aren't training with your team, I want you at the hospital learning from me, and when it's not possible to learn from me, then you'll be learning from Shizune. Almost everything I know, she knows too, and can help teach you when my Hokage duties keep me from teaching, said Tsunade, as she saw Hinata nod, knowing the woman had a very demanding job and had to manipulate the schedule to make this work. Speaking of training, you my dear have a team meeting to get to, and it would be rude to keep your Jounin-sensei waiting, said Naruto, seeing the girl nod before bowing quickly to the Hokage and then rushing out the door. You've got some big balls for what you pulled yesterday, Naruto. Not to mention you're dating the girl in the middle of all of this, said Tsunade, seeing him grinning. I live dangerously. Comes with the occupation in my blood. After Raisin entered my head to train me, I was taught more than just physical combat and the demonic powers I now possessed. Looking back on my memories of Hinata-chan, I realized that she wasn't the weird girl my mind portrayed her to be, but rather someone just shy, yet had a strong spirit within that was trying to grow stronger and was being denied by her own family. Even when I came to the Hyuga compound yesterday, Hinata-chan stood defiantly against her father and the Hyuga elders while giving them a piece of her mind. I find that be very sexy, said Naruto, grinning further at Tsunade, seeing the woman smirk. So strong women rock your world, huh? Well, just be careful when around Anko or the Inyazuka clan females, since they can be pretty strong in their own right, said Tsunade, seeing nodding at that, knowing all about Anko and the Inyazukas to a certain extent. And there was also QB to consider too. I'll keep that in mind, said Naruto before getting out of his chair and leaving the room. You kind of have to, Naruto, since the CRA applies to your current status as the last remaining member of the Namikaze clan, said Tsunade, seeing Naruto stop at the door and look back with a smile on his face. I know. And only the strongest of women are going to be allowed into it if I find them worthy, said Naruto before walking out of the room. Damn. Now if only I were 30 years younger, thought Tsunade before going back to her paperwork while ignoring the chibi Tsunade in her head, dressed strangely like Anko telling her to be naughty. A good shovel-induced hit to the head of chibi Tsunade, some burying of the body later, and Tsunade had ended it. For now. Okage-sama, I demand that my daughter be returned me and that thing be punished for interfering in clan affairs. Hiashi Hyuga demanded. The man was furious beyond belief, and he was not gonna let some inferior creature take what belongs to him. Hinata was his property, and he swore by the time he was done with that failure, she'd wish she hadn't crossed him. Is that so, Hiashi? And pray tell, what do you want me to do? Send an army of Jounin and Anbu to fight Naruto? Tsunade asked with calm expression on her face. The other clan heads, however, were amazed when they heard that the young Mizoku actually broke his way through the compound of the Hyuga clan, the so-called most powerful and influential clan in the village, sent most of the members that tried to stop him to the hospital. And afterwards took Hinata away to his clan compound. To pull a stunt like that, especially on the Hyugas of all people, was amazing yet terrifying. If he could do that to an entire clan, imagine what he could do to an entire army of ninja, and not just Konoha's enemies either. Right away the stunt Naruto pulled reminded them of when they saw their friend Minato Namikaze take out half of Iwagakure's forces using Thiharation no Jutsu. If it'll get my traitor of a daughter back in my possession, then yes. A creature like him has no right living among the human race and should be sent back to hell where his kind belong. He spat out venomously. Tsunade on the other hand narrowed her eyes dangerously at the arrogant man. Is that so? Well, let me make one thing perfectly clear to you, Hyuga Hiashi. Tsunade said, getting his and the others' full attention. That thing happens to be my godson, who is not only the descendant of a demon king who makes QB and the other Biju look like a cuddly animals, but is also the one who not only killed my traitor of a sensei, but also my old teammate Orochimaru. Not only that, but he also made Itachi Uchiha the murderer of the entire Uchiha clan and Kisame Hoshigaki, the strongest of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, flee for their lives. She emphasized, making their eyes widen in surprise and Hiashi have a fearful look on his face. Damn. Thought Inazukatsume, as she didn't know that and felt a bit turned on for some reason. Those are 4 Kage-level ninja he has faced without even trying, and if he can do that, imagine what he'll do if I happen to send an army of ninja after him so that you can get your property back. It'll be like the QB attack all over again, only this time it'll not only be 10 times worse, there will be no Yondaime here to save us, and I sure as hell am not gonna be the one to face a pissed off descendant of a demon king. If you want to, you can hire members from your clan to try and take her back, but don't be surprised if this time they come back in body bags. Or quite possibly not at all. Tsunade stated while the man seethed in rage. And as for your request to have Hinata returned to you. I'm so sorry, but I just can't do that. She said, and that was when Hiashi stood on his feet with a look of rage on his face and his Byakugan blazing to life. What? How dare you deny me what rightfully belongs to me? I ought to. Hiashi roared, but then found himself being restrained by Shikaku Nara's shadow possession jutsu, with what appeared to be shadow tendrils that were aimed for every vital area. And Chaozu Akimichi's expanded fist that was ready to smash his skull in. Inoichi was ready to use his mind-disabling jutsu, Shibi's bugs buzzing around the room, and ready to drain him of his chakra. Tsume had her claws extended and stood in front of Tsunade protectively, and Kuramaru had his teeth aimed for the man's jugular and ready to rip it out. Shizune herself was in position to use one of her poisonous needles from the launcher hidden under her wrist, knowing should they make contact with Hiashi's body, they would bring about a slow agonizing death. All in all, Hiashi was thoroughly fucked, and if he were to strike he'd be killed on the spot, and his clan would be banished from the village, if not killed off like the Uchiha clan were. You ought to what, Hiashi team? Said a voice from the shadows, with the owner of the voice stepped out of the shadows and revealed himself to be none other than Namikaze Naruto. You? Said Hiashi with intense venom in his voice. If I didn't know any better, I would have to say you just threatened the Hokage, which is considered treason, and naturally such an act would be punishable by death. By the looks of things you're terribly outnumbered. The Namikaze stated, and the Hyuga was beyond scared now at that sudden realization. Everyone stand down. Tsunade ordered, and the clan heads as well as Kuramaru slowly returned to their original positions, though Tsume was occasionally glancing at Naruto, despite being discreet about it. As you wish, said Naruto calmly, though his eyes never stopped giving Hiashi's their ever-piercing stare. I'm gonna let your little outburst slide this one time, Hiashi, but if you threaten me like that again, I will have Naruto be your executioner and your clan will be removed from the village. Do you understand me? Tsunade asked Hyuga clan head in a dangerous tone while getting a reluctant nod from the man. This meeting isn't over yet and already she's got Hiashi by the balls. Should I be worried that this moment reminds me of my wife's ways of running the clan? Women all do trade notes when it comes to these things, thought Shikaku for a moment before refocusing on the meeting. Now then, the reason why I'm not giving in to your demands is because of Hinata having officially becoming my apprentice in my arts. She answered, making the Hiashi's eyes widen. What? Since when and why would you want a weakling like her learn your arts? He asked, only to hear Naruto growl. There is only one failure here, and that is you poor excuse of a father. Hinata-chan has more skill in her little pinky than you do in your entire body. Remarked the young Mizoku, making Hiashi growl. Why you? Hiashi snarled out, itching to use gentle fist on Naruto. The what team? Demon? Monster? Beast? I can keep the list going if you want, since all a weakling like you is really capable of doing is being abusive and killing those weaker than you so they don't get stronger. And I have to be quite honest with you. I love being a demon and giving you arrogant humans a reason why you're on the bottom of the fucking food chain. Especially since my grandfather considered your type as an appetizer before he gave up the whole eating humans ordeal for his lover. Maybe I should take up his old habit and give you another reason to fear me along with the rest of my kind, starting with your arrogant clan. Naruto said as he revealed his elongated canines and chuckling darkly, scaring the crap out of Hiashi. Tsunade coughed and spoke up again. Sorry Naruto, but you can't eat him or anyone else that gets on your bad side in the village, no matter how tempting it is right now. She emphasized while Naruto just shrugged. Oh well, I will just go with maiming the bakas then. Besides, I'm pretty sure I'd just get a bad case of indigestion from trying to eat a member from his clan. He said with a grin on his face, while Tsunade snorted at the thought of Naruto having stomach problems after eating a few hyuga. Anyways yes, Hinata is my official apprentice since she signed this paper, and due to a law my grandfather created, she is considered an adult due to her being a shinobi under my rule. You Hyuga Hiashi have no say in it, and only she can decide if she doesn't want to be my apprentice anymore. Tsunade stated while Hiashi clenched his fists in anger, realizing that Hinata was out of his grasp. Fine. If you want that weakling then you can have, but from this day forward Hinata is no longer a Hyuga. She is banished from the clan. He said with finality and anger in his voice, shocking all the clan heads minus Naruto and Tsunade. I'll be sure to inform her of that Hiashi, and since she is a ninja as well as my apprentice under my care, she will not have the caged bird seal placed on her. She said with Hiashi's eyes widening. But the Byakugan Hiashi stammered out at realizing his anger-driven mistake. Is no longer your concern since she is no longer a member of your clan since you've just announced publicly of your disownment of her. Oh, and should you attempt anything I'm giving Naruto permission to deal with you and anyone else as he sees fit. She also talked to me about a certain incident concerning you, the elders, and the death of her mother and Naruto being a witness to hear it. Tsunade said and the Hyuga paled in fear. Damn that traitorous bitch. Thought Hiashi. But since I have no hard evidence I can't do anything about it at the moment unless you decide to push the issue further. Now get out of my sight. Your mere presence sickens me to no end. Tsunade said to the man who scowls, gets up, and leaves out of the chamber, and slamming the door hard behind him. Call me paranoid, but that prick is gonna pull something stupid sooner or later on Hinata-chan. I hope he does because I'm gonna enjoy making that prick and anyone else under his thumb suffer for their insolence. Naruto said with a dark and bloodthirsty grin on his face, making most of the clan heads sweat drop. Tsume on the other hand was shivering with excitement and lust in her eyes, especially when she saw the grin on Naruto's face. Her Inyazuka instincts were creeping up into the back of her mind and trying to compel Tsume to do something not meant to be witnessed by the people in the room. Damn it, Hana wasn't kidding at all when she told me what he did at the bar they were having lunch at. He's dangerous, powerful, and hot. I wonder if he's into older women. She thought as she ogled the ultimate alpha male, while Kuromeru glanced at his partner's eyes and sweat drops. That kid better watch his back or else Tsume will end up jumping him when he's alone and doing God knows what to him. Not to mention Hana was practically jumping around at home last night. Something about an alpha secret war for his heart and beating a certain snake woman. The dog shinobi thought. After that little scene with Hiashi in the meeting room, Naruto decided to leave the tower and headed to teammates' training ground. As he landed in a tree, the Namikaze let a growl, which escaped from his lips because he could see Kiba and the Inyazuka was trying to make a move on Hinata. Come on Hinata, all I'm asking for is one date. Besides you shouldn't be around a demon like Naruto. He tried to reason which caused Hinata's brow to twitch dangerously. I already told you Kiba, I'm with Naruto-kun and I'm not interested in you at all now please leave me alone. She said in the most calming voice she had, but it was starting to form into anger due to Kiba's pestering. Shino was about to interfere, but his bugs quickly told him to stay put due to there being a dangerous being nearby, and its target was Kiba. They also told Shino who the being was, and the Aburam decided to simply observe the events playing out before him, with the option of interfering being a last resort should he really need to interfere. Kiba on the other hand was starting to get angry. I don't get what you see in that monster anyway. He killed our former leader. Doesn't that scare you at all? Hinata's eyes started to slowly form into the Byakugan because right now he was treading on dangerous grounds. That was only because that man ruined Naruto-kun's life and tried to turn him into his faithful servant and allowed those people treat him like he was a dangerous criminal and I could care less if Naruto-kun is a demon. I would rather be with a demon that would love me unconditionally and treat me like a princess than be with a human that sees me as an object or a prize like you do Kiba. She snapped at the Inyazuka who started to snarl dangerously at him. So what if I see you as some prize? That's what you are and you are gonna go on a date with me you little wench I'll. He started to say until a shadow loomed over him from behind. Or you'll what Kiba? Naruto asked in a dangerous voice. Dread was in Kiba's eyes and he slowly turned around to see a very pissed off looking Naruto staring down at him with red glowing eyes. Akamaru decided to be smart and leapt out of Kiba's jacket and ran behind Hinata whimpering in fear. He stammers out while Naruto cracked his knuckles. I know you were not trying to advance on my Haim and stated that she was a prize to be won did you? The Mizoku asked and Kiba tried to act tough. So what if I did demon? She's my woman whether she likes it or not and I will not my prize to a creature like Yurg. The Inuzuka found himself being snatched up by his collar, meeting Naruto's eye level, and said Namikaze was snarling in the now frightened Inuzuka's face. You better give me a good reason why I shouldn't crush your skull with my foot and send your carcass back to your mother, runt. Naruto said, unleashing Kai on Kiba, who was now soiling his trousers. Please let him go, Naruto-san. Asked a feminine voice, and Naruto turned his head to see Kurenai Yuhi walking towards them. Naruto looked back at a relieved Kiba, thinking his sensei was here to save him, and just smiled darkly at the Inuzuka. If I were you, I wouldn't be happy, Ron, considering the fact that she heard what you said regarding females and how you tried to advance on your fellow comrade. You'd be lucky to still keep your license should I report you to the Hokage, who is also female, and let's not forget who your mother is. He emphasized, making the Inuzuka pale and whimper like the dog he was, especially when he saw the look of anger in his sensei's eyes. Indeed he would be. Kiba, as of now you're suspended for an entire month, and I will be reporting you to the Hokage and your mother. Now hand over your shinobi license. She ordered. But sensei, Kiba didn't get to finish because Kurenai released a small amount of Kai in the mud. Now Genin. She ordered, and Kiba instantly pulled out his license, handed it over to the Genjutsu mistress, and started to leave, but stopped and gave Naruto a hateful look. Are you happy now, demon? Kiba spat out like the name was venom in his mouth, and Naruto grinned evilly at Kiba. Nope. Naruto said, confusing everyone when suddenly. Bam. Naruto sent Kiba flying into the sky, who ended up releasing a high-pitched cry from his mouth due to the fact that Naruto struck him in the nuts with his boots. Now I am Kiba. Enjoy the one-way flight. He called out while Akamaru's eyes bugged out of his head and looked at Naruto. Don't worry, Akamaru, I know you're not like your master, and I'm not going to take out his stupidity on you. Can you get home by yourself? He asked, and the young pup barked and sped off to inform Tsume of her son's actions. Naruto-kun, what location did you kick Kiba in? Hinata asked while the Hanyo blinked and grinned. Towards the female side of the hot springs. Why? Naruto asked, which caused Shino to sweat drop and Kurenai's eyes to bug out. Hinata sighs and shakes her head, but with a smile on her face. You really are cruel, aren't you? She asked jokingly while Naruto's grin grew. Only to people like Kiba, half of Konoha, and Team 7, but I would never be anything to you, my Haim. Well. Except for that one thing everyone likes to do in bed, but that can wait until you're ready. Naruto emphasized, making her whole face turn red and sputter at the thoughts that now ran in her mind of the two of them doing certain things that were beyond naughty. Then Naruto-kun, said Hinata, as she saw her sensei off to the side, eyebrow twitching from the Jounin sensei, and Shino having a small blush that was mostly concealed by the top of his coat. What, Hinata-chan? Said Naruto, with his grin further expanding, with his hands on her hips, knowing he was putting Hinata in a very unique position with the other two shinobi watching. My sensei is watching, said Hinata, knowing how Kurenai was a bit prudish when it came to such things. Want to go someplace more private? Said Naruto, seeing the blush on the girl grow even greater. Naruto-kun. Said Hinata when she felt his hands were dangerously close to her rear and further making naughty thoughts rise up within her mind. Alright. My apologies, said Naruto before taking his hand off her hip and grabbing Hinata's hand gently before kissing it in a gentlemanly manner. With Kiba suspended, who will replace him on our team, sensei? Said Shino, since the lack of a third person made their team incomplete. I'll have to talk to the Hokage about that, but it will have to be one of the other rookies, and maybe Naruto depending on the mission we're given, said Kurenai, as she saw how happy Hinata was at the moment with Naruto. Inside her mind, Kurenai was tad bit jealous of Hinata and had to crush the feelings that were right behind it, knowing they were unbecoming as the Hyuga girl sensei. Konoha Street sometime later. Naruto had soon bid a good day to Team 8 as he had to head to the Hokage Tower for any potential missions and advance his shinobi career to earn his advancement to Jounin. As he made his way through the streets of the Leaf, the Namikaze caught sight of two lovely ladies, Inuzuka Hana and Mitarashi Anko, at a bar, taking a well-deserved day off from their jobs. Knowing there was no rush in seeing the Hokage, Naruto walked into the bar, getting a wide space from the different people in the building, as they were arrogant fools, thinking he should be under their thumb and bend to their ever whim. Ignoring all those stupid people around him, Naruto greeted the ladies, who each vacated their seat to the one next to them so he could sit down, and chose to sit down in Hana's seat, with Anko seething at the Inuzuka, giving a victory hand sign behind his back to her rival. And how are you two lovely ladies doing today? Said Naruto, as he decided to have a conversation with them once Anko relocated back to her seat and scooted it closer to him. Good. We've decided to take a few days off to plan our revenge against Asuma for being the cheating baka he is and for hurting Kurenai-chan, said Anko, grinning deviously. As she leaned closer to Naruto while one of her hands was on his back, feeling the rippling muscles the Chunin was sporting under his vest. How's that coming? Said Naruto calmly while Hana was growling lightly at Anko's advances on him. Work in progress. We're currently at a disagreement on how to stick it to him. I say we lock him the kennels naked and let some horny dogs have a go at him, said Hana, trying to keep Naruto on her and leaning closer to him while breathing in his scent. And I say some of my snakes should bite him in the balls with enough venom to make his dick fall off, said Anko, while leaning closer with the two ladies glaring at the other. Why not do both? Said Naruto, grinning, which made both women pause to think, and then the light bulb above both their heads went off. Brilliant. I love it. Yelled Hana and Anko at the same time before they hugged Naruto, while silently groping his body to feel the muscles he had. I'll leave you two to plan things out then, said Naruto, smiling, knowing these women were going to make Asuma's life miserable. No. Don't go. Said Anko, as she leaned her head on his shoulder and tried keep him in his chair. I agree. Stay a while. Have a drink. Maybe two. Said Hana, as she did the same and was breathing in Naruto's scent deeply in the process. I wish I could, but I have to check with Tsunade to see if there are any missions for me, and then training with my shadow clones, said Naruto, seeing the girls pouting a little. I'd be happy to teach you some things, Naruto-kun, said Anko seductively, as she saw Hana growl and glare at the mistress of snakes. As would I, given my clan's animal-like nature, I could possibly help you in the physical aspect and develop a bond of trust between us for when we go out on missions, said Hana into his ear, as she a mere second away from nibbling on it. And just giving in to her instincts when some drunken moron in the bar decided to speak their mind. Hey. Leave the little demon freak alone and get with real men, said the drunken man, now stumbling over to them and collapsing against it with a few of his bodies doing the same. Sorry. I'm not interested in runts, said Hana, seeing how weak these guys looked when compared to Naruto. Didn't I humiliate you last month by revealing to the ladies you had a tiny penis for trying to grab my ass? Said Anko, seeing the drunken man grab a nearby bottle and smash it with the pointed remains he was holding, now being used as a weapon with his buddies, grabbing some things around them to use as weapons. Listen here, you little sluts, my buddies want a good time and we all know how you two spread your legs for just about anybody. So you're going to come with us and take it up the ass like the good little bitches you are without complaint. Got it. Said the drunk, with his friends nodding in agreement. Naruto growled at group of morons, his fingers cracking when stretched, and there was an aura of bloodlust in his eyes, aimed at the fools that spoke so disrespectful to these two women. However, before he could act, the two women being insulted did and turned it into a one-sided fight with the female gender being victorious. The drunken men, who had wanted to get laid, were beaten, broken, and emasculated by being strung up naked for everyone to see just how pathetic their manhoods really were. Very nice, said Naruto, clapping after seeing Hana and Anko display their sadistic side in terms of fighting these fools. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hey. He was talking to me. Said Hana and Anko at the same time before they glared at one another. You? Please. I branded the one in the ass with my mark, said Anko, showing one of the guys had the initials MA on his ass. Big deal. I broke one guy's arm and tore out some flesh from his back, said Hana, seeing Anko narrow her eyes. I kicked one guy in the nuts twice. Said Anko simply. I mauled the other's face, said Hana right back. My snakes bit one with such an intense dose of venom, he'll have explosive diarrhea for months on end. Said Anko, with the two women now right in the other's face, each one growling and trying to outdo the other. As entertaining as this was, I'm afraid I must depart from your sight to speak to the Hokage and hope to see you both soon. Again, you were most impressive with your skills and look forward to seeing you again, said Naruto, grinning at the two blushing women before winking at them and then leaving for the Hokage tower. Okami, he winked at me. Said Hana, as she was so excited and heard Anko scoff in disbelief. You? He was winking at me. Praising me for my sexy way of hurting people. It's quite an effective skill I've perfected like it was an art form, said Anko, now posing slightly while Hana growled. Is that a fact? Said Hana, flexing her claws and growling at Anko. You're damn straight it is, puppy girl. Said Anko, seeing Hana getting pissed. Snake sucker. Said Hana, getting in Anko's face again. You want to throw down, right now? Said Anko, with their two heads now pressing against the other. I'd like nothing better. Said Hana, getting ready for a fight. Only to hear the coughing sound the manager for the establishment gave and had a bill for the damages done to the place in hand. Uh-oh, said Anko, seeing the paper holding the damages she and Hana had done to the place. We're in trouble, said Hana, staring at the paper like it was a dreaded dog whistle. Run. Said Anko, with both women bolting out of the bar with the manager calling for them to come back to pay for the damages. Hokage tower at the moment. Okage-sama, Naruto-kun is here to see you, said Shizune, as she had red cheeks from seeing the Namikaze with a well-muscled body and still couldn't get over it. Good. Send him in please, said Tsunade, as she saw Shizune's blush and kept the tick mark on her head from forming, since she knew what it meant. I'm here for missions, said Naruto, getting right to the point, and sat down in a chair across from his godmother. Not much at the moment, I'm afraid. A little of this and that, though none of them truly let you show off your talents, said Tsunade, knowing the Gaki wanted to show off his talents to advance in rank and take on more dangerous missions. I see, said Naruto, as he felt depressed by that and really wanted a high-profile mission. I know you want to take on a mission, but there are times when we get slow days, and this is one of them, said Tsunade, sadly, knowing the demonic blood in Naruto was being a pain in terms of wanting to get him to stretch his legs outside of the village again. Okay. I'll be around, so call if you need me, said Naruto before walking off out the door. Yes. Call you if I need you. I can think of some needs. No. Bad Tsunade. You're not going to think such thoughts. You're old enough to be his grandmother. Thought Tsunade, as she felt the perverted Chibi Tsunade trying to rise up within her head from the grave she was buried in, and the female Hokage mentally had to whack it repeatedly with a shovel. Okage-sama, I have Yuhi Kurenai here to see you, she says. It's regarding Inyazuka Kiba and an incident that took place earlier with your apprentice Hyuga Hinata, said Shizune, seeing the Hokage narrow her eyes and motioned for Shizune to let Kurenai in. The next few minutes resulted in killer intent being unleashed, swearing, drinking sake, and then a sudden urge to castrate chauvinist males, thinking women were property. Over half the male population shivered in fear. But Naruto, the Namek, his descendant of Raisin, smiled, knowing Kiba's hellish day had only just started as word spread of the Inyazuka's invasion of the hot springs and the beatdown received by the women in it. From what the rumors were indicating, Kiba had suffered broken bones, some internal bleeding, and a large P-shaped mark on his right ass cheek to indicate he was a pervert. Naruto made a mental note to have it confirmed and get the pictures to hold over Kiba's head for the end of his days. As he thought about this, Naruto heard some commotion happening up ahead, seeing a woman on horseback, riding away from some armored warriors and trying to elude her would-be kidnappers. Not one to ignore it, woman in need of rescuing, Naruto moved quickly in between them and launched a vicious spin kick at the lead pursuer that sent him colliding into the others. Tut. What the hell was that? That's not in the script. Who are you? Said a man dressed like a director for a movie with a film crew behind him. To his credit, Naruto didn't act embarrassed or sheepish when learning this was a movie based on the Princess Fuun movies this actress Fujikazu Yuki did. Instead, Naruto had walked right up to the director of this particular movie and asked him what his major malfunction was in making a movie in a shinobi village without getting the permission of the Hokage first so she could alert her forces of what was going on. In fact, by the time Naruto was done ripping the man a new asshole, figuratively, the director was on the ground bowing, pleading for mercy, and promising never to do it again. So you're the famous actress Fujikazu Yuki, huh? Said Naruto, having left the weeping man to focus on the actress in front of him. Yes. What's it to you? Are you like the other people wanting my autograph? Said the woman in a formal tone, but she was a bit intimidated by the sight of the Chunin before her and the tattoos he was showing. You got a problem with fans loving your movies? Said Naruto, as he was going to ask for an autograph, but the woman made it pretty clear she didn't like fans asking, and she didn't give them out of the goodness of her heart either. I hate it when kids come up to me wanting an autograph from me. Acting is cruel, said the woman before walking away while ignoring the kids begging for an autograph. Man, what a whiny bitch, thought Naruto before meeting Yuki's humble manager of Amanasama Sandeu, requesting to speak to the Hokage about an important mission to take the actress to Snow Country. Hence why Naruto was chosen along with Guy's team to support them in this mission, now on a ship heading for Snow Country and without the actress knowing the destination. Of course, that wasn't to say the other members of Team 7 currently on the shelf until a genin replacement was made were less than thrilled by this. Kakashi even requested his team go in Guy's place since he had been to Snow Country before and was more qualified to lead the mission. Shame he wasn't qualified in keeping the mouth of his genin shut. Flashback Hokage's office. Okage-sama, my team is qualified to handle this mission, and with Naruto back on it, we can effectively be Team 7 again if only temporary, said Kakashi as he saw Guy's team next to his. And Naruto currently in the in-between them, though it was clear the demonic Namikaze was friendlier towards Team 9. Kakashi, I'm not assigning you this mission, as your history with your team being even remotely capable of doing anything Konoha Shinobi should be able to do as a team is at an all-time low. And don't think I haven't read the reports on what happened when you went on that so-called C-rank mission to Wave Country. The only willing to fight for those people were Naruto, while Uchiha Sasuke did it for glory, and Haruno Sakura did it because of her fangirl nature to the Uchiha. Said Tsunade, having read the mission report Kakashi gave and the one she asked Naruto to write one up too, since she highly doubted all the details of the mission had been put in. That's not true. Said Kakashi, as he now had Guy's team and the others looking at him now with questioning eyes. Even Niji had softened a bit after the beating Naruto gave him during the Chunin exam finals and even gone to see Hinata to apologize once his wired shut jaw was unwired to speak again. Really? Because from what I've read, you only started teaching your genin tree walking and that was only after getting to Wave Country to further protect Tazuna. You were walking with Tazuna to Wave Country and did no form of training with your team of any sort during that time. Then, when returning to the Leaf, you did absolutely no training outside of all those D-ranked missions and only trained Sasuke to fight Gaara, knowing that Naruto needed training to fight Niji. Instead, you threw him towards Abisu, who had little love for Naruto from the start and made no effort to find someone qualified to teach my godson. It was by sheer luck that Naruto got Jiraiya to train him and even then the damn pervert forbid him from using the toads in his matches. Said Tsunade looking pissed off right now at Kakashi. But Niji wasn't as big a threat as Gaara was. Said Kakashi only to be silenced from speaking in his defense by Tsunade, slamming her fist down on her desk, causing the whole room to shake. I don't give a shit. You had 2 students in the Chunin exam finals, Kakashi. Not one, but 2 of them, and you favored one over the other. Your sensei would be ashamed and you know it. That's why you're not going on this mission, Kakashi, nor is Team 7, as you are 1 genin short and Naruto is not a genin. Said Tsunade, seeing Kakashi narrow his one eye and turn his hands into fists. They don't know her like I do. They don't know the terrain than I do. Not sending me on this mission is foolish. Said Kakashi, seeing Tsunade's eyes narrowing dangerously at him. Maybe, but your current track record and your other 2 students with Naruto are less than promising, said Tsunade, as she saw Sasuke and Sakura getting pissed off at her words. That baka is a demon. How can you so blindly trust a demon over us? We're human. Said Sakura as she saw Sasuke nod and knew her crush was in full agreement. Your connection with Naruto has clearly blinded your judgment. I have half a mind to report this to the councils and see you replaced by someone more competent, said Sasuke, as he had sway with them and knew they would do as he asked. Are you challenging me, Uchiha? Because if you are, I have no problem sending you to Ibiki and ordering him to make what Itachi did look like a 4-star hotel resort. Said Tsunade, seeing Sasuke flinch but glare all the same and knew she hit a nerve. She inwardly smiled at hitting it. I'm merely stating a fact. Your connection to the demon is affecting your judgment for choosing missions. Anyone can see our team can handle it with or without the loser, so just give us the mission already, said Sasuke arrogantly, with Tsunade looking ready to punch the baka's lights out. Naruto, however, didn't just look ready he just hit and punched Sasuke right through a wall, so the Hokage wouldn't have to do it herself. Enough. Everyone who is against Team 9 and myself from going to Snow Country for this mission, I have one thing to say to you. Get the hell out of here before I get angry. Said Naruto, making his power known and scaring the crap out of the rest of Team 7 out and everyone else in the room. Turning back to Team 9, Naruto found the amusing sight of Tenten's hair now resembling a porcupine, Niji's hair now white as snow, and as for the 2 spandex thick eyebrows of the group. Well, let's just say that the afro look did not look good on them, but strangely enough wasn't bad either, and were now without their eyebrows. And as for Tsunade. Oops. The female Hokage's hair should not look like Medusa from Greek mythology due to the way it was now so unnatural. Let's fix ourselves up and never speak of this moment again, said Tsunade, as she gave Naruto a heated look and the group left to quickly fix themselves before returning back to normal. His team, and myself are going to Snow Country to be protection detail for a snooty actress currently hating her job. Said Naruto, seeing Yuki's manager grimace at that. In a nutshell. Yes, said Tsunade, seeing shrug his shoulders. How are we traveling? Land or sea? Said Naruto curiously. Both. Land to a fire country port, then you'll travel on a large cruise class ship large enough to house Yuki, the movie crew, and yourselves for the duration of the trip. Do not think of this as a vacation because your quarters will be cramped and you may have to share with another, said Tsunade, seeing Tenten blush while looking at Naruto for a second while Niji was taking minuscule steps away from Lee and Guy. Niji would sooner rip out his eyes or have an all-out fight to the death with Naruto than share sleeping quarters with those 2. Fair enough. See you all at the gate tomorrow morning. I have some much-needed training to do, said Naruto, grinning before taking off via the window, which got both Guy along with Lee all whooped up into a frenzy with their crying, hugging, and that horrible genjutsu that came with it. Not in my office. Said Tsunade, as she didn't want to see that and cursed a pile of paperwork in front of her that duty in being the Hokage commanded her to stay. Seeking to escape its clutches of the hugging, Tenten leaped out the window and planned for tomorrow and what to bring. Niji tried to escape, but Lee had grabbed him and forced the Hyuga branch member to join the hug while being sandwiched between the 2 green spandex-clad men. Niji's screams could be heard for miles. Namika's estate sometime later. So you're going on a trip to Snow Country? You know I have to come with you, right? Said QB as she saw him packing some clothes and other basic essentials needed for the trip. Well, the Hokage did say we would have to share, and I would have no problem with you sharing a room with me, said Naruto seeing QB blush while fidgeting under his smiling gaze, though she knew he was pulling her tails. If she wanted to, QB could transform into a smaller fox-like state and prevent herself from cramping the room that would no doubt be small to begin with. Though, the Fox Queen could not deny there were times recently that she would dream of sharing a room, or rather a bed with him. Who else is joining you on this mission? Said QB as she chose to bite back a retort at his words and just find out who else was going on this protection detail. Guy's team and Guy himself, said Naruto, while QB narrowed her eyes in thought at the bun-haired girl on Spandex User's team. At least I'll see if this girl is remotely interested if not worthy of Naruto-sama's attention, thought QB as she would watch the weapons girl and see if those possibilities had some ground to stand on. Have you ever been to Snow Country? Said Naruto as he turned to look at the Fox Queen deep in thought and knew what was going on through her head. What? Oh. No. Maybe. It's hard to say since it was so long ago. I've spent most of the time after being defeated by the Shadame being sealed up within your Uzumaki-kin on your mother's side of family, said QB as she sat down on the nearby bed. And it was clear to Naruto she wanted to ask a question. What's on your mind, Kaio-chan? Said Naruto seeing the woman looking embarrassed at being caught so easily. It's just. I know you have to have multiple mates because of the craw the village has due to being the last of two clan, but how many are you going to take? Said QB as she wanted the number to be small, yet elite group that the Fox Queen could state without question were women worthy of her master. What's wrong, Kaio-chan? Feeling the pressure of other women in my life? I thought we talked about your jealousy getting the better of you. Said Naruto walking over to the Fox Queen and seeing her looking up at him with pleading eyes. Old habits die hard, I'm afraid, said QB seeing Naruto smirking knowing what that was like. Don't worry. Know that regardless of the number, I will love all my mates equally, and that includes you too, said the Namikaze before caressing the Fox Queen's face, with the woman enjoying his touch. I know. It's just. I've been denied love for so long. Even back before I was sealed I was used by Uchiha Madara without any regard for my own free will. It was either be used or be sealed away. Never loved, said QB seeing Naruto's eyes filled with understanding at what she was referring to. Yeah. We both had it rough. Don't worry, Kaio-chan. I have no intention of being cruel to you and dangle it in front of your nose, only to yank it away, said Naruto seeing such intense emotions from QB now and knew that he had to be careful when it came to her heart. Thank you, Naruto-sama, said QB kissing his hand and nuzzling against it. After I get ready, how would you like to have a spar and get that demonic power of yours growing again? I'll have you at S rank in no time, said Naruto seeing QB look at him in surprise and realized he had a point. I would be honored, Naruto-sama, said QB smiling at him. Please. If you must use a suffix, then use kun and don't look like you're afraid to sneeze around me, said Naruto seeing QB was looking at him with pure joy. Really? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Said QB before hugging him and spinning the boy around in the process. Ai-chan. Stop. Spinning. Going to. Puke. Said Naruto before QB stopped and saw him spin around in a dizzy-like state. Sorry, said QB meekly. It's alright. No harm done. I'm good. Why are there three of you? Said Naruto before he fell on his butt and had hold his head to refocus his eyes. QB could only giggle at his spinning eyes and then helped him off the ground. Then flashback. Could it be any colder? Said Neji hating how the weather changed from warm to cold as the ship made its way to Snow Country while noticing neither Guy or Lee appeared to be affected by the cold despite the fact they were wearing thin spandex. It just wasn't natural. And Neji was still feeling freaked out from the hugging spandex and which he had been forced to endure brought him very close to committing seppuku. Suck it up, said Naruto wearing black pants, black shirt and crimson red Chunin vest. How can you not be cold, Naruto? You're wearing less than all of us on this ship, said Neji having seen Tenten was wearing 3 layers worth of clothing. Simple. I'm using a small fraction of my demonic chakra to keep me warm. It's also good for chakra control, since too much would have been sweating like a pig, said Naruto, as knew QB was in their shared quarters sleeping. And knew the Fox Queen wanted to keep a low profile right now unless absolutely necessary. How has Hinata-sama been doing lately? Said Neji, as he had been able to speak to his cousin since the Chunin exam, and then there was the incident at the Hyuga clan compound soon after. Good. She's training hard under the Hokage in the medical arts, said Naruto seeing Neji was indeed regretting his actions against Hinata. I see, said Neji calmly. She doesn't hate you, said Naruto stated. What? Said Neji surprised. Did I stutter? Hinata-chan doesn't hate you, said Naruto seeing Neji now looking at him like he'd grown a second head. She told you that much? Said Neji seeing Naruto smile. As a matter of fact. She did. Said Naruto before turning his attention on the front of the ship to see Yuki performing a scene from the movie she was making. Would it be alright to see her? After our mission? Said Neji hopefully. Sure. Just keep it civil with Hinata-chan, or I will make what you took at the Chunin exam prelims. Seem like an everyday spar with Lee, said Naruto with Neji nodding. I understand, said Neji evenly, but the memory of his body being turned into a living rag doll of abuse was forever burned into his brain, and the Hyuga branch member had no intention of having a repeat performance. Smirking, Naruto focused on the task at hand, and his demon instincts sensing there was more to this mission than first given. Akatsuki HQ. This is unexpected. The QB vessel is no longer holding the QB within his body and is now stronger than the fox. That is what you're stating, right Itachi? Said Pain as he stared at the Uchiha before him and saw the man nod. Yes. From what we were able to determine, the QB is not only free but is also a she and is still connected to Naruto by the Yondaime seal, said Itachi, seeing the group in front of him look surprised by this news. How is the QB brat so powerful? From what you told me Itachi, the boy should be among the weakest genin to date due to the abuse he suffered in Konoha and the lack of training from those around him. Said Pain knowing that Itachi had extensive knowledge on Naruto's upbringing before the Uchiha clan massacre. I do not know the answer to your question Pain-sama. What I do know is that Naruto's now a demon and QB's master. I saw the boy take down Kisam's water jutsu and the wall behind us in a single shot of chakra that was bigger than anything I've ever seen before, said Itachi with the other members becoming nervous. How do you propose we handle this Pain-sama? The QB was bad enough, but this kid apparently stronger and now knows of our existence. He won't be easy to defeat, said Sasori, knowing the chances of them winning against such a demon was slim to none, with the odds of it being none feeling very high to the puppet user. We'll worry about those two at a later time. First, we must locate the other tailed beasts and then plan a means to extract them from their host bodies. Only when it's time to go after QB will we be able to focus on her and the host she's connected to, said Pain calmly though inside this unprecedented turn of events was making his spine shiver. Snow Country. So this is Snow Country huh? I can see why it gets the name for it, said Naruto looking around while seeing the actress Yuki not thrilled by the prospect of being here. No doubt. Who would want to live in this cold place? Said QB as she used her demonic chakra to warm up the area to make the snow around them melt and prevent it from impeding their path. People with the strength to endure it, said Naruto, knowing that surviving harsh cold environments took considerable strength just like people living in the desert. I hate this place. I don't want to be here, said Yuki as she wanted to get back on the boat and get far away from here. Not surprising considering your relationship to this place. Princess Koyuki. Said a male voice above the group wearing some form of shinobi battle armor and wearing a shinobi headband with 4 small circles on it, indicating he was from a shinobi village. Along with the 3 others with him. Who are you? Said Tenten sensing the 4 shinobi on the cliff area above were far from friendly. I am Roganadder of Yukigakure. My comrades and I have been sent here on behalf of her dear sweet uncle to retrieve the princess, said Natter eyeing the snow princess now taking a step back towards the ship. Princess Koyuki? Are you sure? You must be one of those crazy people that see past the fiction of the movie and reality of the now, said Naruto taking a few steps forward. Hardly. The truth is, the actress Fujika's Yuki is really a secret alias Princess Koyuki, created to hide herself from her dear sweet uncle, and he has need of her here in Snow Country for a special project being worked on that requires her assistance of sorts. Said Roga seeing the now revealed to be Princess of Snow Country look ready to run. So that's how it is huh? Good. To be honest, the whole protection detail for this woman was boring to no end and I thought I would go crazy. Now I'm here in this cold bleak place and you want to take this princess back to her creepy possibly incestuous uncle for Kami knows what. I can't let you do that, said Naruto flexing his claws and grinning an evil grin with QB doing the same while Guy's team along with Guy himself prepared for battle. And who would you be? Said Roga with a raised eyebrow. My name is Namikaze Naruto and I am your worst nightmare made flesh, said Naruto seeing some form of recognition to his name being known in their eyes. Namikaze? The son of the Yondaime. Said the female snow shinobi near Roga. You were expecting Santa Claus? Said Naruto making QB snicker at the idea. Doesn't matter. Kill Koyuki's protection detail and everyone else before capturing her, said Roga seeing Naruto's power covering his entire body and there was an intensity from the boy that made the snow shinobi hesitant to charge forward. Ready to stain the snow here in their blood? Said Naruto to QB, who was letting her own power generate around her body and grinning in a feral manner. Hell yeah. said QB, letting out a roar that shook the environment around her, and the two charged forward with bloodlust in their eyes. As for Princess Koyuki, she watched Naruto and QB engage the snow shinobi in a vicious battle that had indeed stained the snow around them in blood. The bulky guy of the group, a man named Fuyakuma Mizer, had tried to engage Naruto in combat using his metal arms, but the Namikaze had crushed them after grappling with the man and kicked him into a mountain. QB fought a woman with pink hair named Kakyoku Fubuki and tore through the ice prison jutsu the snow shinobi tried to put her in. When it came to hand fighting, QB won hands down, shredding through the chakra armor with her claws mauling the pink-haired woman's face while shredding through the rest of her body while Fubuki tried to stop it. As for Mizer, he had barely collected himself when Naruto and ripped the chakra armor right off his body before plunging a hole into Snow Shinobi's chest. After ripping out the man's internal organs, the Namikaze focused on the only remaining Snow Shinobi of the group now fighting Mido Guy into jutsu, though Roga was holding his own thanks to his armor, taking most of the brunt of the hits Guy landed. Upon seeing his two teammates die, Roga felt it was better to retreat for now and report what had happened here to Kazuhana Dodo before it was too late. Using his Tearing Dragon Fierce Tiger Ice jutsu to handle Guy, Roga fled while the window of opportunity was still open to him and could see the genin of the group wished to pursue. Though Naruto told them to wait. "Why don't you want us to pursue him? We have the advantage in numbers," said Tenten, frowning at the chance to stop Roga from escaping had been stopped. "Because we don't have knowledge of the terrain in front of us. Roga clearly does. Don't forget that when having the advantage in terms of numbers doesn't mean anything if the enemy has knowledge of the terrain and knows how to use it. If we pursue, Roga could spring a trap and remove us from protecting the princess," said Naruto before he, Guy, and QB were all there with them. "Naruto-san is right. We have no real knowledge of the terrain ahead. For all we know, there could be more snow shinobi waiting to ambush us and know all the places to do it. We need to find the nearest town or head to the capital of Snow Country, where Princess Koyuki can establish herself as the rightful ruler of the lands," said Guy, seeing the group nod, but Koyuki wasn't so confident and the memories of her past with the loss of her father now returning. "This is pointless. All of it. Even if you defeat a few snow shinobi, my uncle will use other means and win against you," said Koyuki, making Naruto growl out in anger and grab the woman by the throat before pulling her closer to him so she looked right into his demon eyes. "Listen up, lady. I'm only going to say this once, so pay attention. Grow a fucking spine and stop whining like it's the end of the world. It sickens me to no end at seeing just how spineless people like you are in the face of danger these days. You suffer a little and think the world is unfair, so you run from your problems or sulk over them like they are the worst thing that could happen," said Naruto before shoving her onto the ground. "What do you know of suffering? I lost my father to my brother over some secret power that was supposed to bring hope to my country. What do you know of losing someone you cherish?" said Koyuki, seeing Naruto's eyes harden. "Oh boy," thought QB, as she had seen this with Inari back in Wave Country. "What do I know? What do I know? I know far more about suffering and pain than you could ever possibly comprehend, you whiny brat. My whole life I've been abused and lied to since the day I was born. I've had more attempts on my life than every single Kage in all the 5 shinobi villages combined in all their years of service. I never had a chance to even know my parents until a few months ago during the Chunin exams because the old bastard 3rd Hokage conspired to keep everything from me, and that's not even the half of it. I make your sob story look like a fairy tale told to children when compared to me. So don't give me crap about pain and suffering like you're the only one that knows it, because you are not the only one that knows it. Now get fuck off the ground and stand up straight because you are a princess of this country. Like it or not, you will do your duty to these suffering people living under your uncle's rule and fix what he's broken. Are we clear on that fact?" said Naruto, his demonic energy shooting up all around him with more than enough force to shake the ground around him. "Why yes. I understand," said Koyuki in fright at the terrifying demonic figure in front of her while trying to stand. "Good. Don't worry about your uncle. I will kill him myself if the moment arrives. You just worry about how you are going to fix this country once you become its ruler," said Naruto calmly with a smirk on his face. Seeing the woman nod, Naruto turned and walked away with QB right beside him. "Do you have any idea how hot that was back there? I want you, Naruto-sama," said QB, seeing Naruto's smirk become even wider. "Patience, Kayu-chan. All things come to those who wait," said Naruto, seeing QB now pouting since she clearly didn't want to wait. Still, this was hardly the time or the place to make her dreams a reality, so with a sigh, the Fox Queen obeyed the grandson of Raisin to keep such desires at bay. They still had a mission to accomplish after all. Deep underneath the mountain regions of Snow Country, a demonic entity stirred, feeling an intense power it had not felt in centuries, if not for a millennia, and yet was not near its location. So the demonic being decided it too would wait until the right moment to strike, and when it did, all would tremble at the sound of its footsteps. Until then, it would wait. Tsume strikes. Inuzuka Tsume watched from her perch on a tree near the Namikaze estates as she was doing what Jiraiya did at Hot Springs and peep on one Namikaze Naruto. At the moment, her prey had made a couple hundred shadow clones and was doing physical exercises when they weren't sparring with each other. Giggling slightly at the sight of the shirtless, well-muscled tattooed male from her position, Tsume waited until the right moment when Naruto's guard was down and she could pounce on his body before ravishing him like there was no tomorrow. And if this became a huge incident, which in all likelihood was going to be, then Tsume would blame her daughter Hana for going on and on about Naruto being an alpha driving her nuts. Sure, it seemed low to blame the daughter, but getting some hot action from the stud she was watching right now, then Tsume was going to jump for it, and speaking of jumping for it, it was time to strike. Leaping from her position on the tree, Tsume crashed right into Naruto, expecting the impact of her body, mixed with velocity, would knock the young man down and make him so disoriented long enough to remove his pants before having her way with the poor Namikaze. What Tsume didn't expect was that upon colliding with Naruto, he didn't budge from his spot and was now holding the Inuzuka matriarch in a very compromising position. "Can I help you, Tsume-san?" said Naruto with a raised eyebrow at the shocked woman's face. That is I," said Tsume, as she couldn't think clearly, not only because of the position her body was in, but because Naruto's scent was being inhaled through her nose and it was intoxicating to say the least. "You wanted to do something perverted with me just now, did you, Tsume-chan?" said Naruto, seeing the woman sweating slightly at the sight of his grin. "And no. Maybe. Yes," said Tsume nervously, as she realized that this was Kushina's child right here and all from her bloodline were no notorious pranksters. "That's naughty, Tsume-chan. I think a punishment should fit the crime committed here today," said Naruto, grinning further and made Tsume sweat even more nervously. "Show mercy," said Tsume with a small whine a dog would make being heard coming from her. "Not a chance," said Naruto, grinning deviously at the woman. Inuzuka clan home hours later. "Where's mom?" said Kiba, still nursing his balls from where Naruto had kicked him while sitting on a special pillow to sit down on due to his ass being branded. "I don't know, Runt. You're lucky that the doctors even gave you permission to come home to let your wounds heal. Did either of your tiny nuts pop yet?" said Hana, seeing Kiba growl at her, but it was more feminine due to the damage done to his balls being almost destroyed by Naruto, and it would be a few weeks before he showed signs of not pissing blood. "Yeah, well, I don't like Hinata being around that demon, and I don't like him being near you either. At least when mom gets back from whatever it is she's doing, your interaction with the monster will come to an end," said Kiba, seeing Hana looking pissed off at the fact he would try to have their mother stop any kind of interaction with Naruto. Any further argument was ended when a blur rushed through the door and up the stairs before they could realize that the blur was in fact their mother. And she was naked. And she had a handprint on the right side of her rear end with the Uzumaki symbol on the left. "Did you just see what I just saw?" said Hana, hoping to Kami it wasn't. "I'd rather not say," said Kiba, as they waited until their mother came down, now properly dressed, red-faced, and glaring at the two. "This never leaves the house," said Tsume before heading straight for the kitchen to get something to drink, while Hana went after to find out what exactly happened and if they happened with whom she suspected it did. Hana knew what they saw would never leave the house, but she wanted details and find a way to make it happen to her. The sound of purring could be heard from the bedroom Naruto and QB were residing in, and the reason why. "It's because," said Vixen in a small fox form resting in her master's lap, while he stroked her gently behind one of her fox ears with his fingers and her tails were swaying around happily as if they had a mind of their own. Said Mizoku was chuckling as he saw her curl up even more into his lap and one of her tails brushed against his neck. As this occurred, a knock on the door entered his ears and he stopped stroking her, getting a whine from the vixen. "Enter," he said, and the door opened, revealing Koyuki wearing a blue robe with snow patterns on it. "To what do I owe this honor, princess?" Naruto asked, wondering what Koyuki wanted but could tell by the look in her eyes that were filled with regret and she was saddened and worried about something. "I was hoping that we could talk for a while," she asked while Naruto looked at her with his slit violet eyes, which appeared to be gazing into her soul. After looking at her for a few minutes, he shrugs. "I don't see why not. Come on," he says and motions for her to sit down, which she does and sits in front of him. "So, what can I help you with?" Koyuki sighs after regaining her composure, decided to speak. "I want to apologize for how I acted earlier. You were right. I was just a coward running away from my problems and blaming others for my misfortune, especially when there are others who are suffering more than I have," she said in a downcast tone while he looked at her. "Apology accepted, but the ones you should be apologizing to are your people once you retake the throne," he replied, and she nodded but saw her hands tremble a little on her lap. "You're afraid?" he asked the future daimyo of Snow Country, and she nodded. What if I'm not capable of being a great leader like my father was? What if I let him and the people that believed in my family down? She asked quietly with fear of failure clear in her voice. The only thing you can do is your best time. No one's asking you to climb the highest mountain peak of Snow Country and fly off of it. Snow Country needs its true leader back, and you are that person, not that prick Dodo, and I assure you Koyuki Kazuhana that I will personally make sure he pays for his crimes. He assured her and she looked up at him. You do realize he has an army of ninja who will stop at nothing to get me right? She asked while he scoffed. Oh please, I could wipe out his little army in a single shot, and in case you've forgotten, you have two powerful demons on your side, and I happen to be the descendant of a demon who was dubbed the demon god of war, who had no equal and was stronger than the other two demon rulers combined, and let's not forget that you also have the strongest of the Bijuu as well as the Fox Queen helping us, isn't that right my little vixen? Naruto asked QB, who was purring loudly and wagging her tails happily as he slowly stroked her back. Koyuki's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw this. Unreal. I never would have thought the most powerful of the Bijuu would act so calm. She stated while he chuckled and nodded. You're telling me? We may be demons and may love to fight now and then, but we also cherish things just like humans do, and like me she was dealt a bad card in life, and as long as I live, I'll make sure she never has to go through that ever again. He said as she snuggled deeper into his lap so that he wouldn't see her cry. Koyuki chuckles a little and shakes her head. And to think I thought demons were bloodthirsty monsters. She said while he smirked. Back during barbarian times yes, but you humans have done things that make us look like saints. Naruto joked while she laughed a little. Touché, so was your life in Konoha really that screwed up? She asked and Naruto snorted. Screwed up beyond imagination, but don't worry, I'm putting those that have wronged me in their place, and most know better than to piss me off, especially when I killed the Sandaime Hokage and his traitor of a student Orochimaru. He replied, which made her eyes bug out. You killed the god of shinobi and the most dangerous criminal to ever live? She asked with awe in her voice, and he nodded. I sure did, since he was the one who screwed me over most of my life, so I returned his generosity by knocking his head off his shoulders and then squashing his skull like a melon. Orochimaru was more of a bonus since he tried to play God with himself and other people's lives, and there are still some people in that village who are on my shit list that I intend to deal with. He said, revealing his canines, which made her sweat drop a little, and was glad she wasn't on his shit list. So what's it like? Being the long-line descendant of a demon king and all? She asked Naruto, who blinked and thought about it. Well, aside from being powerful and kicking the asses of arrogant humans, I think it's pretty great. Especially with all the females I'm attracting. He said with a grin on his face which made her raise an eyebrow. Human and demon alike? Koyuki asked. Yep, though Kayu-chan here is the only female demon I'm with for now, but human-wise, I got the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and there are a few older women that are interested in me like two Inyazukas, with one being the matriarch along with her daughter. Then there is a Kunoichi, who is the former apprentice of Orochimaru and has a fetish for blood mixed with a taste for dango. There are a few more like my godmother's assistant and my first girlfriend Sensei, but she is in denial at the moment and just recently broke up with her sexist pig of a boyfriend. He answered and the future daimyo was stumped. Unbelievable. So apparently you're going to have a harem? She asked only to hear Naruto scoff at the word. I don't like the word harem. I prefer to think of it as having a big and growing family. He stated while she chuckled. And how do you expect to deal with so many females? She asked with a grin on her face while Naruto just grinned back. Well, one of the good things of being a powerful demon is my stamina level being near godlike in demon terms. He answered, which made Koyuki's eyes widen and blush a little. That and I have Kage Bunshins to help with that issue when dealing with so many women. That answer there made her whole face glow red while Kayu giggled perversely at the thought. Note to self. Test that out with him, thought Kayu, knowing her time would come soon enough with Naruto. Why do you ask these questions, Koyuki Haim? Are you volunteering to help me restore my family's clans? He asked in a teasing tone which made her eyes bug out and sputter, and said Mizoku laughed at this. Well, it's getting pretty late and you should get some rest for tomorrow. He said while her blush died down and she nodded. I will, and good night Naruto-kun. She said, getting up, turning around, and leaving the room, praying that the young Mizoku was right. The next morning. Right now Team 9 along with Naruto, QB, Koyuki, Sandaime, and the camera crew were traveling through a snow-covered trail that lead to the capital of Snow Country. At the moment, Koyuki was lost in her thoughts and was wondering about what Naruto told her last night and couldn't help but admit to herself that Naruto was correct. If she continued to run away from her problems, she would not only be letting down her people and country, she would be dishonoring everything her father and ancestors gave their lives to create their home and country. As they trekked through the snow, a powerful blizzard appeared out of nowhere, causing everyone, except for Naruto and Caillou, to make an attempt to find cover, only to find a red barrier form over them and keep the blizzard from blowing them away until it died down. Well, that was weird. That blizzard gust came out of nowhere and there wasn't even any chakra in it. Naruto said and got a nod from Caillou, since something like that shouldn't just appear and blow over like that. Something powerful made that blizzard, and from how powerful that gust was, it was close. She answered, and that was when Naruto turned to Guy. "Guy-san." The young Mizoku said, getting the man's attention. "Something is not right in this area. And I want you and the others to get away from here," he stated, which made the Taijutsu specialist's eyes widen. Something made that blizzard, and whatever did that is strong. Plus, for some reason I think another demon has caused it. If that is true, Naruto-san, then I will get the others away from this area and to safety," Guy said in a serious tone and turned towards the others. "Alright everyone, we're falling back and heading to somewhere safe until Naruto and his partner have dealt with this threat," he said, getting a nod from his students as well as the crew, since the genin knew they'd be no match for a demon that even had the young Mizoku on edge. Koyuki on the other hand looked skeptic. "Naruto-kun, are you sure you two will be alright?" she asked with a worried look in her eyes, and Naruto grinned. "Yeah, I'll be alright, Haim, but your safety is more important now. Guy, she's in your care until Caillou and I take care of whatever is causing the snowstorm," he said, and then he and the Fox Queen took off in the snow-covered forest. Deep in the mountain caves, a large creature with icy breath escaping his mouth was growling lowly, and its eyes glowed red. At long last, a descendant of the Demon King has walked the earth yet again. It's been so long since I fought the demon war god or his descendant in the past century. Hopefully this one will prove to be just as entertaining. The creature said to himself and chuckles darkly for a while, but then he lets out an ear-splitting roar that echoes loud throughout the cave and shook the mountains. Naruto and Caillou were moving like blurs throughout the snow, but then they skidded to a halt as they heard a roar echo throughout the mountains. "He's close, and from the looks of it, he's residing in the mountain ranges, Naruto-kun," Caillou said, getting a nod from the blonde who now had a grin on his face. "Yeah, and from the roar our friend unleashed, he's ready for a fight," the Mizoku stated as his blood was boiling in excitement and anticipation due to the fact that he was gonna face a powerful demon and hopefully have to earn his victory. That was when the side of a mountain exploded, a blur leapt out and suddenly landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake and rumble violently, and landed a few feet away from Naruto and Caillou. The opposing figure was around 9'5" and appeared to have snow-white fur and a bulky figure. It had long powerful arms and strong legs that had long curved claws that looked like they could cut a diamond in two. He had a row of sharp jagged-like teeth and 4 large curved canines jutting from his upper and lower lip and glowing red eyes. "Well, this is something you don't see every day," Naruto said with a grin on his face, and Caillou's eyes widened. "It can't be Wendigo?" she asked the looming figure, who appeared to be grinning, though you couldn't tell with his imposing teeth. Well, if it isn't the Fox Queen and the grandson of the Demon King Raisin and his last heir Yusuke Urameshi," he said as his voice rumbled in excitement. "How is he even here? Why haven't I ever sensed him before my ceiling?" thought Caillou. "What brings the young Mizoku to my domain? Surely you didn't come all this way to say hi?" he asked humorously while Naruto smirks with his arms folded. "Sadly no, I'm on a mission to help a princess save her country from her tyrant of an uncle," Naruto stated, and Wendigo snorted. "Great, another lover of humans," the snow beast muttered, and Naruto scoffs. "Don't jump to conclusions, furball, because I too have had my share of problems with the human race and killed and broken some of the arrogant ones. Honestly, they believe they are the superior species in this world but forget their place. But there are a few that I have dubbed worthy of not facing my wrath," Naruto stated, because even though he loathes half of Konoha and would like nothing more than to wipe them off the face of the earth, there are those who are not arrogant and actually deserve a second chance, unlike the late Sandaime and his power-hungry student. Indeed. Those insignificant bugs forget their place and need to be reminded that they are nothing more than prey. Pleasantries aside, I would like to see just how powerful you are, descendant of Raisin. Like the vixen said, I am Wendigo, the most powerful ice apparition to ever live. I've spent the last 1,000 years sleeping, waiting for my rival's next heir to show himself to the world. So what do you say, Mizoku? You have enough time in your hands to fight a rival of your old man, Wendigo challenged, and Naruto responded by grinning like a madman and flexing his claws. Caillou saw the wild gleam in his eyes, and they reminded her of when she saw Raisin fight a strong opponent. "Does a fat kid love cake?" Naruto replied back, and the ice demon let out a booming laugh. "You're definitely their descendant, alright," Wendigo stated, and then snarled. "You can bet your ass I am," said Naruto, snarling back. "Prepare yourself, boy. Unlike those demons Raisin faced, I am the real deal, and if I wanted to I could have been one of the 3 demon kings." He said while a wild blue aura flared around his body like wildfire, and Naruto responded by flaring his own demonic energy and grinning like a kid during Christmas. The skies darkened, lightning flashes around the two demons with each hungry for battle, for blood, glory, and death. Is that right? In that case show me what you've got, Lord of Ice. Naruto replied in a demonic tone, and Wendigo responds by letting out a roar that was so powerful that it released a shockwave that sent snow flying in different directions. Gladly. Wendigo responded by lunging at Naruto with his fist reared back, and said Mizoku reared his fist back and lunges at the ice demon as well. They both swung their fists at the same time, and when they made contact, they released an intense shockwave so powerful that the earth shook and sent snow flying everywhere and trees swaying, and a few being ripped from their roots. When their fists clashed, the high-ranking demons each had crazed grins on their faces, and both knew that their fight was gonna get wild. Aya managed to form a barrier around herself to keep the debris away. This is gonna be a fight for the history books. The Lord of Ice facing the descendant of the Demon King, she said with a grin on her face. A few minutes later, an explosion appears on the battlefield, and Naruto can be seen skidding backwards from the punch Wendigo struck him with, but the Mizoku skidded to a halt with his head down, but then lifted it up, revealing a pair of wild eyes and grin, filled with bloodlust and excitement. He had a few bruises and cuts on his body and clothed, but they were healing up instantly. You call that a punch, old man? The vixen can hit harder that. He taunted and looked like a rocket. He suddenly appeared in front of a surprised Wendigo with his fist reared back and had electricity cackling around it. Naruto then gave Wendigo a wicked right hook to the jaw that sends him crashing into the ground and skidding back across the snow. As this happened, a blur bypassed him and appeared behind him with his right foot reared back, and when he was close enough, he delivered a kick across the head that sent Wendigo flying into the air. Next Naruto sprinted across the snow, leaps into the air, and delivers a roundhouse kick that sent Wendigo into a mountain, causing an explosion of rocks and an avalanche to occur. When he landed on the ground, Naruto didn't see Wendigo anywhere and kept his focus now on the mountain that had a huge hole in the center and rubble on the ground. You can come out and stop playing possum whenever you want, Frostface, Naruto said to himself until an explosion of snow appeared from under his feet and a huge hand came out and grabbed Naruto by the head, lifts him up, and slams him onto the ground. Wendigo rose from the ground with only a busted lip, but he seemed to ignore it. You've got a big mouth, brat. You should learn to respect your elders, said Wendigo, chastised, and sent a solid punch into Naruto's gut, and said Hanyo's eyes bugged out and was sent flying across the snow-covered field and crashed hard into the ground, making the earth tremble. Ayu winced at the punch delivered to Naruto, knowing even he had felt that one. I know that it had to hurt. Wendigo was known to be able to punch through and smash diamonds with his fists alone. He can rip through solid steel with his demonic claws and even his teeth. Any other demon would be a bloody smear from that punch, said Caillou, said as she saw the huge crater and watched Wendigo make his way towards it. Perhaps it would any other demon. But I'm not just any of those kind of demons. No. I'm the grandson of Raisin, the Demon King of War, and I have no intention of turning into this guy's smear of trophy on his ice wall, said Naruto, getting off the ground, spitting out some blood pooling in his mouth, and grinned at Wendigo before motioning the demon to come at him. Wendigo didn't need any further invitation to engage Naruto in a fight. With Team 9. Wow. Whatever Naruto and QB are fighting must be pretty strong if they're still going at it, said Tenten, seeing Niji using his eyes just enough to see the fighting in the distance. Naruto-sama is fighting what is clearly something of demonic origin. It is holding strong against Naruto and even spilling some of his blood into the snow, said Niji, while Guy, Lee, Tenten, and even Koyuki were staring at him in shock. This demon must be strong to hold its own against Naruto-kun, said Koyuki more to herself than the others. The loud explosion echoed throughout the snowy landscape, shaking the ground around Team 9, the princess, and the movie crew. If only we could get close enough, we could film it and add it to the movie, said the director, knowing there was a real-life battle going on and he was missing this lifetime opportunity in filming it. The sight of something flying into the air before heading towards them caused the group to scatter to their horror that it was a bloody Wendigo who was getting off the ground and spit out some blood with a few broken teeth. Still, the demonic creature couldn't help but smile at this turn of events and let out a cruel chuckle before cracking his neck. It's been too long. I've missed fights like these, said Wendigo before turning to see Team 9 to his left and then Koyuki to his right with the film crew, along with Sandayu taking a step back. Wendigo grinned at the sight at the smorgasbord of human flesh around him. Hey. Focus on me. Not them, said Naruto, hitting Wendigo with a mean spin kick that shattered the demon's teeth while sending the creature flying back into a mountain wall. You're right. I should focus on you. They can be my victory meal afterwards, said Wendigo before letting out a primal roar and charged at Naruto, doing the same. Sorry boys and girls, but this is a demon-only fight and humans can't get involved, said Caillou, as she made a dome of her crimson demonic chakra and covered the two demonic warriors going toe-to-toe. Punches, claws, kicks, and demonic energy clashed in an all-out survival of the fittest to see who was the better demon. Crimson blood now stained the once pure white snow, the ground shook with each thunderous hit or miss either foe tried to land on the other. And yet, through some sheer cruel twist, it was clear to everyone watching and filming this event that the two demonic warriors were actually enjoying their fight. You're pretty good. Shame you have to die, said Naruto with a trickle of blood running down his face with Wendigo looking back while missing an eye. Really? I could say the same thing about you, grandson of Raisin. You are just like the man in so many ways. The spirit of the warrior is with you like it was with him. Win or lose. It was an honor, said Wendigo with Naruto nodding in agreement. Same here, Wendigo. One last attack for each and then we see who goes into the abyss, said Naruto grinning while forming a demonic Rasengan into his hand, thanks to reading from the many scrolls on jutsus in the Namikaze estate. Yes. That's the way. Attack me with everything you've got. Just like your grandfather would. Said Wendigo forming his own ball of energy shimmering with demonic ice. They moved with a blur of speed no one but QB could catch, and even then it wasn't easy before the two powers clashed with such intensity that it threatened to shatter even Caillou's protective dome. Naruto and Wendigo were looking at the other dead in the eye while trying to gain the upper hand on the other with their own attacks, with Naruto's Rasengan shredding through Wendigo while Wendigo's ice attack was slowly freezing his arm. Time to die. Said Naruto putting more power into his attack and finally overpowered Wendigo with the Ice Lord shattering like glass in the end. Whoa. Said Tenten with the other gasping at seeing QB dome go down while a bloody, battered, and grinning Naruto let out a roar of dominance that echoed throughout the country. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how it's done. Said Naruto wobbling a little before sitting down on a nearby boulder and Caillou was instantly at his side. He really hit you really hard, said QB using her demonic power to heal his injuries with Naruto letting out a chuckle. Yeah. He definitely could have been a king of Makai if he tried. Not quite up there with the old man, but he's close by in the general area. Good thing he slept for 1,000 years and didn't train or else this world would be screwed, said Naruto before laughing again with QB doing the same though it was more of a light chuckle. Please tell me you got all of that on film. All of it. Said the director with the film crew nodding, though it would be difficult for people to see the fight since they doubt it would be seeable by the people. Fortunately, the editing room would decide what they had and if they could use it. That's going cost you extra, said Naruto to the director seeing the man nod his head vigorously knowing anything he paid the boy would be pocket change compared to the money he'd get from showing the fight alone. Authenticity in this film would make it a monumental blockbuster. You need to rest for a couple minutes, but after that you'll be ready to go and help the team take the princess to the capital, said Caillou, seeing all the wounds on his body now closed and took her blood-covered hand off of it. It won't be so easy. My fight with Wendigo will no doubt bring the masses of Dodo's forces here and we can expect company sometime soon within the hour, said Naruto seeing everyone tense knowing he was right. Naruto is right. Princess Koyuki, we must get you to the capital of Snow Country and put you on the seat of power, said Guy seriously to the princess and movie actress. Sorry, she won't be going anywhere, but with me to see her dear Uncle Dodo and help him fulfill his destiny, said Roganator as he threw a flashbang grenade onto the ground and took off with the princess on his back. Aye. Get her back. She has something of value Dodo needs. Once he has it her life has little value. Said Naruto pointing to Roga with Guy gone a second later after the snow shinobi. We should go with Guy-sensei. Said Lee ready to go, but a halting motion from Naruto stopped him and the others from doing the same. No. Caillou and I will do that. You stay here and protect the film crew. There's no need for them to be left unprotected while here, said Naruto getting up and rushing off with the Fox Queen behind him. With Roga and Koyuki. Roganator was happy at himself for succeeding where his team had originally failed in capturing the princess and was now on his way to bring the woman to Dodo and a reward soon following. Oh, Roga could see it now. A dozen virgin women to be his sex slaves, as well as the mothers of his future children when he started his own clan and bring about a new era for his shinobi village. His thoughts on the matter were rudely interrupted when Koyuki surprised him with a few hard hits to his face via her elbow, causing the shinobi to stumble and sent the princess flying forward while skidding in the snow. Feeling his face, Roga snarled in anger at the feeling of his nose being broken and snapped it back into place before wiping the blood leaking out of it onto the snow. Bitch. Just for that, I'm going to ask Dodo if I can have you become my sex pet and sire me a couple of kids, said Roga seeing Koyuki glaring at him. I'll kill myself before I bring about any children from your bloodline and I doubt you're into screwing dead women, said Koyuki seeing Roga sneer at her. Depends on how long you've been dead, said Roga, making Koyuki's face go green and want to puke. You sick bastard, said Koyuki, seeing him get closer to her. Comes with the job. You think those leaf shinobi are any better? If paid enough, they'll kill or do horrible things to you. It's all about money and power. Whoever has the most is the one that controls us, said Roga, grabbing Koyuki, but she angled her left leg just right between his and kicked up with all her strength. She didn't think anyone could let out such a high-pitched shriek of pain. Dynamic entry, said Guy as he kicked Roga in the head and sent him flying into the trees. You're that leaf Jounin Mido guy, said Koyuki before she was helped by the man. Yosh. I am the green beast of Konoha. No one can withstand my cool hip attitude and nature towards life and the springtime of youth, said Guy before going into a dramatic hearty laugh while Koyuki once more turned green like the man's spandex and throw up. Please don't act like this right now, Guy. We have a princess to protect, remember? Said Naruto, arriving with Kai right behind him before Koyuki ran up and hugged him while ignoring the dried blood on his muscled body torso. And the fact she was near suffocating him with her breasts behind her clothing. Lust. Not kill. Royal human. Bitch. Thought Caillou as she saw how comfortable the boy was and made a mental note to have him be in that same position with herself after this was over. I'm so glad you're here, said Koyuki, which earned her a muffled laugh and a smile from him when she let go of him. Me too. We need to head back to the others still guarding your film crew. You do have a movie to make after all while we head to the capital, said Naruto simply. Lead the way, said Koyuki before Roga leaped from his position down on them with a kunai in hand. I don't care anymore if Dodo wants his niece alive or not. The bitch along with the rest of you are dead. Said Roga with Naruto pointing his finger in a gun-like manner with red energy the size of golf ball formed at the index finger's tip. Don't bet on it, fool. Demon gun. Said Naruto, which unleashed a massive blast of demonic energy at Roga, who was destroyed easily by the attack and small yet still noticeable portion of the forest they were in. Did you have to overkill? Said Caillou, seeing the destruction he caused. You want to talk. Who was it went on a rampage and caused a leaf so much damage there before being sealed away in someone for the third time in their life, said Naruto grinning with QP blushing. Touché, said Caillou with Naruto grinning. Damn right. Let's go back to the others, said Naruto picking Koyuki up bridal style with the princess blushing and ran off to the others. Yosh. Naruto is embracing his springtime of youthful. Said Guy only to be punched in the face by QB. Say that about Naruto-kun one more time and I will make sure you never have eyebrows or that monstrosity you call hair ever again. Said Caillou before running after Naruto with Guy doing the same with a lump forming on his head. The entire group eventually became whole again, but they still had a long way to go and Sandayu had to leave to gather the rebel forces fighting against Dodo. Apparently, they had been wishing to fight against the man for some time, but didn't have the means or the opportunity to make a real difference until now. With their princess now back in Snow Country, backed by Leaf Shinobi and two of the most powerful demons in the elemental countries. How could they lose? They had just made it to the top of a snowy hill to see train tracks, which had been freed from the snow and ice during Naruto's battle with Wendigo. Koyuki explained that the train was a key form of transportation in Snow Country as it could move faster than a horse carriage ever could and was one of the few technological wonders still left in the world. It was one of the reasons why Snow Country was so popular in terms of being attacked on occasion by outside forces, since the land possessed other wonders the rest of the world did not. It was at that point the marvel of the train made its presence known loudly, thundering in its approach when coming out of the tunnel and moving at high speed along the tracks before stopping, and Dodo rose from the top of the train's front. Wearing armor the trio of snow shinobi wore earlier, grinning an evil grin and clapped mockingly at the group on the hill. Bravo. Bravo. Leaf shinobi are everything the world says you are. Those snow shinobi I sent were among the strongest in the lands, but you took care of them easily like they were nothing, and for that I tip my hat to you. If I had a hat to tip, said Dodo laughing while the leaf shinobi were not amused. Surrender, Dodo. You cannot win. Not anymore. Said Sandayu with his forces behind him. Don't be so sure, Sandayu. You'll find I am not so easily defeated just by losing a few worthless shinobi, said Dodo before snapping his fingers and the sides of the train came down to reveal kunai firing cannon holes. And they all fired. Fool. Said Caillou as she created dome of crimson chakra and shield everyone from harm of the projectiles. What? Said Dodo, not expecting this. Roga should have told you about Koyuki having the back of two powerful demons. I wonder why he didn't. Said Naruto before Caillou manipulated the crimson dome into a whip lashed out at the train and setting what wasn't sliced off on fire. Damn you, boy. Said Dodo before the airship he had planned to take his niece and once acquired it arrived and took off with Naruto leaping after him. Wait for me. said Caillou as she leaped after Naruto and grabbed his leg before feeling two pair of hands grabbing hers. It was Tenten and Lee. "We're coming too," said Tenten with Lee nodding in agreement. "Fine. No peeking," said Caillou glaring at Lee, who blushed at that last part and looked away while Tenten glared at the boy. "Focus, pervert," said Tenten with Lee becoming even more embarrassed. "Yosh. Forgive me both of you. I will run 1,000 laps across Snow Country after this is over to make up for my unyouthful actions," said Lee with Tenten groaning and Caillou doing the same. "I have a better idea of you paying me back, and if you succeed, I'll let you keep your eyes for the small miracle of seeing up my dress is revealed," said Caillou, as she had a plan in her head and was going to use Lee to achieve what she desired. Naruto ignored them and continued to climb up the ladder after Dodo, knowing this would end with the man dead. Period. Whether by decapitation, internal organ removal, beating him to death, blowing up the airship, or just disintegrating didn't matter. "Okay. Where is the fucker?" said Tenten looking around for Dodo. "Yosh. Such language unbefitting of a lady," said Lee, only to be choked and roughly shaken by Tenten. "I'm not a lady. I'm a shinobi. Shinobi drink, swear, and other stuff I won't say. So shut your mouth and look for the baka you ass," said Tenten before releasing Lee and saw him spin around dizzy. "Oh, I like her. Lots of spunk," said Caillou grinning at Naruto, who just smirked and then frowned before heading towards the bridge with the others followed. "He's in here," said Naruto with Lee leaping forward and kicking the door down. Sure enough, Dodo was there on the bridge of the airship, clearly surprised at seeing his door kicked down, and the Leaf Shinobi were the ones responsible for it. Pulling out a device from his hip, Dodo revealed a detonator device, and the crazy look on his face that showed he wasn't about to be captured to be put on trial. "I won't be judged by the likes of you, my niece, or the people of this country born to serve me. I will kill you all and take my place in the heavens for killing two demon abominations like yourselves. You won't live to take the key off of my niece," said Dodo pressing the detonator before the bombs on the airship went off. "I hate stupid humans," said Caillou, as she put up a protective barrier dome around them and the group braced themselves for the fall to come. The airship exploded in a great ball of fire, seen from below where the movie crew, the rebels, Sandave, and Princess Koyuki saw happen. For a moment, Koyuki feared the worst, as the explosion was massive and could feel the heat of it from where she was. Her fears were snuffed out though at the sight of the crimson ball of chakra covering Naruto, QB, Guy, and his genin team descending down through the thick layer of smoke. They were alive. "Oh, thank Kami you're all right," said Koyuki, as she once more embraced him in a hug and missed Caillou's eyebrow twitching at seeing her Naruto in the human princess's chest with that hug. Though Caillou herself also failed to notice Tenten's throwing hand was twitching too. Sandai, Niji, Guy, and Lee all looked away from the smothering affection that Koyuki was giving the Konoha shinobi. The film crew had been shooting everything since the train, and the director kept mumbling that this movie would be his best film yet and make all others look like crap. "Don't doubt what can't be doubted, Koyuki Haim," said Naruto grinning after they broke the hug and then grabbed the necklace around her neck with a frown. "What is it, Naruto-kun?" "I can smell that brain of yours burning," said Caillou seeing him examining the necklace with calculating eyes. "It's something Dodo said right before he detonated the ship. It may also explain why he wanted Koyuki Haim captured rather than killed. Mind if I borrow this?" said Naruto seeing Koyuki smile and nod. "Of course," said Koyuki as she took it off and put it in his hands. "Thanks, Koyuki Haim. When we were descending from the airship after the explosion, I saw something in the distance slightly barely covered in the snow, and I think it may be what Dodo needed this for. Shall we investigate?" said Naruto seeing Caillou grin with him with the others hesitant to do so since they weren't sure what the device was. "Are you sure that's wise, Naruto? The device this key belongs to could be a weapon of some kind," said Guy seeing Koyuki also looking hesitant too. "I do not believe the late daimyo of Snow Country entrusted his only daughter with the key to a weapon of mass destruction. I think he entrusted her with something far more greater," said Naruto motioning everyone to follow him. "What is that, Naruto-kun?" said Koyuki before they reached the massive device her cruel uncle desired to activate and father had spent so much time working on when she was just a little girl. "What he has always entrusted you with, Koyuki Haim. The very hope and future of Snow Country," said Naruto putting the jeweled key into the machine and activated it to reveal just what the man was working on. A machine that harnessed sunlight, which if done correctly can generate heat and with the right manipulation of that heat, could bring about the season of spring. Everyone was now watching in awe as the snow melted and life underneath had revealed itself to the world after being hidden for so long. It's beautiful," said Koyuki as she saw life practically literally spring up around her and could only smile at the gift her father had left the world before his death. "I feel so alive." I had nearly forgotten, said Caillou, as her animal nature in being a fox had always loved the season of spring and had been denied it for over the course of a few centuries due to being sealed up into 3 hosts. Seeing and feeling the presence of nature again in such a way made Caillou feel warm inside at the sudden impact the season presented upon being brought upon them all. Well, would you look at that? Looks like spring can come to this country. All it's needed was a little push in the right direction, said Naruto, as he felt a sense of pride in bringing about spring to this cold and almost lifeless country. Deep down, Naruto knew Raisin would be proud and tell the boy so himself. Snow Country capital. It was a big celebration as the people rejoiced in seeing the princess take the throne of their country and be its new daimyo to whom they would trust to rule like a daimyo should. With honor, dignity, and courage befitting the title while making sure to protect the citizens she ruled over. Gen and Team 9, Naruto, and Caillou were all considered guests of honor at this party, where Koyuki proclaimed them heroes. Something Caillou wasn't exactly familiar with given her past, but then again she was sure the same went for Naruto given his life up until a while ago. Still, the 2 demonic creatures embraced this feeling and enjoyed the festivities with gusto. Koyuki even gave Naruto an autographed picture of herself kissing him and smaller message saying she would agree to help him with his clan should he ask her. Though they had to keep Lee away from the sake soon after when the boy took a single sip, got instantly drunk, and sucker punched Niji in the face into the nearest ice sculpture. I played it off in the leaf doing a brief demonstration for the crowd, which the people bought without question, since they had no reason to, and watched Niji swallow his pride while using the very same ice from the destroyed sculpture to keep the swollen bruise on his face from growing. As for Naruto and Caillou, well, the 2 felt the need to get away for some private time and used Rock Lee's debt to Caillou to make sure they weren't interrupted. But Naruto and Caillou. Caillou was currently laying on her back of the bed, naked, moaning, and squirming, all due to the dominating skills of Naruto. The instant the door had been shut, Caillou quickly put up a sound barrier jutsu and quickly began kissing her lover with untold passion. As for Naruto himself, he had felt the pull just like Caillou did when spring manifested itself and couldn't resist her any more than she could him. Would they regret this later? Most likely no. It was bound to happen anyway, so why not do it when their instincts command you to do it? Naruto-kun. I need you. Take me. Please. Said Caillou, as she felt him molesting her body with his hands and mouth currently working her over. Beg me, Caillou-chan. Beg your master to take you, said Naruto grinning down at her form and then worked on Fox Queen's impressive bust. Please Naruto-sama. Please master. Claim your ever-submissive servant in the throes of passion and rule over it like the demon king you are. Said Caillou, as she felt his erection rubbing against her moist pussy and yearned for it to be inside her body. Better, said Naruto, as he went from Caillou's breasts to her pussy and began assaulting it with his tongue. Ah. Oh, fuck. Said Caillou while closing her legs around his head, pushing him deeper into her treasure, and felt him continue to drive her wild inside. And just think. We're just getting started, thought Naruto mentally smirking to himself as he continued his relentless tongue lashing of the Fox Queen's pussy and Caillou's fast approaching orgasm from it. I'm going to cum. Make me cum, master. Make me cum, Naruto-sama. Said Caillou, as she felt the feeling getting closer and closer until finally she reached the height of her orgasm with a scream shaking the room. Damn, you can got a set of lungs on you, Caillou-chan, said Naruto licking the girl's cum off his face and saw the Fox Queen was panting heavily before looking up at him with burning crimson eyes filled with lust. I have more than that, Naruto-sama. Said Caillou, as she tackled, kissing, clawing at his body and grinding against his erection. Prove it. Said Naruto feeling his blood boil at her aggressive actions. Gladly, said Caillou before kissing down his torso, licking his tattooed designs, purring all the while, and slowly descended down to Naruto's erection before engulfing it into her mouth while sucking him passionately. Damn, Caillou. Your mouth is incredible. You must really want my cum. I guess that makes you a regular cum slut. Or rather my cum slut, said Naruto smelling the woman's arousal spiking at being called that and groaned further in pleasure at the increased sensation of Caillou sucking on his manhood with the slurping sound she made echoing throughout the room. Cum, Naruto-sama. Cum for your servant and lover, thought Caillou, as she increased her attempts to make him cum and moaning while his erection was in her mouth to add to the pleasure. You must really want to drink my cum, Caillou-chan. I think you've more than earned it, said Naruto groaning again and then let out a roar that also shook the room before he released his load into the Fox Queen's mouth. Drinking it all down, Caillou slowly removed her mouth from Naruto's cock, making a loud pop. Before licking him clean and purring how great the taste of his essence was on her taste buds. It filled her with a burning desire for more. More pleasure, more passion, and more of a need for Naruto than she ever thought possible. Give me more, Naruto-sama. Your humble servant begs of you to spill your essence into her waiting and wanting holes, said Caillou, as she turned around with her ass facing him and shook it at Naruto in open invitation. An invitation Naruto took. Caillou let out a scream at Naruto's cock entering her pussy, filling her to the brim while one of his hands was at her hips and the other was groping her breasts. His thrusts into the Fox Queen were hard, fast, and dominating while he licked a spot below her jawline that made the woman moan out further in pleasure. Naruto loved how Caillou's pussy felt fully wrapped around his cock as he continued his assault on her womanhood and the blissful sounds of the cries of pleasure. I'm going to cum soon, Caillou-chan. How badly do you want it? Tell me, said Naruto as he thrust harder, faster and rougher with the Fox Queen nearly rolling her eyes in the back of her head. I want it, Naruto-sama. Fill me with your cum. I want it all. I want to have a big pregnant-looking belly of your baby-making seed in me, said Caillou, as she was lost in the haze of her lust and tried to make him cum sooner by trying to manipulate her folds into milking him for what she craved. Good. Because that's what I'm going to make you look like after I'm done fucking you, said Naruto, feeling her tighten and knew what she was trying to do before moving the hand on her hip to her clit. And touched it with a sharp clawed index finger laced with demonic energy. Oh yuck, yelled Caillou as she cried out at the sensation of her orgasm hitting and Naruto crying out with her after going through his own with his seed being shot load after load into the Fox Queen's womb before they collapsed fully onto the bed with Naruto moving to the side so he didn't crush her with his weight. Damn, that was awesome, said Naruto, breathing warm air along Caillou's neck while still molesting the woman's breast. Yes. Yes it was, said Caillou as she let out another gasp when he thrust into her again and realized her master was far from finished. I told you I was going to make you look like pregnant, Caillou-chan. I won't be made a liar, said Naruto with Caillou practically sensing his evil-looking grin and loved the whimpering sound she made. Well. I did ask for it, thought Caillou before Naruto was once again at it and pounding into her sideways. Oh yeah, she was definitely getting what she asked for. Konoha a few days later. But the newly crowned female daimyo in power, it wasn't hard for Naruto, a very tired yet satisfied Caillou, Mido Guy, and Team 9 to make it back to Fire Country without hassle via airship. The Hokage and Shizune nearly wet themselves at hearing the report Guy and Naruto gave regarding how the mission went in Snow Country. The three snow shinobi weren't that bad of a problem when it came into the report, but when Digo fighting Naruto did, and boy did it scare the hell out of Tsunade, knowing that there was actually a demon out there with the power to rival the boy. Still, the mission had been a complete success. Princess Koyuki was now the daimyo of the country with an alliance and trade rights between both countries. The Fire Daimyo had even sent a thank you letter to Naruto, the Hokage, and a barrel of Fire Country sake to Tsunade, telling her to keep up the good work. Tsunade officially took the rest of the day off to get hammered, along with Shizune being reluctantly dragged out of the room in protest to the pile of paperwork still needing to be done. Naruto laughed while Tenten could only sweat drop at seeing her kunoichi idol acting very different in terms of perception of how a shinobi of Tsunade's level of skill and caliber should act. Don't be so surprised, Ten-chan. Tsunade can't say no to such high-grade sake, and even less when it comes from the only person higher up than her in terms of rank for Konoha, said Naruto, seeing Tenten blush in embarrassment at being caught gawking like a fish. Don't call me Ten-chan. It's Tenten. I'm not one of those girls you can simply show some muscle chest to and make weak in the knees, said Tenten, huffing and looking away with Naruto raising an eyebrow. I never said you were. I was just being affectionate. Why so hostile? Said Naruto with a bit of curiosity in his voice. I'm not. I'm just. Shut up. Said Tenten, stomping away with Naruto wondering what just happened. She's a tomboy, Naruto-sama. She thinks being girl-like or being treated like one is not the way of the kunoichi. No doubt she saw how the fangirls at the academy acted and decided to make herself act more boyish in order to take her training seriously, said Caillou, watching everything from the sidelines. And any affection a guy shows Tenten makes her think she's being seen like some weak girl. Huh. Interesting, said Naruto as he left the Hokage tower and headed back to the Namikaze estates with Caillou. Sadly, she's trained herself to be one of the boys, if you will. Any more and she'd be one of those mega lesbians, said Caillou, shivering at that since all the mega lesbians looked way too male. We'll just have to break her out of it. Maybe a talk with Anko will set her on the right course, said Naruto, seeing Caillou nod, since Anko and her known strength would be able to pierce Tenten's defenses. Naruto-kun. I missed you, said Anko before she tackled Naruto from behind and began her mole running of his body with her hands. Anko. Get your filthy whore hands off my future mate, said Hana as she pushed Anko roughly off of Naruto and then held onto him possessively while doing the same thing her rival did. Me? You're the bitch in heat, said Anko before pushing Hana, and the two began to get into a physical fight, with the possibility of it quickly escalating becoming apparent. Enough. said Naruto, unleashing his power that surrounded him and scared the two women into holding each other like frightened children. Those bitches are in for it, now, thought Caillou, grinning wickedly at them. I don't mind either of you trying to impress me with your actions, but I will not have you fighting like a bunch of weak rabid fangirls in my presence and embarrassing yourselves further in the process. Are we clear? Said Naruto, making sure his commanding aura left no room for debate on the matter. Yes, Naruto-sama-kun, said Hana and Anko at the same time. I didn't hear you. Speak up. Said Naruto, increasing the aura. Yes, Naruto-sama-kun, yelled Hana and Anko at the same time before both blushing when they realized they had just submitted to him in front of the entire village. Good. We understand each other. Oh, one more thing, if you're going to fight for the right to be the alpha female of my family, you're doing it all wrong and need to do it the correct way, said Naruto, walking away with Anko and Hana sporting question marks above their heads. What is the correct way? Said Hana with a raised eyebrow, while Anko nodding and wanting to know the answer to that too. Simple. It's the two of you half naked in a jello wrestling contest with me taping it for record-keeping purposes, with a winner sleeping with me that night in the master bedroom, said Naruto, laughing and Caillou giggling at their jaw-dropped expressions. Even if you did do that to try earning the spot, much less get into his pants, Naruto's alpha female won't be either of you two, and do you know why? Said Caillou, grinning a very evil grin. Why? Said Anko before she was kissed forcefully and felt Caillou's tongue in her mouth. Because I am the alpha female and I'm going to fight to keep it with everything I've got, regardless of whether I'm bound to him or not. As for the others, I have no problem with the Hyuga girl being with him, since she will love Naruto no matter what position, and the Hokage's assistant knows her place in being submissive to her betters. You two are strong alphas for humans, even the Yuhi Kurenai woman I've heard about, and this one's Inyazuka clan head of a mother. However, you will never be the alpha female that will manage things in his clan when he's away. That right and privilege belongs to me. Said Caillou, as she then kissed Hana in a dominate manner before running off to catch up with Naruto and leave the two women behind. What just happened? Said Anko, blinking several times while putting her fingers to her mouth. I think the QB just told us in order to be with Naruto, we're going to be her bitch first, said Hana, wondering how this happened while her Inyazuka pride kicked in and demanded she fight for the right to be Naruto's alpha. Even if she lost, Hana knew it was better than not fighting for it at all and show she had some strength spine to stand up to the Fox Queen. Hell no. Come on, Hana-chan. Let's march to the Namikaze estates right now and kick her ass. Said Anko, with Hana frowning and nodding in agreement before they both stood up. Right. We can take her. That bitch is going down. Said Hana, with Anko nodding with her own look of determination before the two started heading toward the Namikaze estates to prove they were women and make the QB hear them roar. That's the spirit. Just let me get some clean panties first, said Anko, now with a cheesy smile, making Hana face plant. Way to kill the motivation, Anko thought, Hana scowling at the special jounin. Alternate chapter ending. Hell no. Come on, Hana-chan. Let's march to the Namikaze estates right now and kick her ass. Said Anko, with Hana frowning and nodding in agreement before they both stood up. Right. We can take her. That bitch is going down. Said Hana, with Anko nodding with her own look of determination before the two started heading toward the Namikaze estates to prove they were women and make the QB hear them roar. Only for Caillou to roar louder. Namikaze estates hours later. Caillou grinned demonically at her female adversaries who had challenged her so blindly out of their own pride in being women and knew they were ready. They put up a strong front, enduring the beatdown the Fox Queen gave, as well as the methodical stripping of their clothing piece by piece, and then finally the atomic wedgie she gave them both before a knee to their cunts made them each fall to their knees into submission. Well, partial submission. Let's see if you're ready. Now repeat after me. I state your name, said Caillou, seeing the two bound naked women with vibrators in both their holes having their heads bowed, their asses showing signs of being spanked. And tits clamped with tiny egg-shaped vibrators tied there to make their submissive forms shake before the Fox Queen in the basement torture room of the Namikaze estates. I, Mitarashi Anko Inyazuka Hana, said Anko and Hana at the same time. Hereby freely admit, Caillou with her grinning increasing. Hereby freely admit, said Anko and Hana again at the same time. At Caillou. The Fox Queen is Naruto-sama's official alpha female, said Caillou, seeing the two trying to hold off on the slight sensation of pleasure their bodies were feeling. At Caillou. The Fox Queen is Naruto-sama's official alpha female, said Anko and Hana while struggling slightly against their bonds. And that we are just as much her bitch as we are Naruto-sama's until the end of time, said Caillou, seeing the two hesitate in speaking the last part and frowned. But we have to say that last part, said Hana as she felt Caillou's different devices increase in vibration and bucked at the feeling while on her knees beside Anko. What? It's true. You want Naruto to bend you over and plow your pussy into next week, then you have to get through mine. Now say it. Both of you, said Caillou glaring at them with her crimson eyes glowing dangerously at them. And that we are just as much her bitches we are and Naruto-samas until the end of tea time. Said Hana not being able to withstand Caillou's glare and the jolt of pleasure from all the devices stimulating her body. Such a good puppy girl. Now it's your turn snake slut, said Caillou seeing Anko looking at Hana collapse forward while squirming in pleasure from the sudden sustained increase of the vibrator's purpose before the fox queen increased hers too. And that we are just as much her bitches we are and Naruto-samas until the end of TT time. Said Anko with her own body collapsing and unable to hold itself on its knees from the growing increase in stimulated pleasure. Good. Now stay here until I come back for you for later to give you each a test run. Pass it and you'll be Naruto's toy tonight. Fail. And you're mine. Said Caillou while leaving the torture room basement and cackling evilly at her victims moaning in defeat. The past few days since the mission to Snow Country had been quite peaceful for the Namikaze as he got a chance to relax, spend time with Caillou and Hinata. Tenten was avoiding him for some reason, as she still was in her own tomboy-like funk, which he let her be in since provoking the weapons girl would just cause it to grow, and decided to let the young Kunoichi figure things out for herself. Anko had offered to talk to Tenten from one Kunoichi to another, which she did in exchange for a date with the demon prince in the near future, and Naruto accepted the terms since he knew the special jounin could get the job done. As for Hana, she was helping Hinata with her own issues regarding being confident and try to help fix the damage the girl's clan had caused. The female Inyazuka had heard about the girl's struggles with her clan, putting up with their crap, and it disgusted Hana how they treated Hinata like she was garbage. Something the Inyazuka clan never did with their own, since it led to a lot of infighting and bad blood that led to even worse things happening. Hinata had a lot of backbone in her just begging to come out, but years of an oppressive lifestyle had kept it from manifesting itself, and Hana had to sadly admit she had quite a bit to work with. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Leaf Village in a secret location, treachery was afoot and evil schemes were being made against Raisin's heir. So we have an agreement, said Hiashi as he saw the Kumo shinobi nod his head and saw the bandaged man next to the Hyuga smirk. Yes. We kill Hyuga Hinata currently residing at the Namikaze estates, and Kumo gets Hyuga Hinabi as ours to take with us in return, said the Kumo jounin, who saw Hiashi nod and Danzo smirking further while the gears in his head kept turning on how to make this become his advantage. No one outside of the Kumo shinobi at this meeting, themselves, and the Raikage knew of this conspiracy to strike at the leaf from the shadows. Many would call what Danzo was doing a contradiction to his beliefs of serving the village to the very end and giving another village what they wanted. However, Danzo saw things to be the exact opposite as he was going to discredit the former QB Jinchuriki, who the Hyuga girl had fled to for protection, and thus allow him to discredit the Hokage for backing the demon in this decision. It would give the old war hawk additional leverage aimed against Naruto with the people, as those around the demon boy just needed a push in the right direction in blaming him for the Hyuga girl's kidnapping just by failing to stop it. With enough doubt about the boy's loyalty to Konoha, Danzo could sway the fire daimyo to put the Namikaze under his supervision, along with the QB, and with the help of certain people en route, the two demons would be the key to taking over the village. The world would soon follow. Just make sure to do it without either demon around the home, said Danzo seeing the Kumo shinobi nod while keeping an eye on the Hyuga. I am curious though. One to kill and the other to be taken by us back to Kumo. Why have us kill one and then take the other back to Kumo? Said the Kumo shinobi seeing the warhawk frown. Don't worry about that. Just worry about your objectives for this mission. Your Raikage wants the Hyuga bloodline, correct? After you kill Hyuga Hinata, the eyes will be part of the deal and can be taken back to your village, said Danzo, knowing it would divert the Kumo shinobi away from the question. Fair enough, said the Kumo shinobi before leaving to carry out the mission. Is the second half of your plan in motion? Said Hiashi seeing Danzo nod. Yes. My root forces will keep the demon fox and her vessel busy long enough for the Kumo shinobi to kill your eldest before planting QB's chakra we have stored during her attack to make it seem like she performed the deed, said Danzo, knowing that by discrediting QB, he could discredit her jailer. And put both one step closer to being under his control. Good. The sooner my so-called daughter dies the better, said Hiashi having planned to remove his other daughter from his clan by making Hinabi into a martyr and putting Niji into the main family while using the losses to further gain political backing. Elsewhere with Tenten and Anko. How can you even think that? I don't like Naruto, said Tenten angrily as she saw Anko sitting on a tree stump and chewing on some dango. Really? Are you sure? Because the angry look on your face with the red coloring says otherwise, said Anko with Tenten getting redder in the face. That's because I'm angry. said Tenten, as she had been having this argument with a woman for several minutes now and couldn't understand why the special Jounin wanted her to admit to something that wasn't true. Over what I said. Please. You're better than that. What you're angry about is the fact I'm right and you my fellow Kunoichi are in denial, said Anko, seeing the girl scowl at her. Denial? How can you possibly say that? Just because you like him doesn't mean I do too. Said Tenten, with Anko just smirking at her. Nice try, panda girl, but I know denial when I see it, and right now you have got that particular expression written all over your face, said Anko, seeing the girl's face go even redder. I do not. How man time do I need to say that? Said Tenten before Anko scowled at her. You can say it until you're greener than your sensei's spandex, but the fact remains you have feelings for Naruto and are currently in denial. Though why you are, I will never know, and find such an act to be completely stupid. Kami, the kid likes strong women, and you fit under that category. Why deny such a smoking hot guy? Said Anko while Tenten growled at her. I'm not some fangirl who sees a guy and instantly goes weak in the knees with a desire to spread my legs just to become his baby-making machine. I'm a Kunoichi. I will not betray my profession, said Tenten while Anko just laughed at her. That's it? You're afraid of being one of them? Oh, that's rich. Said Anko as she began laughing harder and making Tenten angrier. I'm being serious here. Said Tenten while Anko tried to get herself under control. No. You're being too serious here. Look, I'm glad you're taking this life seriously, as you should, since anything less would mean death on a mission, and that would really suck. But, you also need to unwind a little and just relax from time to time like everyone else around your age. Besides, I'm interested in Naruto, and I'm the second best interrogator the Leaf has to offer when compared to Ibiki, said Anko with Tenten shaking her head. I don't know. I always felt a Kunoichi didn't have much time for fun stuff like all the other girls do. While others were playing with dolls, I was practicing to make weapons and throw them. While other girls talked about boys, I talked about the latest weapons and how to use them, said Tenten, seeing Anko smirk. Glad to know you took the training seriously, but you also need to consider what you want to do without your life outside of being a Kunoichi and being in a relationship with someone. You know. Settle down. Have kids. Teach them what you know so they can become shinobi. So on and so forth, said Anko, seeing Tenten's face go red. I don't want to think about that right now. I'm sure you didn't at my age, and I'm pretty sure Tsunade-sama didn't either, said Tenten while Anko raised an eyebrow at her. Is this what it's about? You don't want to disappoint your idol by being less of a Kunoichi than you already are. Oh come on. Even Tsunade herself was in a relationship and was nearly married had her fiancé not died, said Anko, seeing Tenten nod, having heard that little story from her father. I just want to prove to everyone that Kunoichi can be taken seriously and that the shinobi world isn't a male-only profession, said Tenten, as she saw Anko smile a gentle smile, and it was strange to even see it. You and every other Kunoichi taking this job seriously. Though denying the feelings you feel is not the wisest thing to do, said Anko, seeing Tenten grimace. But it's weird feeling like this for a guy. I thought I was better than that, said Tenten while Anko just chuckled at the girl's nativity. You're not better than that. No one is. Well, unless you're secretly a lesbian. You're not secretly a lesbian. Are you? Said Anko with a smirk while Tenten was completely red in the face. No. Yelled Tenten while Anko's smile grew. Okay. There is nothing wrong with that, mind you. Hell, I've even thought about playing for the other team since the guys in the village aren't what you call great and they haven't exactly been. Well, nice to meet due to my past connection with Orochimaru, said Anko while seeing the glare Tenten was giving her. I'm not like that. I haven't thought that way. Ever. Said Tenten with Anko looking at her to see if there was a lie in there somewhere. Good to hear, because I personally think it would be your loss in not being with Naruto and getting to know him better. The guy's more than just demon and muscle that when flexed make a woman cream her panties, said Anko, making the younger Kunoichi blush in a very Hinata-like fashion. And I thought guys were perverts, said Tenten while Anko just grinned evilly. Nah. Women are too. We just don't admit it because that would give guys an excuse to be perverts even more, said Anko, while Tenten felt that was too much info. Doesn't that make us hypocritical? Said Tenten while Anko laughed. Now you're thinking more like a woman, said Anko, as she saw younger Kunoichi smirk slightly, and the special Jounin was liking this girl more with each passing second. So I take it there is more to this little chat we are having than simply just admitting I like Naruto. Said Tenten with Anko standing up and wrapping her arm around the Kunoichi's shoulder. Oh yeah. We have a lot of ground to cover. Like looking sexy while still being badass, since there will be missions where your body will be more exposed and you will have to act it when the time comes, said Anko, as she began talking about how to make the guy who was the target Lose focus by swaying the hips, show a lot of leg, and move the hands near certain places to lower their guard before really giving it to them without mercy. Poor Tenten. But Naruto and QB. I don't think Shizune or Tsunade like me very much right now, said Caillou, as she was sitting on Naruto's lap while they were in the park and snuggling up against him in her fox form. Oh really? And why do you think that my vixen? Said Naruto, as he had seen the look Shizune sent Caillou and found it amusing when Tsunade sent that same look too when the female Hokage didn't think he see. The way she was glaring with jealousy during the mission report when we came in and told Tsunade it was a complete success, said Caillou, as she now purred when he scratched behind her ear, and Naruto just chuckled. Well, you were the one snuggling up to me in your more human-looking form and had that I got laid look on your face, said Naruto with Caillou looking up at him with red wide innocent eyes. There's a look, said Caillou, but Naruto wasn't fooled and she knew that he knew that she knew there was look. There was always a look. You just love to tease all the women around me, don't you? Said Naruto, seeing the ever so innocent face leave Caillou and her wicked one came out. Well. If it helps them get off their prude asses and into your pants. Then yes, said Caillou, while Naruto grinned at the perverted vixen. I see you're now more open to me having more than one woman in my life, said Naruto, while Caillou rubbed her face against his muscled torso. I got to be with you first. I know it sounds selfish of me, but considering all the crap that happened with Madara and being sealed within 3 vessels in a row without any say in being free. I earned it, said Caillou while Naruto nodded slightly. I will admit that despite your actions in the past, they were not all of your doing, and you have long since paid your debts, said Naruto giving Caillou a gentle smile. So you punish your loyal demon slave? Said Caillou with another hint of perverseness. I didn't say that. Maybe a good old-fashioned spanking when we get home to ensure you don't get out of line. For now anyway, said Naruto seeing the vixen in his lap blush and change into her more human-looking form. Oh please master. Don't spank me. I'll be good little slave, said Caillou with shiny eyes while talking in her most pleasing and humble voice, though the descendant of the raisin knew it was her way of playing with him. Their flirting was cut short at that moment when they were surrounded by a large force of root shinobi and they were all brandishing weapons. An explosion was heard from the direction of the Namikaze estates and it didn't take a genius to know what that meant was going down. Go to the Namikaze estates and defended Caillou. These subordinates of Danzo are mine, said Naruto seeing Caillou nod before running off, and some of the root shinobi thinking of pursuing her had their captain not ordered them to stay. As for Caillou, she was at Naruto's home in an instant, seeing it had been hit by explosives, had kunai and shuriken covering front yard. It was clear whatever happened here was not so simple in being an attack on the house despite Naruto for being a demon like most of the village had first thought he was because of her. No. A battle had taken place here, and when it comes to a battle it requires 2 or more sides clashing. Caillou, said Hana, as she came from the side of the household her bleeding side, which was hit by a kunai and was dragging a downed Kumo shinobi with her. Hana? What happened? Said Caillou, as she saw Hana but not Hinata and the side of the Kumo shinobi looking like he had been mauled. Kumo shinobi attacked the house. Came with the intent to kill Hinata, but one of them spoke up saying she was better to them alive and that they would get double what they wanted after being paid. The bastard here won't tell me what the payment is though or who they are working for since the Raikage clearly isn't the main villain in this, said Hana as she threw the Kumo shinobi at Caillou's feet and the man looked up at the fox. Be your worst bitch. I'll never talk, said the Kumo shinobi who saw QB grin and pick him up off the ground by his neck. Fool. You just asked me to do my worst. The last time that happened, the lands of the world were broken off into different sections and became what they are now, said Caillou, as she flexed her claws in her free hand and smiled further at seeing fear on the Kumo shinobi. Wait. I take it back. Mercy. Mercy. Said the Kumo shinobi, but the look in Caillou's eyes told him it was too late and he was royally screwed. I'm all out of mercy today, said Caillou, as she began her brutal torture for information and the cries for mercy from the Kumo shinobi echoed throughout the area. But Naruto. So Danzo wants me kept occupied, huh? Fine. I've been looking forward to having an excuse to beat the crap out of his emotionless tools, said Naruto cracking his neck and beckoning them forward. And forward they came, brandishing their shinobi weapons, intent on killing him by the command of their master, who knew they would fail, but gave them the order anyway, in the belief their deaths were a necessary loss. Danzo never really cared for his pawns, no matter how loyal, well-trained, and skilled they were, since the Warhawk only cared about himself. Every move he made required someone be sacrificed, but Danzo was never one to risk himself doing it unless it was out of spite of the enemy and had no other recourse available to him. Like a sore loser who hated the winner and didn't want that side to enjoy the aftermath of victory. Smash. Splat. Slam. Crunch. Snap. When the smoke cleared, the root shinobi around Naruto were down, out, and would be like that for the rest of their lives. The few that weren't dead would wish, regardless of their conditioning to being emotionless, would wish they had died, and begging for it long after today. "You've lost," said one of the downed root shinobi near Naruto's right foot. "What?" said Naruto with a frown at the dying man. "Even if you beat us all, Danzo-sama will be victorious over you in the end, and all of the leaf will be his to command," said the root shinobi before dying from his injuries. "Hinata," said Naruto, as he went to the Namikaze estates and found QB there with what was left of the Kumo shinobi after she got through with him. "Hinata's in trouble. So is her little sister," said Caillou, while Naruto nodded and turned to Hana before asking her what happened. "We were talking. Hinata was asking for advice on how to get over her timid shy nature so she could get stronger for you. She had also been training on perfecting her version of the gentle fist, which uses flexibility over straightforward attacking, and was getting quite good at it when we were attacked. The team was strictly Jounin level, sent here by the Raikage, but only because he received word from Hyuga Hiashi that he's willing to sell out one daughter in exchange for killing the other and give Kumo what it wants," said Hana, while Naruto's eyes narrowed with cold fury. The good news is that the plan changed after they fought Hana and Hinata. Apparently, they felt having Hinata alive and her sister for payment would mean double the ability to produce the Byakugan faster than with just the one. They left this maggot behind since he was dead weight and are heading for Kumo right after they collect Hyuga Hanabi from the Hyuga clan compound, said Caillou, as she felt Naruto's power skyrocket out of him and it was clear the young demon prince was pissed off. And then they will take them back to Kumo where in a few years, Hinata will be forced to become their baby-making breeding machine and Hanabi soon after when she reaches that age for reproduction. "They'll be merciless," said Hana seeing the rage that filled the Namikaze's eyes and would have trembled in fear if she didn't know his intentions for inflicting untold pain were directed at those Kumo shinobi. "How many Kumo shinobi are left?" said Naruto looking at Hana. "Just 2 kunoichi are left. It was only 3 Jounin who attacked, but given how long it took you to get here, I'm betting something else prevented you both from coming instead of just Caillou and even the Anbu, since attacks on clan homes tends to do that," said Hana knowing that was the procedure for these kind of things. "Unless someone like Danzo does something to manipulate things so they can not only get in the village, but get out with their prey and distract those that can stop them from doing it. Inform the Hokage of this, Caillou. Go with her, Hana. Better to have you there to back it up since no one there will else trusts her with anything she says to Tsunade," said Naruto seeing the two nod and head out. "But the Kumo shinobi. Did they suspect a thing, Samui?" said Kari to the other kunoichi with the other woman shaking her head no. "No. They gave us the frightened and gagged girl knowing we were in a hurry. They did not want to risk being caught handing over one of their own to us," said Samui as they took the girl and took off without even saying a thank you. Though the fact the girl's own father would sell her out like an all for killing the older one was disturbing to say the least. "Shei Mamoe got injured by that Inyazuka after the Hyuga girl disabled him. I thought no one was living at the Namikaze estates now outside of that demon of theirs," said Kari having been told that the boy would not be there when they struck and would be kept busy long enough for them to escape. "It just proves how potent the Byakugan eyes are and how stupid Konoha is for letting us get away with this. The Inyazuka must have been visiting at the time. With any luck, the injuries she sustained will kill her and keep Konoha in the dark a little while longer," said Samui before she felt a presence coming up fast and it was more powerful than anything she had ever felt before in her entire life. "It's the Namikaze. But how did he?" said Samui as she froze at the sight of Naruto's enraged face and the knee to her stomach upon her being struck while the body of one Hyuga Hanabi in a bag was easily caught by the demon prince. "I'm only going to ask you this once. Let Hyuga Hinata go and walk away with your teammate I just sent flying through a couple dozen trees alive. Refuse. And I send you back home to Kumo. In pieces," said Naruto seeing Kari draw her sword and hold the bag holding Hinata underneath her arm. "You don't frighten me, Namikaze. This girl is my insurance policy and I'm not letting her free just because you say I'll live to make it back to Kumo," said Kari as she pointed the weapon at him and he smiled a vicious smile. "Never let it be said that I didn't give you a chance to walk away," said Naruto before he put the bag down behind him on the nearby tree branch. Not even caring that the bag opened to see a scared Hyuga girl now looking up at him in wonder at why he was even rescuing her in the first place. "Back off. Back off, Namikaze, or the girl dies," said Kari seeing Naruto narrow his eyes at her when she directed the sword at the bag holding Hinata. "That's a mistake on so many levels," said Naruto while flexing his claws. "How so?" said Kari seeing his eyes move from the bag to her twice now. "Because the instant you do kill Hinata with that weapon, I will kill not only you, but I will kill your teammate and then all of Kumo will face my wrath. Your Raikage will die. The people around him and the village will die. I will turn your village into a smoking crater filled with lots and lots of dead people, said Naruto with his voice being an icy whisper in the wind, and it was frightening in the Kunoichi's mind. In fact, Carrie was so caught up in Naruto's icy threat to obliterate all of Kumo that she failed to act when the bag under her arm ripped and a hand shot out to strike a point on the woman's body to make the arm holding the bag go limp. Turning slightly, Carrie saw Hinata tear the hole in the bag further and crawl out of it while having her Byakugan active. "Bitch," said Carrie as she had underestimated the girl and tried to stab Hinata with her sword. "I've heard worse," said Hinata as she dodged several thrusts, got underneath the striking arm now fully extended, and disabled that before landing a hard open palm thrust to the woman's stomach with enough force to send the Kunoichi flying into nearby tree trunk before falling to the ground unconscious. "Sister?" said Hanabi in awe as she could not believe her own shy and timid sister had just done that to the more experienced woman. "Hanabi?" said Hinata as she came over to her younger sister and hugged her with the girl returning it. "Why? Why did father do this?" said Hanabi as she had tried to be the model Hyuga and show herself to be the next heir to the Hyuga clan. "Because that man doesn't know or understand love. No one in that home does with the exception of Neji through the loss of his father," said Naruto walking up to the two and looked them over with a critical eye. Hanabi was okay. Maybe a bruise here or there from the way she was handled, but that was about it and nothing else. Hinata was more serious as she had been fighting 3 Jounin level shinobi and had weakened one long enough for Hana to cripple him so he could be interrogated for information. "What will become of them?" said Hanabi hearing Carrie moan out in pain while Samui was in a far worse condition. "We bring them back to Konoha and then we expose everything to the Hokage," said Naruto, knowing the shit was going to hit the fan and was going to bring an umbrella when that happened. "And then?" said Hinata seeing Naruto's eyes harden. "Then we decide the fate of those that conspired against us," said Naruto seeing the two girls nod before he moved to pick up the 2 downed Kumo shinobi and took off back to Konoha. "Hokage's office. You can't go in there," said the secretary to the Hokage, but was backhanded into the wall by Kaiu, who muttered something about the stench of Danzo was on her, and the demonic fox kicked down the door to see a surprised Senju Tsunade working on the dreaded enemy that was paperwork. "What's going on? Why is Hana injured?" said Tsunade seeing the demon vixen plop the Inuzuka into a chair and let the Hokage do her job in healing the woman. "The trio of Kumo shinobi attacked my home and kidnapped Hyuga Hinata. Hana was with her when it happened and got the details out of the Kumo shinobi that they managed to wound before I arrived. What's more, his root shinobi surrounded Naruto and myself before I left to investigate the attack," said Kaiu, with Tsunade's eyes narrowing at that. "Why didn't my Anbu tell me and where is Naruto now?" said Tsunade seeing the vixen smirk. "Danzo still has root shinobi in the unit while Naruto crushed those sent against us and is currently moving to intercept the remaining Kumo shinobi," said Kaiu, before Naruto came into the room with the 2 Hyuga girls and the 2 injured Kunoichi from Kumo. "Correction Kaiu. I came, I saw, and I kicked their ass," said Naruto while dumping the 2 Kumo Kunoichi on the ground. "These are the 2 that escaped I presume?" said Hokage as she finished healing Hana and looked the 2 downed women seeing they were still alive. "Though they were going to be very sore tomorrow. Yeah. I suggest you get the councils and the clan heads formed for a meeting so they can all learn of this event. It will show who supports them and who supports us," said Naruto seeing Tsunade nod, knowing it will certainly bring more of their enemies into the light. "How do we handle these 2? said Tsunade as she healed their injuries to a point but not enough for them to awaken and fight anytime soon. "Leave them to me. I don't trust the majority of the Leaf Shinobi in the village to keep them alive long enough to get the proof from their mouths of your own forces, since they would name names of those in Konoha with significant standing. The corrupt official in the Leaf will never let them, Hinata, Hanabi, and even Hana here live long enough to tell you anything," said Naruto seeing Hanabi looking a bit frightened by that. "You think Hiashi would kill his youngest daughter?" said Tsunade seeing the demon prince narrow his eyes. "The man wanted his eldest dead and paid for it with the living body of his youngest, so Kumo could have the bloodline they so desperately wanted from the Hyuga clan. He will want them dead now no matter what," said Naruto as he saw Hanabi hold on to her older sister and Hinata comforting her. Hanabi may be a few years younger than Hinata, around Konohamaru's age to be exact, but the younger of the 2 had been exposed to the darker half of human nature when it came to betraying your own family, and it wasn't something the girl expected. It wasn't surprising, given how Hanabi had always shown such promise in being a strong Hyuga worthy of leading the clan, and to be betrayed by her own father of all people just to kill the other was baffling in the younger sibling's eyes. "Okay. They will be staying at your home under the protection of your clan, and I mean all of them. Hana included." Make sure Tsume knows about her daughter's situation with this before the meeting I'm about to order, said Tsunade with Naruto nodding before picking up a 2 kunoichi from Kumo and left the room with the others. Anbu? Yelled Tsunade before a group of them appeared and kneeled. Yes, Hokage-sama, said the captain of the group. Get me a new secretary. One that isn't touched by Danzo or the councils. Then order a meeting with them and the clan heads. Now, said Tsunade with the group nodding and then vanished in a swirl of leaves. Wow. You're fired up today, said Jiraiya seeing Tsunade glare at him and had to fight back the flinch he wanted to release from it. Don't start with me, Jiraiya. I'm not in the mood, said Tsunade as she went back to her desk and looking for the sake she desperately needed to drink. Like I haven't heard that one before, thought Jiraiya, but he knew why though, and it was the reason he was here. Hiashi and Danzo conspired to eliminate Hinata while handing over Hanabi to Kumo in exchange for them to do the deed, said Tsunade seeing Jiraiya nod. Yeah. I heard from outside. I take it you're going to bring down your fury on them, said Jiraiya with Tsunade nodding. Damn straight. What were those fools even thinking when they thought up that plan? Said Tsunade while Jiraiya moved in front of her when she headed for the door. Don't do it, said Jiraiya simply while Tsunade looked at him in shock. What? Why? Said Tsunade seeing the Sannin look away for a second. Look, I know you don't like it, but those two are needed to keep everyone else in check, and to remove them would only cause more problems than you can handle, said Jiraiya seeing Tsunade looking at him with more anger than she had in a long time. If there are more problems, I will handle them as they arise and not will on them in fear of what they might be should such problems ever pop up, said Tsunade before she moved around Jiraiya and headed for the door. Damn it, said Jiraiya as he followed after her and hoped to convince Tsunade that this was a bad idea. Meeting room sometime later. This is preposterous. I refuse to believe that this information is accurate, said a civilian council member who like everyone else was shocked to hear about what happened and that there were those inside Konoha responsible for letting it happen. Both Danzo and Hiashi were sweating at their plan failing so horribly. Root Shinobi had shown up shortly after Naruto, Kaiu, and Hana had left the Namikaze estates in order to plant the evidence of the fox killing the Hyuga girl with her own claws. Sadly, they had no body to plant what little demonic chakra they had acquired from when she attacked Konoha over a decade ago and thus had to return to Danzo about it. I assure you it's not. I have Kaiu's testimony of what she got out of the Kumo shinobi, Inyazuka Hana supporting what transpired, and 2 Hyuga girls Naruto himself had saved from their kidnappers. Not to mention the kidnappers are in custody right now and it will only be a matter of time before they admit what they tried to do, said Tsunade, while Jiraiya watched along with her how the council still chose to scoff at the idea of Naruto not having a hand in it, much less Kaiu. But the clan heads with the exception of Hiashi did and had gotten a few points in their books regarding them. Tsume more than anyone else. I will not accept the word of either those demons or those 2 Kumo shinobi you caught outside of the village, said Hamura while Tsunade scowled at him. And Hiashi's 2 daughters? Said Tsunade, while Hiashi scowled further. One is in love with a demon, and I'm sure the other has already been tainted by him after such a short time, said Kaharu, as she saw Danzo smirking, knowing the Shinobi Council were doing a good job protecting him, and Hiashi to a lesser extent. And what about my daughter? The one injured during the fighting? Said Tsume with a growl in her voice. She's tainted as well. Unless you can provide some evidence that wasn't tainted by either demon, then we must return the 2 kunoichi back to Kumo and hope the Raikage does not wish for war, said Hamura while Tsunade seethed at them. And if he does? Said Shibi knowing the Raikage threatened it last time. We give him what he wants. We give him Hinata and Hanabi to ensure there is peace. It worked then and it will work now, said Hiashi, knowing this would ensure his daughters never betrayed him ever again. How pathetic you are, Hiashi, said Naruto as he was on the windowsill and was glaring a hole in the man's head. Get out of here, monster. This meeting is for humans only, said Hiashi with his eyes now active. You talking about selling out your own daughters to Kumo to appease the Raikage, and I am the monster. Humans can be such hypocrites at times, it's sickening, said Naruto as he got off the ledge and walked into the room before snapping his fingers. And Hyuga Niji came into the room through the windowsill too. Niji? What is the meaning of this? Said Hiashi while glaring at his nephew. You should know, uncle. I'm taking control of my life. I'm fighting fate like my father did years ago to protect you from Kumo. Or at least. What you made him believe, since you never really cared about him, did you? Said Niji seeing Hiashi glare at him and then moved to use the cage bird seal on the boy to silence his mouth. Don't, Hiashi. Don't you dare, or I'll rip out your eyes and personally hand them to the Raikage myself, said Naruto flexing a clawed right hand. You have something to say, Niji? Then say it, said Tsunade, while Hiashi continued to glare. Don't, Niji. I forbid it. Said Hiashi while feeling betrayed by Niji for this. You can't command me anymore. My uncle conspired with Danzo to have Kumo kill Hinata, and in exchange, Hiashi promised them Hanabi alive without any alterations to her form, so she could one day produce a child for Kumo to start their own Hyuga clan. By doing that, he would have an excuse to have the cage bird seal removed from me and thus have the heir he was denied by having daughters instead of a son. Since both my Hiashi and my father were twins, I could easily pass for being one in the future, with the records of my uncle being removed from the records. As for Danzo, he wanted to discredit Naruto-sama and Kaiju-sama with Hinata-sama's death in the hopes of bringing them into his control, said Niji, while Hiashi was looking murderous and Danzo wasn't too happy either. And you know all of this. How? Said Kaharu, trying to find a reason to denounce Niji's words. Because I was at 2 of the many meetings they had and seen my uncle hand over Hanabi to the Kunoichi from Kumo, with Hiashi commanding everyone be swear to keep this a secret under the guise of it being a clan matter, said Niji, while seeing Hiashi was less than pleased. And you've broken it, Niji. You are a traitor to our clan and your family for this. The punishment for that is death, said Hiashi before activating the cage bird seal on Niji's forehead, but found to his surprise that the boy did not fall and cry out in pain. Surprised? I put a temporary seal blocker on that part of the cage bird seal. It basically prevents any kind of signal by you or any Hyuga from reaching that part of the design to kick in, said Naruto, while Hiashi redirected his anger at him. How dare you? You have no right to interfere in this, said Hiashi as he charged Naruto and intended to kill the boy with his gentle fist abilities. I have every right, said Naruto as he made little needles of energy and blasted them at Hiashi across the room. You'll pay for this, demon, said Kaharu venomously at Naruto. Anbu? Arrest the Namikas, said Homura, knowing this was their chance. Stand down, all of you. No one can command the Anbu to do anything to anyone but me and only me, so long as I'm Hokage. As it stands, Hiashi is guilty of treason against his family and the village, since he gains very little in return that will benefit Konoha in the long run. As for you, Danzo, I think it's time we took a much deeper look into your private security force and see how many of them are shinobi that are supposed to be the subordinates of the Hokage only, said Tsunade while Danzo scowled at her. They are employed by me, Hokage-sama. If they happen to be shinobi looking for extra money to feed their families, then so be it, said Danzo with Tsunade smirking at him. Speaking of money, how is it you're paying for your security force, given your paycheck is nowhere near high enough? Said Tsunade with Danzo looking uncomfortable for once since this meeting started. The Sandaime gave me a considerable sum of money for my years of service after my root division was disbanded. I also own several businesses that do very well and allow me to hire a sizable sum of protection for myself along with those businesses when we face an invasion like the one Orochimaru pulled with Suna, said Danzo, seeing Tsunade scowl at him. Funny. There isn't a single mention of them coming out to defend the village during that time, and yet not a single one of the businesses you own had so much as a kunai embedded in their walls, said Tsunade, while Danzo scowled back. I was fortunate. Nothing more, said Danzo with a hint of anger, though the growl from Naruto told him to watch it. More like the enemy was told to leave those businesses alone, said Naruto, while Danzo looked ready to spit fire out of his mouth now. How dare you? All I have ever done is protect the village. I am its oldest patriot. I am its shield from its enemies that threaten Konoha in and out of the village, said Danzo, while Naruto smirked. Excuses. Your financials don't add up to what you've told me, Danzo. I checked. There is still a significant amount of money unaccounted for to fund your little army, and no one else is providing funding for it. Where is it coming from, Danzo? Said Tsunade, seeing the man shift slightly in his seat. Private benefactors, who I have had root shinobi guard when the division was still operational, and do so discreetly to prevent other villages from learning of it, said Danzo with Tsunade frowning at him. Then you won't mind providing proof of such financial gratitude being put into your bank account, said Tsunade, seeing Danzo narrow his once seeable eye. My private benefactors have used channels where such documentation does not exist, said Danzo, seeing Tsunade scowl once more. Surely you know the names of your private benefactors, Danzo? Said Shibi with a raised eyebrow. I do, but I would rather not name them and risk word getting out to our enemies, said Danzo with the Hokage, looking more impatient than ever. Would one of these benefactors happen to be Orochimaru? Said Naruto, seeing Danzo's eye twitch slightly. The Sandaime is dead, you dumb demon, said Homura while Kaharu nodded. I know, you shriveled up piece of human garbage. If you look at Danzo's finances, one of those financial sums into his account stops shortly before the invasion, and then no more sums of that size are ever entered after Orochimaru is slain. Now while that may seem like a coincidence at first, you should also notice that several sums of that amount have been sent to Danzo within months of Orochimaru's betrayal to the Leaf, and almost all of them came from Rice Country, said Naruto, seeing Danzo was starting to sweat a little. Care to explain that, Danzo? Said Tsunade, while Danzo himself was looking ready to lose his emotionless mask. You would believe that demon brat over me? Said Danzo while trying to get his fellow supporters to jump in on that comment. Answer the question, Danzo, said Tsunade with the man sneering at her. All I have ever done is protect the Leaf from its enemies. Both within and without. My loyalty to the Leaf should be unquestionable. Said Danzo while most of the clan heads noticed he wasn't answering the question. Answer the question, Danzo. Failure to do so will count as admittance of guilt and be considered an act of treason, said Tsunade, seeing Danzo grit his teeth. Don't bother, Tsunade. We all know he's guilty. He'd never admit it on account the act itself would make him a traitor not only to the Leaf, but to his own self-proclaimed belief of protecting Konoha and the principles he claims to live by. For all his talk of being a patriot of Konoha, he's just a hypocrite and a thief wanting power. He's an Uchiha and all, but blood, and even then Danzo is trying to do that too. Hence why you have a Sharingan eye behind those bandages on your face, right? Said Naruto, seeing Danzo's visible eye widen and everyone looking at him intently with surprise. What? Said Tsunade, while Danzo knew there was no point of denying it. How did you find out? Said Danzo while glaring at the boy. Ayu told me. She sensed the Sharingan eye due to her past experience with them when Uchiha Madara controlled her when he fought the Shadame, and then later the night I was born before my father broke his control, said Naruto with a grin, and many were shocked by that. Uchiha Madara is dead, said Inoichi with Naruto scoffing at him. According to who? Do you have the man's body? Is there a witness to it being destroyed during the fight he had with the Shadame at the Valley of the End? Ayu can't lie to me, and my demonic grandfather already gave her an old-fashioned scolding for letting such a weak bloodline command her like that when he temporarily took over during the Chunin exam finals. Madara was the one who killed the Sandame's wife and the Anbu that were assigned to guard my mother that night when she was in labor. No doubt the old fart blamed Caillou for his wife's death and took it out on me with the intent of molding myself into a loyal shinobi, being an added bonus. Not that it matters anymore since he's dead at my hands, and Caillou can no longer be influenced by the Uchiha's eyes or even the power of the Senju. The next time Caillou decides to go on a rampage, it will be of her own free will, and she won't have an excuse when tearing up a village like last time, said Naruto, with many on the councils becoming fearful upon hearing this information. As they felt the mythical powers of the Uchiha Sharingan eyes would help influence the fox when the time came to use her as a weapon, and Naruto himself with enough time. Now, they were learning that wasn't the case, and the Sharingan was useless against the two demons that could easily destroy Konoha for the past actions they set in motion, with the secret approval of the late Sandame Hokage. So we are expected to trust you and that fox bitch to not kill us all, said Hiashi as he managed to get off the ground and glare at Naruto. No. Not all. We'll just kill those that had a hand in making my life hell, all for their own profit, and enjoyment will be brutally mutilated after being tortured without mercy, said Naruto, seeing most of the people in the room nearly wetting themselves. Back to the matter at hand, Danzo is guilty of suspected treason, and possibly more we have yet to learn about, said Tsunade, seeing the man looking ready to go over the edge between staying in his seat to the fighting everyone in the room. Guilty? Of treason? What do you know, Senju? I have protected the Leaf of its enemies from the shadows while you were off drinking and gambling without a care in the world. What you would call treason I would call patriotism. Said Danzo with Naruto growling at him with the sound being heard by everyone. Is that so? What about your arm? Said Naruto, making Danzo look at him cautiously. What about it? I'm old. Is there a crime of using it to hold a cane to support myself when walking? Said Danzo, seeing Naruto smirking like he caught him. Not that arm. The other one. The one sealed with countless Sharingan eyes and has the smell of Senju blood in it, said Naruto, finding a sense of satisfaction of seeing Danzo looking surprised that he knew his dirty little secret. What? Yelled Tsunade, jumping from her seat and glaring daggers of fire from her eyes at the Warhawk. How could he know? Thought Danzo, as few knew of it, and those that did were with a seal to keep such a secret forever buried. Surprised. Wasn't hard to figure out. Caillou told me privately she smelled of both those bloodlines on you, which made me frown in confusion at first, since you don't have either clan ancestry in your veins. And then I suddenly remembered one of the history lessons regarding Orochimaru doing horrible experimentations by giving people bloodlines, with the end result being the bodies rejecting such introduction to these abilities, said Naruto with Danzo snarling in rage at him. You were in league with him. You sold out Konoha to Orochimaru knowing with the Sandame gone, the village weakened to the point of being wiped out, someone of your experience would be selected to lead the village and be its new Hokage. said Tsunade, seeing the old war hawk rise from his seat and draw the hidden sword from his cane. The title, the honor, and the power that comes from being Hokage should be mine. I have done everything in my power to protect the village, even if it meant doing business with its betrayers to get the job done, and would do it again without remorse," said Danzo before he moved to stab Tsunade with his sword, knowing that if he couldn't be Hokage, then neither could the last Senju, and would further deprive Naruto of family as an added bonus. Tsunade ducked under the sword thrust and socked Danzo right into the wall behind him, while Hiashi tried to attack the Hokage with his gentle fist. However, Hiashi found his head severed from the rest of his body by Naruto, and the Namikaze crushing it once in his hands. Moving quickly away from the sword thrust aimed at him by Danzo, Naruto easily broke the Warhawk's arm and slammed his head into the with the bandaged side of the face going through the table. Danzo tried to free his other arm, in the hopes the hidden appendage would give him the power to smite his enemies and take control of the village soon after. However, Tsunade was too fast for him and ripped the arm right out of old man that caused Danzo to finally scream out in pain. "This arm of yours is an abomination, Danzo. You took the bloodline of my grandfather and mixed it with the Sharingan eyes just to control Nine-Tailed Fox when she was inside of Naruto. What was the plan? Extract her and use the bloodlines to command Kaiju to go after another village," said Tsunade as she threw it to Naruto, who with the greatest of ease had destroyed the limb and growled heavily at Danzo. "Shut up, you Senju bitch. My plan would have made Konoha unstoppable. Unbeatable. We would have ruled this world and all would bow to your power. My power," said Danzo as he was held down by Tsunade and his face stuck in the wooden table with splinters piercing the Sharingan eye behind the bandages. "Obsolete power," said Naruto simply. "It would have been glorious. All of the village would have cheered me as I led them to a new age where the leaf became the center of the world," said Danzo before Naruto put his fist through the man's skull. "That's the problem. They're cheering for an asshole," said Naruto before turning Danzo over and ripped open his shirt to reveal the seal designs there that were soon glowing with the tall tale signs of activating within moments. "Son of a bitch," said Tsunade as she didn't know much about such a complex seal, but the man clearly turned himself into some kind of bomb and was done to take his enemies down with him. "Not surprising. Even in death he's a sore loser," said Naruto before picking up Danzo, leaped out the nearby window, went to the top of the tower, and threw him up into the air as high as he could. Pointing his right index finger up at the body, Naruto fired the demon gun at it and hit Danzo's corpse dead on, causing the expected explosion to shake the village around him. The Namikaze knew there would be some structural damage to some buildings, but it was a small price to pay, and if anything Naruto wanted to be the one to kill these fools. Not Danzo. When Naruto came back in, it was clear those on the councils were not pleased to see him still alive, and he just grinned at them. "Now that has been cleared up, let's get one thing straight and clear to anyone else with some crazy idea of being some nutcase with "I deserve to rule over the world like God" complex. If anyone tries that or supports someone trying that, your ass is mine. If I'm not around, then Naruto will do it for me, and make no mistake. "We will break you," said Tsunade, glaring at both the civilian and shinobi council with narrowed eyes before they all wisely chose to leave, along with the clan heads being last. "Damn, that was hot. Must resist instincts," thought Tsume as she had to struggle with her Inuzuka instincts in wanting Naruto and could feel her loins burning up inside. And if she was feeling this way, chances were Hana was too, and they would need some kind of relief soon. Where was that special case holding a certain toy she buried again? "Considering what's happened with Hiashi's youngest, I'm moving to have Hanabi stay at my home until she's old enough to be on her own and become strong enough to lead the Hyuga clan on a more moral path," said Naruto, seeing Tsunade nod, knowing the girl wouldn't survive the week back in the Hyuga clan compound. "Done. Also, I may need you to take in Konohamaru since his uncle has also been acting off around him ever since the Sandaime was killed." "By you," said Tsunade while Naruto nodded. "No need to give me the guilt trip on the matter. Besides, if Asuma is being an ass and taking it out on Konohamaru, it will give me a reason to keep the kid under my watchful eyes so he can become a Sarutobi worthy of his clan," said Naruto with Tsunade nodding in agreement. "Just be careful, Naruto. Asuma won't let you be anywhere near his nephew if he can help it," said Tsunade, seeing Naruto grin at her. "Hey. It's me," said Naruto before he leaped out the window. "That's what I'm afraid of, you hunky baka." "Wait. Did I just say hunky?" said Tsunade while her inner perverted self, dressed like Anko, only with a shorter skirt, got out of her grave, proclaimed herself to be Iro Tsunade. And told other half to have Naruto clean her gutters since they haven't been cleaned in many years. Iro Tsunade was silenced again with a shovel to the skull before being buried again and encased in cement to ensure she stayed down. For now. Thanks for watching guys, that's it for today guys, I hope you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, see you next time, until then bye take care.